Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I no longer see fearful things in the night. All that has changed. Night and the shadows are friendly. Now it is the daylight that frightens me.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Legacy of Death. It was 10 years ago that Henry Mitchell, formerly a biologist, married Martha Holliston, the widow of a wealthy cotton grower. Martha continued to direct the business of the plantation with the aid of Henry as overseer. She had one child, a daughter, by her deceased husband, a girl named Doreen. Now the mother lies on her deathbed. She's been ill for almost a year and grown steadily weaker.
It won't be long now, Henry. And there's something I must tell you. Something you must promise to do for me.
Yes, Martha, I'll do anything.
It's about my daughter. Doreen is 21 now. She's a woman, and she'll be thinking of marriage soon.
I know, Martha.
I've watched her every move, raised her carefully. I've been stern in my opinions regarding her. And perhaps, at times, I've seemed too strict.
Yes, Martha, but a mother knows best.
Doreen has always been an odd child. You've mentioned that yourself many times. And as she grew older, she became more strange each day. A peculiar, exotic mind. She must still be guarded and handled carefully until she reaches 30.
What are you trying to say, Martha?
Doreen is the last of her father's line. And from that line, she's inherited something horrible.
What? You mean insanity?
No, not insanity.
Not insanity? Well...
But a horrible tendency. It skipped her father. If it appears at all, it always occurs in the early 20s. If it doesn't appear by the time they reach 30... then they're safe.
But what is it, Martha? What has she inherited?
The tendency to murder.
Good Lord.
She must be handled delicately, gently, like a flower. Treated as a minor until she's 30. And if she suffers no emotional upset by then, she's safe. Love, deep love, paves the way for possible emotional upsets. Jealousy, hatred, and fear.
But it may skip her.
You must promise me that you'll care for her as you would your own daughter.
Yes, dear, I promise.
According to her father's request, I've left the estate to Doreen, with you as trustee and manager, at a yearly salary.
Yes, Martha, that's very good of you.
Until she's 30, she must have your consent in every matter, particularly marriage.
Yes.
If she defies you regarding marriage, then you must tell her the truth, but only then.
I understand, Martha. Oh, please don't say any more.
Now that I've told you, I can rest so much easier.
I'll send Doreen in now, dear. I'll be just outside.
Henry, you're a darling.
Doreen stepped into the room, knelt at her mother's bedside, and a few minutes later, Martha was gone. Now 6 months have passed, and Henry has hired another overseer, young Irving Wallace, a graduate of Agricultural University. Irving has fallen madly in love with the strange, unpredictable Doreen.
Do you realize, Doreen, I almost turned down the offer to take this job. And something kept saying to me, take it. And I did, darling. I don't know why at the time, but now I know.
The night. I love the night. And the river and the moon.
What?
Daytime and the sun unnerve me. Never at ease, never able to think clearly. Till the sun goes down and I see the moon on the river.
It is pretty.
When I was a little girl, I was always frightened of the dark. I fancied all sorts of horrors waiting for me in every shadow.
Yes.
Now, in the last year or two, I've somehow lost my fear of the darkness. I no longer see things in the night. Night and the shadows are friendly. And it's the daylight that frightens me.
Doreen, what are you trying to say?
What?
What sort of talk is this? What's happened to you, Doreen? You've changed. You've grown distant and detached. We come down here to the river now, and you just stare at the moon and talk in riddles. I don't understand it.
No? I don't either.
Well, I don't like it, darling. It's not natural.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I don't approve of such ideas coming from the woman I love.
You don't?
I want my wife to be normal. I don't want her to be afraid of the daylight and come to her senses only at night.
What right have you to say what I shall like? And what do you mean by your wife?
What? Doreen, I thought...
Did I ever say I'd marry you?
No, but what else would I think?
Did I ever say I loved you?
Well, you surely gave no indication that you didn't. What's wrong with you, Doreen? Doreen!
What?
Oh, please, darling, tell me what's wrong. What have I done?
Nothing. Done nothing.
Do you mean you don't want to marry me?
I don't know. I'm afraid.
Oh, darling, if you only knew how I worship you.
I'm just afraid. Afraid of old men.
What an awful thought.
Please go. Please, leave me alone.
I can't understand you, Doreen.
Please go, Irving.
All right. I'll go if you insist. But please don't stay here long. It's almost midnight.
What?
Nothing, darling. Nothing. I saw the light in the library, Mr. Mitchell, and I wanted to talk to you. Have you noticed anything strange about your stepdaughter lately?
Strange.
I mean about her behavior, her actions.
Not particularly.
Well, I just left her down on the riverbank, and she's talking a lot of nonsense.
Nonsense? And what were you doing down at the riverbank at this time of night?
I may as well tell you. I'm in love with Doreen. I want to marry her.
Marry?
Yes.
I knew nothing of this.
Well, I suppose it's only natural. It's just the way it happens. But, well, really, Mr. Mitchell, I love her so much that I...
Never mind. You needn't say any more. Good heavens.
Is it such a shock? After all, she's a woman. What's wrong, Mr. Mitchell? Are you ill?
No, I'm just... What did you say about Doreen acting strangely?
Well, in the last few days, she's changed. She's acting in a weird sort of manner.
Weird?
Yes. She says the daylight frightens her, and she loves the dark and the moon.
Tell me, is Doreen in love with you?
Well, I certainly thought she was. She led me to believe so. Until tonight.
And had you talked of marriage?
Not until this evening. But I thought the idea was mutual. Then all of a sudden, she turned cold. Well, that's why I came to you. Maybe she's ill or something.
Yes. Yes, Irving, she is ill.
What?
Sit down, my boy. You really love her.
Oh, more than I can tell.
You have only her best interest at heart?
I do.
Thank heaven you told me this in time. I'm going to ask a sacrifice of you, Irving. You must stay away from Doreen. You must say no more to her about love or marriage.
Why not? I love her.
Then you'll do as I say. Keep out of her way as much as possible. I know that seems hard, but for her own good, you must.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
I see I have to tell you the truth. Since this has happened, I must tell you. Doreen has inherited something that may lie dormant, but which under emotional stress may appear without warning.
You're trying to frighten me?
Oh, no. Doreen has inherited a tendency to...
To what?
To murder.
Murder? Oh, I can't believe it.
Yes. It's a strain in her father's family. It appears only in the 20s, but if it doesn't appear before 30, the person is safe from the malady.
Oh, it just doesn't seem possible.
I promised her dear mother I'd do my best to protect her from emotional disturbance of any kind until she reached 30. Now, do you understand?
Yes, I understand you, but... Well, I'm not cold.
You say she's acting strangely. That may be an indication, and you must do your part to help by staying away from her.
Very well. I will. If it's for her own good.
It is, Irving, believe me.
Irving keeps his word, and difficult as it is, he avoids Doreen. Then a few weeks later, Henry Mitchell's handsome young brother, his only living relative, Clyde Mitchell, a wealthy Hollywood writer whom Henry hasn't seen in years, drops in unexpectedly.
Well, Clyde, you've been doing very well in Hollywood, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Hollywood's been good to me. I've made a fortune. And I've handled my money in a better fashion than most of them. Every dollar I get is turned over to a manager, and he invests it for me. I couldn't write my name to a check for $500 if I wanted to.
Good. I'm glad to hear you finally got some sense.
Why did you give up your biological research?
Oh, I haven't entirely given it up. I still dabble in agricultural biology.
You seem to be doing all right, Henry. This is a nice plantation, nice home. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet your wife. She had a daughter, didn't she?
Yes, she's here. Doreen. Strange girl, most unusual.
No children of your own, Henry?
None. You and I are the last of our line. We're the only living ones of the family. It's up to you to carry on the name, Clyde.
Yes. Well, I suppose I'll get around to that sooner or later. I'm engaged. Expect to be married this summer. Maybe before.
Hollywood girl?
She lives in Hollywood, but she came from Boston. One of the Harrington girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was here.
Oh, come in, Doreen. Come in. This is my brother, Clyde.
Clyde? I'm glad to know you, Clyde.
Doreen. What a charming name.
Clyde is a movie writer. Been quite successful in Hollywood.
Oh, now, don't tie me down to pictures, Henry. I've written a few novels, too.
Yes, I know. You wrote Moon in the River.
Guilty?
I was terribly impressed by it. It was out of this world.
I have a fan.
Are you staying for a while?
Oh, a few days. I like it here.
Do you? I'm glad. Well, I'll leave you alone now. I know you want to talk. Good night.
Nice girl. I said she's a nice girl.
Oh, yeah, she's gorgeous. I've never seen such red hair, such strange eyes. Why, they're hypnotic. Red hair and green eyes. What did you say?
I didn't say anything, Clyde.
Why have you brought me down here tonight, Doreen?
The river, Clyde. The moon in the river. Look at it. A stream of silver and gold flowing on and on. Down to the sea. To the melting pot. To eternity.
Yes. It's very beautiful.
That's your river. Moon and the river. You made me conscious of that, Clyde. It breathes and lives. That's why I've come to love the night and hold no fear of the dark.
You mean you're at ease in the dark?
Tonight I'm soothed and the moon thrills me. The moon and the river. And they mean the same to you.
The same?
They must. Or you could never have written as you did. You and I are the same, Clyde. We say alike. Look at me, Clyde.
Yes?
Why don't you say it? I know what you're thinking. Say it.
Doreen,
You love me. No, don't turn away. Look in my eyes and say it. I love you.
I love you, Doreen.
And I love you, darling. Oh, Clyde, dear. If you only knew what it meant to me, your coming here 2 weeks ago. You saved me, Clyde. Saved me.
But you don't understand, Doreen. It's all wrong. Everything is wrong.
Look at me, Clyde. Look. Everything is right. Just as it was intended. Isn't it?
But you must listen.
Hold me close, Clyde. Kiss me.
Doreen, darling,
Yes, dearest. What are you trying to tell?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Oh,
I can't
Clyde.
think.
Nothing else matters. Nothing is real but our love. And the moon and the river. And you won't leave me, Clyde, ever. I won't let you.
Doreen, please. This can't go on. It isn't right. I've got to get away.
You won't leave. You can't leave me because you love me.
Yes, help me. I must be mad. But I do love you. But I just can't seem to...
Don't say a word, dear. Just us. And the moon. And the river.
Oh, Clyde. Yes, Henry?
Come into the library. I've just been talking with Irving. Said you were walking down by the riverbank a while ago.
Yes, I was. That is,
What's wrong with you, Clyde? What's happened?
I don't know, Henry. I'm leaving in the morning.
Leaving?
I must. I've got to get back to Hollywood. I'm getting married, you know.
Next summer, you said?
Did I? Well, I've decided to get married as soon as possible.
Clyde, I know where you've been. You've been with Doreen. Irving told me.
Yes, I was with Doreen. I don't know what's happened to me since I've been here. But I do know I mustn't stay another day. I'm leaving in the morning.
Have you fallen in love with Doreen?
I don't know, Henry. I don't know what's wrong.
Is she in love with you? Is that it?
Yes, she is. I tried to fight it off, but... Well, it's just I lost all sense of logic.
Doreen is a strange creature, Clyde.
I'm certainly aware of that. It seems to... I'm powerless to keep away from her. I mustn't stay longer. I'm leaving the first thing in the morning.
I'm sorry to see you go, Clyde. I'd hoped you'd stay longer, but perhaps under the circumstances it's best. I only wish I were free to go with you.
You can come along if you want.
No, I can't leave, Clyde.
Because of Doreen? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, Clyde. I can't leave her alone for a single moment.
What's wrong with her? There's something odd about her, and you know what it is.
Does she know you're leaving?
No, I tried to tell her.
I see. And I'd better tell her?
Yes. Good night, Henry.
Clyde climbs the stairs and goes to his room. Henry stands in the door of the library, lost in thought. A few moments pass, and Doreen comes into the hallway from outside and starts for the stairs.
Doreen?
Yes?
Come in.
What is it?
I've just learned that you've become infatuated with my brother.
Infatuated.
And before it becomes more serious, I want to warn you that it'll be a mistake for you to fall in love.
What do you mean? Why shouldn't I fall in love?
Well, don't you think it'd be better to learn more about a man before you allow your emotions to carry you off your feet?
I don't understand you. Why should I wait?
It'll be better if you do. Please believe me.
What's the reason back of all this?
Well, Doreen, I hate to tell you this.
Why don't you say it? What is it?
You're making a fool of yourself. I mean, Clyde is making a fool of you.
That isn't what you were going to say.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I know my brother better than you. He isn't serious about you. Why, he's never been serious about any woman. He never will be. He isn't the type. Believe me, he doesn't love you.
I don't believe you. I know he loves me. I know. And I'm going to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes.
You poor girl. I'm terribly sorry for you. Clyde was here a few minutes ago. I asked him about you, and he told me that he wasn't in love with you. You see, my dear, he's engaged to another woman. He's going back in the morning to be married.
Married?
If he had been serious, he'd have told you the truth. I'm sorry this had to happen to you. I've tried my best to keep you from falling in...
What did you say? Go on, finish.
I said that... Oh, please, Doreen, don't become upset.
You tried to keep me from falling in love. That's what you were going to say.
Doreen, you must...
Why didn't you want me to fall in love? Why?
No, Doreen, control yourself.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Doreen.
I despise you. I hate you.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
You don't want me to marry Clyde. You don't want me to marry anybody. And I know why. You're lying to me. You told him something to drive him away.
I've told him nothing, and I'm not lying.
I'll find out in just a moment.
Wait, Doreen, wait. I didn't want to tell you, but I see now that I must. You see, my dear, you've inherited a complex, something that lies dormant and may be brought into action under emotional stress.
Inherited a complex?
Yes. A tendency to murder.
Murder?
And that's why I've tried to keep you from falling in love, from subjecting yourself to emotional stress.
So that's what you told him. Another lie.
Oh, no.
So I've inherited a desire to kill. Does anyone else know that?
Yes, I had to tell Irving.
I see. Good night.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, no. Come in, Irving, come in.
I wanted to talk to you about... Hello, Doreen. I said, what's the matter with you, Doreen?
Nothing. Nothing is the matter.
You look as though you... Doreen, what is it? Are you ill?
Yes, I am ill. Haven't you heard?
Doreen!
Good night, both of you.
What's wrong with her? I've never seen her like this. Do you suppose...
I had to tell her, Irving. I had to.
Then it's happened. She snapped. I can tell.
I don't know what to do now.
I just talked to Clyde. I told him he had to leave at once. The sooner the better. And I told him why. Told him about Doreen. I begged him to go for her sake. He only laughed at me. Told me to tend to my own business.
If Clyde tells her the truth, which he will, she's liable to snap completely.
But what can we do?
I know what to do. When Clyde tells her, she'll turn violently against him. He's got to leave on the first train in the morning, but tonight she may do something. I'll change rooms with Clyde after she talks to him.
What can I do?
Nothing, Irving. Just try to forget it. Oh, you can get me some coffee. I've got to stay awake tonight.
Doreen. What is it?
I want to ask you something, Clyde.
What?
Are you leaving in the morning?
Well, yes, Doreen, I am.
Why?
I've some business to attend to.
Why are you leaving me, Clyde? Why don't you take me with you?
Take you? But I can't do that.
Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?
Well, it came up all of a sudden.
Oh, did it? What did your brother tell you about me?
Why, he didn't tell me anything.
No? I love you, Clyde.
But
You can't leave without me.
I can't take you with me, Doreen. It's impossible.
Why is it?
Because I'm going to be married.
Married?
Yes. I wanted to tell you, but...
Married? I thought you loved me, Clyde.
Oh, Doreen, I can't stay here any longer. I can't go on like this.
Why didn't you tell me you loved someone else? Why?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Are you afraid of me?
I'm leaving in the morning, Doreen. That's definite.
Good night, Clyde.
Doreen,
Goodbye, darling.
Now, the next morning. Breakfast is set early since the first train leaves at 8:30. At 7, Doreen, her face pale, deep shadows under her green eyes, comes slowly down the stairs to the sunroom.
Good morning, Doreen.
Morning?
Sit down, Doreen. Did you rest well?
No.
I didn't sleep so well either. Guess the storm disturbed me.
Was there a storm?
Yes, an electrical storm. Didn't you hear it?
I don't remember. What time does the train leave?
8:30.
Clyde will be down in a few minutes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes?
Mr. Bolton would like to see you.
Oh, tell him to come in.
Morning, Mr. Mitchell.
Morning, Bolton.
This is Mr. Davis, my assistant. This is Dr. Upton.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Gentlemen, this is my daughter, Doreen, and this is my superintendent, Irving Wallace.
Yes, I know. How are you, Irving?
What are you doing here?
May we see the body, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Sheriff.
Sheriff!
Body? Well, what's happened?
Clyde has been murdered.
Clyde!
Murdered? Why, murdered?
Yes, during the night.
Clyde!
Come along, gentlemen. Upstairs.
The sheriff and his deputy make the routine inspection of the room and the body. And after the coroner completes his examination, they return to the breakfast room.
I'm afraid I'm to blame for this unfortunate circumstance. My wife begged me to keep her from emotional upset. I did my best, but I'm afraid it wasn't enough. I never dreamed she was falling in love with Clyde. When I learned about it, it was too late. I made a mistake by telling her. It only upset her the more.
Say she inherited this tendency to kill from her father?
Yes. Her mother made me promise to guard her carefully until she was 30. You see, it only appears in the early 20s, if at all. It lies dormant and may be brought to the fore by emotional stress.
I see. Too bad.
Did you leave your room last night, miss?
What? No. That is, I don't remember.
You were in love with him, and you didn't know about the other woman?
I loved him. I didn't know about the other woman till last night. I didn't kill Clyde.
You have no recollection of leaving your room?
No,
Will you come to town with us, miss?
Why?
Oh, we just want to talk to
Wait.
you.
Wait, I can't stand this any longer. Doreen, why, she didn't kill Clyde. I know. I killed him.
You?
But
Here we go again, Doc. You're trying to protect her, Irving, because you love her.
I do love her.
Sure you do. Where's the gun?
Gun? There's no gun. Clyde wasn't shot.
No?
No. I killed him with a sickle. A sickle from my tool shed. Now, do you believe me?
Has he seen the body, Mr. Mitchell?
No, I didn't say how he was killed, but Irving,
I
you...
killed him. I knew about Doreen, and I wanted to save her because I was jealous of Clyde.
Well, he was killed with a sickle, all right.
Yes, my sickle from the tool shed. Now, do you believe me?
Do you know what you're saying, Irving?
I think he's shooting in the dark.
No, and I can prove it. If Doreen had entered that room and stabbed anyone, she would have killed Henry. Not Clyde, but Henry.
Why?
Because Henry was afraid of what might happen during the night. So he changed rooms with Clyde. And I was the only one who knew that. Doreen would have killed Henry.
Is that true, Mr. Mitchell?
Why, yes, we did change rooms, but...
And she didn't know that.
Well, I don't know how she could have known it, but she must have discovered the switch.
You know, I think Irving knows too many details to be lying. I think he's telling the truth.
I am. I killed him.
He didn't. Irving didn't kill him. He is trying to protect me. I remember something now.
Remember what?
If you killed him, Irving, what time was it?
It was 4 a.m.
Have you established the hour of death, Doctor?
I have.
Wait, I'll tell you. It was at midnight. 12 o'clock.
What time was he killed, Doc?
About 12 o'clock last night. Couldn't possibly have been 4.
How did you know that?
At midnight, I went to Clyde's room to talk to him. I was awakened by a horrible dream. It frightened me, so I went to his room. Clyde wasn't there. No one was there. So if Henry was occupying that room, and he was not there at midnight, Henry must have been in Clyde's room.
What?
Henry must have killed Clyde.
What? Why would I kill my own brother?
For the same reason you killed my mother.
Oh, nonsense.
I've been suspicious of you ever since Mother died.
What?
I know you've looted my estate.
Now, look.
That's why you didn't want me to marry. And you were your brother's only heir. He was wealthy and his money could save you. You knew I was suspicious of you.
Why, this is ridiculous.
So you killed Clyde for his money and tried to blame it on me because you knew I'd be suspected. That's why you told Irving about my hereditary tendency.
Why, she's crazy, gentlemen, completely insane.
Examine my mother's body. Check the account.
She's mad.
Mr. Mitchell, do you believe she inherited this tendency to murder?
Why, certainly. Her mother warned me of all this.
You're a biologist, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, yes, I was.
Still are, Dr. Henry Mitchell.
Well, I still dabble in biology, only as it concerns agriculture.
Mm-hmm. I recently read an article you wrote a few years ago in which you proved the one thing that was not hereditary was a criminal instinct. That such tendencies were the results of environment. You proved that.
Well...
And you knew from the beginning that the mother was merely a victim of a false belief. But you used that belief to suit your own purpose. It all adds up against you, Mitchell.
We'll just follow through with the girl's advice about your wife's body. And I wouldn't be at all surprised by the results of the autopsy. Let's go, Doc.
And they did follow through on Doreen's advice. And they did find her estate rifle. And they found traces of poison in the mother's body. So Henry confessed. If it hadn't been for Doreen's psychic powers, he'd have gotten away with everything. Oh, yes, Doreen was definitely psychic. Because she said she went to the room at midnight and no one was there. But she did not go to the room. But she did wake up at the start at midnight. She knew something terrible was happening, but didn't know what it was till this morning. She put things together and knew the truth. And Irving knew about the sickle because he missed it from its rack, and he was merely guessing. But it all worked out to a successful conclusion, and Doreen need have no further worry about her so-called inherited criminal tendency, because there is no such thing. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm back in the saddle again. Out with a friend is a friend.
Meet the boss man himself, whose night is appearing in Sioux City, Iowa. America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
I drove a herd of cattle down from old Nebraska way. That's how I come to be in the state of Iowa. I met a gal in Iowa, her eyes were big and blue. I asked her what her name was, she said Sioux City Sue. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. Your hair is red, your eyes are blue, I'd swap my horse and dog for you, Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. There ain't no gal as true as my sweet Sioux City Sue. Now I'm admitting Iowa, I owe a lot to you. 'Cause I come from Nebraska to find Sioux City Sue. I'm gonna rope and tie her up, I'll use my old lasso. I'm gonna put my brand on my sweet Sioux City Sue. Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. Your hair is red, your eyes are blue, I'd swap my horse and dog for you, Sioux City Sue, Sioux City Sue. There ain't no gal as true as my sweet Sioux City Sue. Thank you, folks. Thank you. And welcome once more to Melody Ranch. And now, neighbors, here's a mighty beautiful song that we haven't sung in quite some time. In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells of a gay senor and senorita and the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring. But the folks had made just one condition, that the mission bells had to ring. Now everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. And then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Till the bells are broken goes the story, but if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Till the bells are broken goes the story, but if in your heart a true love dwells, you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the
Hold it, Mr. Artery. Hold it right there.
Oh. What now?
Just this. You'll be glad to know that I have finally come up with my own guaranteed method on how to increase production around Melody Ranch. For instance, get a load of this. I got it fixed so each hen will lay 7 eggs in 5 days, and then she can have the weekend off.
Fine thing.
Not only that, we can raise more crops around here, too.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
We're going to stand the land up on end and farm both sides of it.
Now, look here, Patrick. I appreciate your interest in all of that. But there's just one thing I don't understand. How come this sudden urge of ambition?
May I tell you?
Please do.
Well, it's the new Pat Buttram, Mr. Autry. Fired with the spirit of youth, the desire to march on to even greater heights. But you know something?
I knew you was fired, but what?
I think I might be overdoing it a little bit. I'll tell you, it's like this. There's one cow down in the barn that I've already milked 6 times today.
Holy smoke. Well, I feel sorry for that poor cow.
You can say that again. Yep. Last time I went out and sat on the stool beside her, she slowly turned around and looked at me with them big, sad brown eyes, and she said, "Stand over there, will you, bud? This time I'll just squirt it at you."
Fine thing. So, even the cows are feeling the pinch, huh?
Well, but nothing like the pigs are, though.
Oh, no. What horrible thing did you do to the pig?
Just this. Now, when I call the pigs now, I always dash a few drops of perfume behind my ears before I call them.
Well, now, don't tell me that speeds them up any.
No, it don't speed them up exactly, but I sure meet a better class of pigs.
Boys and girls, you really did yourself proud on that song. Thanks a lot. Down in the valley so low, late in the evening, hear the wind blow, hear the wind blow, hear the wind blow, late in the evening, hear the wind loved you. Angels in heaven know I love you. Know I love you. Know I love you. Angels in heaven know I love you. And now, since once more it's storytelling time here at Melody Ranch, I thought I'd tell you all a yarn that had its beginning close to 6 years ago, when a guy I'd never seen before caught up with me early one morning down by the Melody Ranch corral.
Mr. Autry?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is John Wade. I'm an investigator employed by the Government Bureau of Animal Inspection. Here, Mikey Dick.
Oh, that won't be necessary. What can I do for you?
Mr. Autry, we've been getting reports recently that an epidemic of hoof and mouth disease is spreading quite rapidly among the cattle in this area.
What?
Yes, in fact, it's been moving so alarmingly fast that my department has assigned inspectors to examine the cattle on all the ranches in this sector for any possible traces of the disease.
I see. Well, Mr. Wade, sure is news to me. But if any of my stock are infected, I'll darn well want to know about it.
Naturally.
I'll have one of the boys show you around.
Good. I'll appreciate it.
You let me know right away if you find anything.
Of course.
I'll meet you back here later. In the meantime, here's hoping that you can give us a clean bill of health. Well, as a rancher who takes quite a bit of pride in his stock, I was almost positive Mr. Wade wouldn't find any diseased cattle in my herd. But I was wrong. At 4 o'clock that same afternoon, one of the boys rode in and told me I was wanted right away out in the southwest section, where most of my best steers were grazing. When I got there, Mr. Wade was waiting. Oh, boy. What's up, Mr. Wade?
Come over here a minute, will you, Mr. Autry? I've found something I think you should see.
Yeah? What is it?
I'll show you. Now watch while I pull this steer's lip back there. You notice the red inflammation?
Yeah. Yeah, I sure do.
Now, those are fever blisters, without any doubt symptomatic of the first stages of hoof and mouth disease.
But I can't believe it.
I'm sorry. But possibly by sacrificing only 20 or 30 head, you'll be able to save the rest of your herd.
You mean that diseased cattle can't be isolated and cured?
Under less serious circumstances, yes. However, this particular epidemic seems to have gotten such a strong foothold, my department has been forced to take far more drastic measures.
I see.
My men will come by this afternoon and remove the disease stock.
The total loss came to 27 head. In money, it represented roughly $3,000. At any rate, early the next morning, I happened to be out riding around the same area where the diseased cattle had been grazing, when I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a steer with all the same symptoms of the cattle that had been condemned. As quick as I could, I cut him out of the rest of the herd, drove him back to the ranch proper, and locked him up in an empty stall. Then I went inside the house to do a little checking.
Bureau of Animal Inspection, Chief Inspector Bruce talking.
Oh, Mr. Bruce, this is Gene Autry.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk with one of your inspectors, if I may. His name's John Wade.
You say Wade?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Autry. There's nobody by the name of Wade in this department.
Are you sure? He was just out here at my ranch yesterday checking on hoof and mouth disease.
I'm afraid you're badly mistaken, Mr. Autry. Not only do we not have a Mr. Wade connected with us, but for your information, we haven't had a case of hoof and mouth disease in this state for over 11 years.
What's the matter,
Gene. You look white as a sheet.
Oh, never mind that now. Just check as quick as you can with the neighboring ranches. Find out if this guy Wade condemned any of their cattle.
Right.
In the meantime, I'll get in touch with Doc Willard. I want him to take a good look at that isolated steer. Well, Doc?
It sure looks like whooping mouth disease, all right, Gene. But it isn't. Actually, this steer is as sound as a silver dollar.
I kind of suspected as much.
Look, I'm just a country veterinarian, but I don't get it. What's going on around here anyway?
Some first-class dirty work, Doc, if I'm...
Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
Gene, guess what? Oh, hi, Doc.
Howdy, Johnny.
Every single rancher around here had anywhere from 10 to 50 head of cattle condemned, either yesterday or today.
What?
You sure, Johnny?
Of course I'm sure.
In that case, saddle up, champ, and get yourself a fresh horse. You and I are going to get the rest of the ranchers together. Then we're going on a little manhunt. By noon that same day, we'd rounded up every single rancher within a 50-mile radius. Told them what the story was, assigned men to every trail leading to the Kearns Valley Cattle Junction, and we're on our way. 4 hours and 38 miles later, I spotted what we were looking for.
Hold up, boys. Oh, boy. What's up, Gene? You see something?
I think so, Johnny. Look between those tall pines over there, to the left.
Holy smoke. Our cattle. Hundreds of them.
Quiet, boys. Quiet, quiet. Now listen. Listen carefully. There's a chance that they may have seen our trail dust coming up there. If they did, we can expect trouble. So here's what I think we'd better do. Al, you take 5 of the boys and circle around behind that ridge, south of their camp.
Right, Gene.
Frank, you take 4 more and follow the same trail till you come to that big rock formation beyond that second gully. See it?
Gotcha.
Johnny, you and I'll ride straight down from here.
Check.
Okay, it's 5:20 now. By 6 o'clock straight up, we should all be within 100 yards of their camp. I'll check as best I can, make sure. Then on the signal from me, we'll all close in. Any questions? Let's go. Carefully and as quietly as we could, Johnny and I made our way down the steep, winding ledge to the valley below. When we got to the bottom, my watch said 10 minutes of 6. Closer and closer we got until we could almost feel the warmth of the campfire on our faces. I looked around. On both sides, I could see the figures of our other boys as they crouched waiting. And then, just as the minute hand on my watch reached the top... You're surrounded, all of you. Now drop your guns.
Hey, Gene, look over there. Ain't that Wade trying to get away on that horse?
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. You and the other boys take care of the rest of them. I'll go after Wade. Up, champ. Come on, boy. We're gaining on him, boys. We're gaining on him. Well, up, Wade. You can't get away. Oh? So you want to play rough, huh? Okay, boy, let's get him. That's it. Just a little bit more. Keep on going, boy. Okay, Mr. Wade, get set for some sexy.
Okay, now don't hit me again.
Don't worry. I wouldn't think of it. Besides, I promised a few of my friends that I'd let them in on the last round. Right now, though, I suggest that you get upon your feet and start walking, Inspector Wade. Your wrestling days are all over.
neighbors. One of the biggest pleasures I receive out of our weekly visits with you is the chance I get to musically describe some of the things which go to make up a cowboy's life in the place he calls home. A mighty good example of which is contained in the melody and words of this next song. Just a melancholy echo, lingering when the day is through. It's the call of the canyon. Once again I'm dreaming of you. Every night I search the moonlight up and down the river shore. It's the call of the canyon. Maybe I will find you once more. Standing there alone by the ashes of the fire we said would never die. Will I ever find an ember burning from the days gone by? Then I hear a lonely whisper as the little spark I see. It's the call of the canyon, bringing back your answer to me. Standing there alone by the ashes of the fire we said would never die. Will I ever find an ember burning from the days gone by? Then I hear a lonely whisper as a little spark I see. It's the call of the canyon, bringing back your answer to me. It's the call of the canyon, bringing back your answer to me. Until we're back in saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lake is sweet. I'm back in the saddle again.
The Great Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis A. Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Alan McIver, and his all-Canadian orchestra. Ladies, how often does your husband make with this theme song? I want what I want when I want it. Yes, sir, that's the man for you, especially when it's time for breakfast. He wants breakfast there when he wants it. And does he know what he wants for breakfast? Well, just try him and see. Just hand him a bowl full of delicious, crisp, tempting, moldy-rich grape nut flakes. Then watch what happens. One taste of that grand grape nut flavor, and that I want frown becomes a happy grin. And that grin will stay on because nourishing grape nut flakes stick to the ribs. They help keep you going until lunchtime, for they're a whole grain cereal chock full of health-building whole grain food values. So try old Doc Wilson's recipe for a happy home and serve grape nut flakes at breakfast. America's fastest growing breakfast cereal. and gentlemen, for the first time in our broadcasting history, our program this evening originates outside the borders of the United States.
Yes, sir. We're in Toronto, Canada.
Canada, stretching 3,000 miles from Nova Scotia in the east to Vancouver Island in the distant Pacific.
It's big, all right.
Canada, famous for its farming, its lumbering, its mining, and its fur trapping.
Yep, everything from grizzly bear to skunk.
Which brings us to our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
And I had to help him out on that. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the grizzly bear, talking. I've got too much hair tonic on me to be that other animal, you know. And, Don, there's a sure thrill broadcasting from the Dominion of Canada. Look at those uniforms out in the audience. Men from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Active Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force.
And don't forget the Royal Norwegian Air Force.
Yes, sir. They've all turned out. And I love the people up here in Toronto, Don. They're so friendly, and they go out of their way to make you comfortable.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, when I arrived in town, it was snowing. So they dug an underground tunnel from the Union Station to the Royal York Hotel just for me. Now, that's real consideration.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. That tunnel connecting the Union Station and the Royal York Hotel has been there for years.
It has? Gee.
Of course, everybody knows that.
Oh, my goodness. Then I better rush over there right away.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, I've got to take down that sign I put up.
What sign?
Jack Benny Tunnel, admission 10 cents. Gee, people here will think I'm awful, you know?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. By the way, Jack, are you stopping at the Royal York?
Yes, Dennis and I, and Dennis is a ranger, and my riders, and their riders, and a man named McTavish from Winnipeg, who's in the grain business, we're sharing a lovely room. It has twin beds, of course.
Oh, I see. Does your room overlook Lake Ontario?
I don't know. McTavish always hangs his kilt across the window. A nice chap, though, you know. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benning, on behalf of the English-speaking population of Canada, I'd like to welcome you to Toronto and present you with this genuine Canadian quarter.
A Canadian quarter? Well, thank you. What's that for?
We want you to spend something while you're up here.
Just for that, I'm going to spend that quarter. McTavish and I are going out to dinner. What's left over, we'll split a cigar. Yes, sirree. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, Mary, are you having fun on our little visit to Canada?
I'll say. And what a beautiful city Toronto is. You know, Jack, yesterday I got on a streetcar and went over to visit my cousin.
Oh, do you have a cousin living here in Canada?
Yeah, Vancouver.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You can't take a streetcar from Toronto to Vancouver.
That's his name, Vancouver Livingston.
Oh. Well, Mary, we've certainly covered a lot of ground in 1 week, haven't we? Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal.
You said it. And say, Jack, in Montreal I stayed at the Windsor Hotel, and I slept in the same room that Mrs. Roosevelt had a few days before.
The same room Mrs. Roosevelt had? How do you know?
Well, in the middle of the night, the phone rang. I said, hello.
Yes?
And a voice said, I'm back from North Africa. Where are you?
Oh, then it... Well, it must have been Mrs. Roosevelt's room, all right. Huh?
Speaking of Montreal, Mary, isn't that a romantic old city? What food they have?
To Wilson, a bowl of onion soup is romance.
Mary, but you're... But you're right, Don. The food in Montreal is terrific, especially in those little French restaurants.
You ought to stay out of those little French restaurants until you learn to speak the language.
What are you talking about? I parle Francois très bonny.
And incidentally, Mary, you should have had some of those escargot I ordered. Yum, yum.
Well, I don't like snails.
Snails? Yikes! Holy smoke, I ate 3 orders of snails.
No wonder you've been walking so slow the last few days.
No, quiet. I can't understand making such a silly mistake. Why, in Waukegan High School, French was my best subject. In fact, we... Come in?
Monsieur Benet?
Oui?
Au nom de la population canadienne-française du Canada, je désire vous souhaiter une cordiale bienvenue à notre beau pays.
Oui, oui. Oui?
What's he saying, Jack?
Well, nothing about snails has come up. That I know. Procédez-vous, Mansour. Procédez-vous.
Nous pensons que vos remarques sont vraiment drôles.
Oui, oui. Continuez.
Et nous apprécions à juste titre votre habileté artistique et espérons bien que votre séjour au Canada sera des plus agréables. Bonsoir.
Well, now that was really sweet, really. I mean, sorry he got away. Sorry he got away so fast. I would love to have parlayed with him longer, you know?
Well, tell us, Jack, what did he say?
What did he say? He said that, he implied, that is, he more or less suggested, look, he's gone, we had a nice chat, now let's forget it. My goodness. Well, Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, Dennis, I haven't seen you since we left Ottawa. You have a good time there?
Yeah, it was wonderful, and I was sure thrilled when we met the king.
The king? The king?
Yeah, King Mackenzie.
That's Mackenzie King. Listen, that's Mackenzie King. He's the Prime Minister.
Oh.
And I enjoyed meeting him, too.
You know, Mr. Benny, these Canadian people sure are generous. They really overdo it.
What do you mean, overdo it?
Well, I gave the girl at the cashier's desk a $10 bill, and she gave me $11 change. She must be nuts about me.
Listen, Dennis, she gave you the right change. You see, $10 American for 11 Canadian is international monetary stabilization and is determined through equitable negotiations on the part of the Canadian and American fiscal policy authorities.
You better lay off those snails, brother.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Now, Dennis, in the first
No,
place...
Jack, stop wasting your breath. Dennis will never get that stuff through his head.
Mary's right. Dennis is too confused to understand such a complicated subject.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be fair about this. Dennis may be a little confused, but he's not dumb. He's not stupid.
Talk is cheap. Let's see you prove it.
Well, there's no use waiting. I'll have to keep that kid in the trunk. Never mind, Dennis. Let's have your song and do a good job. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Monsieur Mr. Benny, fellow pursuer, then you program to the
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Jack,
What?
Jack, he's not French. He's a Norwegian flyer.
Oh, a Norwegian flyer. Oh, go ahead, sir.
På vegne av alle gutta i det norske flygevåpen som trener her i Canada og er i kamp overseas,
Yes.
vil jeg gjerne benytte anledningen til å si at vi synes vi er meget morsomt, og at vi liker dem meget bedre enn røykalaks.
Well, now, would you mind telling me what you said in English?
Mr. Benny, we Norwegians think you are very funny, and we like you much better than smoked white fish.
Well, that's very nice of you. Go ahead and sing that.
You'll be all night to come home to. You'll be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang along. the stars killed by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'll be so nice, you'll be paradise to come home to and love under stars killed by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'll be so nice, you'll be paradise to come home to and
That was You'll Be So Nice to Come Home To, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell.
Thank you. And Mr. Benny, since today is your birthday, I'd like to dedicate that number to you.
Well,
That's right, Jack. Happy birthday.
Many happy returns of the day, old boy.
thank you. Thanks, everybody. Gosh, another birthday.
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Were you really born on February 14th?
Yep, I was a Valentine baby. Cupid brought me instead of the stork.
Stork?
Huh?
A stork?
Yes.
There's something fishy there, but I'm only guessing.
Dennis, I mean Cupid brought me because I was born on Valentine's Day. But the stork brings everybody else.
Oh, you're a little wrong there, Jack. A crane brought me.
What's the difference? Stork, crane, they're both birds.
I mean a crane like in a shipyard.
Oh, you mean a horse. Well, Don, you're an exception. You see, you were a very heavy baby. I understand your nurse had to jack you up to put your diapers on. Well, anyhow, getting back to me, here it is, another birthday.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get plugged for this. But how old are you exactly?
Well, Dennis, let me put it this way. I'm as frisky as a boy of 10. I feel like sweet 16. And I don't look a day older than 25.
Now, just add those up and you got it.
Mary, I'm not 51. I'm in my late 30s. Or my early 40s.
You were in your early 40s and the gay 90s.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I wish I had a nickel for every time Lillian Russell slapped your face.
I said never mind. But maybe some booze. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet our guest conductor this week, Mr. Alan McIver from Montreal.
Thank you, everybody.
So your name is Alan McIver, eh? Alan. Do you mind if I call you Al?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. You see, I happen to know a fella named Alan, and just the mention of his name makes my hair stand on end.
Open your shirt and show 'em.
I mean the hair on my head. Well, sir, let's have your band number. What's it going to be?
I've prepared a special arrangement of Canadian capers.
Good.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I enjoy your work in pictures very, very much.
You do? Well.
Yes, I saw you and George Washington Cliff here, and you are wonderful.
Thank you.
Especially Ann Sheridan.
Everybody says that. Incidentally, Mr. McIver, I'm in a new picture now called The Meanest Man in the World. I suppose you'll see that.
Who else is in it?
Well, I have a swell role. You see, I play the part of a young lawyer who is a failure because he's so nice and sweet and kind.
Who else is in it?
And it isn't until I change my character and become the meanest man in the world that I achieve the permanence that I so justly deserve.
Who else is in it?
Priscilla Ray to Rochester. Who do you think is in it? Let's have your number. What a fan. Heaven's sake. All right, folks, Canadian paper.
Just a minute, Jack. Speaking of Canada, I've written a very clever message which involves various cities and towns in this Dominion.
Oh, who else is in it? I mean, you have, yes? What's the matter with me?
Yes, it goes something like this. When you come back from the lake, Louise, and when you arrive in port, Arthur...
Well, there's two places already.
I want you both to Toronto, your neighborhood grocer, and ask him for a box of toasted brown sweeters and that grape nut flake.
Toronto, that's not bad. Yes.
Now, if you arrive home and find that you've forgotten your grape nut flake, Quebec to the store immediately.
Quebec to the store?
Yes, because grape nut flakes in the big 12-ounce economy-size package is America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Believe me, folks, you ought to try some tomorrow.
John, that was wonderful. I'm sure you've given the people hella facts about our product. I bet Ruby Stevens hated that one. And now, Mr. McIver, I think you can play... Who's that? Come in? Well, it's the Canadian girl, the French-Canadian soldier, and the Norwegian flyer. What's this for?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny, and may you have many more of them.
Thank you.
Vous souhaitons une bonne fête, Monsieur Benny. Espérant que vous en aurez beaucoup d'autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Tillit till med födelsedagen. Jag får uppleva många fler av dem.
Mangatalk. Play, McIver. King of birthday in 3 languages. That was Canadian Capers, played by Al McIver and his orchestra. And Al, that was very, very good and quite apropos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we are in the Dominion of Canada, for our special attraction this evening...
Mary Livingston will read a poem.
Mary Livingston will... Nothing doing, Mary. The poem is out.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell everybody that you think the tunnel from the Union Station hotel was dug especially for you.
They know that already.
Then I'll tell them that you're charging a dime to walk through it.
They know that, too.
Do they know you're letting people go through piggyback for 15 cents?
How'd you go through all of that without fluffing a line?
I don't know, Dad.
The special rate. That was wonderful. You're very good. Listen. All right, let's have your poem. What's the title of it?
Here's to Canada. It's Army, Navy, Air Force, Merchant Marine, Ferry Command, and the FIMTA.
The FIMTA? What's that?
The fellow I met this afternoon.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Greetings from Don and Dennis and me, and Jack with eyes of blue.
They have been compared to Lake Ontario through McTavish's kill. Go ahead, Miss Susan. I mean, Miss... Go ahead.
Oh, Canada, you are so mighty. Your snow-capped mountains are so whitey.
Whitey?
Your air is cold, your wind is bitey. That's why I wear a flannel nightie.
Hey. Me too.
Oh, Canada, where seals do play, way up north in Hudson Bay. The Eskimos, they live in igloos and keep their pigs in little pigloos.
Mary, they don't have pigs up there. They eat blubber.
The Eskimos, they live on blubber. It looks like steak, but tastes like rubber.
Well.
The nights up there last half a year. So if you walk in your sleep, take a sandwich and beer.
That's right. That's right. A little midnight snack around the middle of December would be good. Is that all? Is that all, Mary?
No, one more verse.
Okay.
So here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Our visit has been wonderful. So thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Very, very good. Very good. Well, Mary, that was a swell poem and a beautiful thought, and I'm sure that goes for all of us. Now, fellas, before I forget it, excuse me, Ben?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm an Eskimo, and I have a message for you.
Well, a bald-headed Eskimo. He must have a small entrance to his igloo. What's the message, sir?
On behalf of the Eskimos of Canada, Glub, Ugg, Rickajack, Belwa, Zoc, Powie.
What does that mean?
How do I know? I'm a bellboy at the hotel.
How does Bill Morrow get a job as a bellboy? That's right, the Eskimo didn't show up. Now, fellas, as I started to say, tomorrow night when we do our show, I want you all to be ready by 7 o'clock because immediately afterwards we have to take the train for Chicago. That is, you'll be in Chicago and I'll stay in Waukegan. Meanwhile, now who can that be? Hello?
Au revoir, monsieur. C'est moi, Rochester.
Rochester? Why, Rochester, where did you learn to speak French?
Montreal mama done told me.
Oh. Well, what do you want, Rochester? What did you call me about?
Well, I'm down here in the tunnel, boy.
In the tunnel?
Yeah, train just came in from Ottawa. Shall I lower the toll gate?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Rochester. That isn't my tunnel anymore. People can walk through without paying.
This is a fine time to tell me a stockman just knocked me cold with a bagpipe.
What?
That Loch Norman really packed a wallop.
Well, it was all my fault. There's only one thing to do, and that's give the people back their money. Now, how many dimes did you collect?
Only 3, boy.
Only 3?
2 from a newly married couple who didn't want to stop to argue.
Yes?
And 1 from a bald-headed Eskimo.
Well, the Eskimo's here, and I'll take care of them. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, I hope you sent my trunk to the right town. Last week, you sent it to Toledo instead of Toronto.
Don't worry, boss. It's all packed and on its way to Weehawken.
Weehawken?
Maybe it should be Skowhegan.
It's Waukegan. I told you to send the trunk to Waukegan, Illinois. Now, look, get in touch with Weehawken, and then get in touch with Skowhegan, and have them send the trunk to Waukegan.
You better put an Indian on that, boss. How they come from far, those names.
You'll do it yourself. Now, Rochester, that trunk isn't in Waukegan. I mean Skowhegan. I mean Waukegan. When I arrive, this will be your finish. Now, remember when I...
Friends, never has it been so important as it is today for you to choose the right foods in feeding your family. Because America's health and America's victory depends on your thoughtful food buying. That's why our government nutrition authorities urge you to buy more whole grain cereals and serve them oftener. Whole grain cereals are plentiful and economical, and they provide nutritional values we all need, including protective minerals and vitamins. Iron, calcium, phosphorus, proteins, niacin, vitamin B1. You get all those food values in whole grain cereal served with milk. So you see, there's a valuable and thrifty way to help balance other food shortages. Now, your choice may not be Grape Nut Flakes, but if it is, it's a wise choice and a delicious one. For in Grape Nut Flakes, you get a whole grain cereal with a distinctive malty-rich flavor and a crisp, toasty brown texture. But whether you choose Grape Nut Flakes or not, do serve your family more whole grain cereals. Remember, they're plentiful, they're nourishing, they're thrifty.
That was the last number of the 20th program in the new Grape Nut Flake series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting for servicemen in Chicago, Illinois. I want to say that we have had a marvelous time here in Canada. I'd like to thank the Governor General, Prime Minister Mackenzie King, and all the people of Canada for their splendid hospitality. And also, I would like to wish success to the Canadian food industry's special war-saving stamp drive, which is now taking place. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Meyer and Ed Beloy.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for Mapleton. Hail, Silver!
They reined in their horses on a ridge overlooking a crazy quilt green and brown patched valley. Below them, the mountain trail twisted down the rock-ribbed slope and straightened out along the valley floor. Then, from behind the sagebrush, which obscured the wagon road where it contacted the bottomland, they saw a stagecoach heading for the town of Mapleton. For a moment, the three horsemen sat without speaking. watching the stage as it lumbered across the valley. They were the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan, the 14-year-old boy who was the masked man's nephew.
Is that the trail we take, the one the stagecoach is riding?
Yes, Dan. As soon as the horse is arrested.
Trail plenty dangerous for stage.
You're right. With all those cliffs and sharp turns, anything might happen. And behind that sagebrush in the valley could be hiding a...
Outlaws.
Men wear masks.
Hey, they're riding to hold up the stage. It's an ambush.
Come on, Silver.
Hey, let's get over for them.
Get up! Get up! Get up there! Come on! Get up there! Get up, boy! Get up!
Come on that way! Hey, we got them now, Dutch. Brass, keep your gun sights clean. The minute they show themselves, drill them. Ho! Bring it in, boys.
Now watch it, Lefty. Keep your hardware ready. I don't hear a peep out of either of them. Maybe it's a trick. Come on, we'll have a look. That's no trick, Dutch. They're dead as nails. Both the driver and the passenger. Yeah, some of that lead we were pumping got them permanent. That's what the boss wanted. That's not all he wants. Give me a hand with the passenger. I guess there ain't much doubt about him being Tom Arnold. Of course there ain't. He's the spitting image of his twin brother, Jack. Hey, what are we supposed to search for? A locket. A locket? Yeah, a gold locket shaped like a heart. It's got his sweetheart's picture in it. I reckon we'll find it under his shirt around his neck. Hey, Dutch, look. Somebody coming. A masked man riding a white horse. And an Injun and a kid. Get the locket, quick. Here it is, around his neck. I can't unfasten the chain. Let me pry the locket off with this knife. There, I've got it. Come on, let's get out of here. What's your hurry? We can stand him off. We'll riddle him from behind that stage. Not me. I've heard about that, hombre. Well, give us a hint. Must be something special to make you hightail it so fast. He is. He's the Lone Ranger. The Lone... Well, why didn't you say so? Come on, boy. Get us off. Get along there.
Are we going after the outlaws?
Steady. Not right now, Dan. First we'll see if we can be of any help here.
Outlaws get good start.
At least we'll know where to look for them. They headed toward Mapleton.
You look.
What is it, Kimosabe?
Them dead.
Gosh, both of them.
There's the passenger's wallet. Perhaps it will give us a clue to his identity. Well, that's strange.
What you find?
This wallet contains several banknotes.
I don't understand. When we were riding toward the outlaws, we saw them searching the passenger. They didn't hold up the stage for money. What did they waylay it for?
I don't know, Dan. Oh, wait, here's a letter. It's addressed to Tom Arnold.
And there's the name of the person that sent it in the corner of the envelope. Jane Winthrop.
Jane Winthrop. She owns more land than anyone in the county.
What letter say?
Tom Arnold and Miss Winthrop were to be married.
Golly. Now he's dead.
She'll have to be told.
That right.
What's this? This chain around his neck.
Something's been pried from it. The link's been forced open.
Say, maybe that's what the outlaws were searching for. Gosh, I wonder what it was.
Me not know.
All right, Tonto. Unless...
What you think?
Here, Silver.
Come, Scout.
What are we going to do?
First, we'll stand this stage right side up, Dan. Help me fasten a rope to this wheel and to the saddles of Silver and Scout.
You bet.
What we do then?
We're riding to Mapleton, Kimosabe. You and Dan round up the horses and bring in the stage. I'll ride on ahead and then as much as I can before you arrive.
That plenty dangerous. Outlaws know you.
I'll take that chance. Ready, Dan?
Ready.
All right, Silver, pull.
Pull, Scout.
That's it, big fella. One last tug now.
Meanwhile, in Mapleton, Jack Arnold, twin brother of the murdered stage passenger, conferred with Lee Grimes in the latter's law office.
Sit down and take it easy, Jack. Wear a hole in the floor.
Well, what's keeping Dutch and Lefty?
Stop worrying. They'll be along when the job's done.
Well, it ought to be done by now. They've been gone long enough.
I should have chained them legs of yours. But I reckon I know how you feel. It ain't often a man has to wait for his brother to die.
I don't like that kind of talk, Grimes.
It's true, ain't it? You're sitting by while Dutch and Lefty send your brother to Kingdom Come. If your knees weren't knocking so loud, I'd wager you'd even fancy you heard the shot.
Shut up, I tell you.
You've got the willies bad, Jack. Better take a shot of liquor and stiffen you up.
Yeah, guess that's what I need. A drink. That's better.
There ain't no reason for you to get in such a stew. When the boys come back with that locket your brother wears, we'll be in the clover.
What's the locket got to do with it?
I told you. Jane gave your brother the locket when they were kid sweethearts. He gave her one just like it. The pictures are inside.
Well, I still don't see what the locket...
If you hadn't jumped jail and lit out of town before all this happened, I wouldn't have to explain it to you.
Never mind that. Stick to your story.
Well, the kids made a vow that if both continue to wear their lockets when they grow up, they'd marry him.
And then my beloved brother went away, huh?
That's it. He figured he ought to make a fortune of his own before he was entitled to ask the richest girl in the county to be his wife.
My noble brother. And you can bet he made the fortune, too. Tom always did get all the breaks.
Don't make any difference whether he made it or not. All Jane cares about is whether he's wearing her locket. And, acting as Tom, you'll be wearing it.
Suppose she gets wise.
Can't she? You're Tom's twin, ain't you?
Yeah,
Tom's been away from town for 5 years. And you, longer. Most folks have forgotten Tom had a brother.
I reckon he let him forget. Didn't want to own up to a brother who was a jailbird.
Well, your hard luck's over, Jack. This is one break that's right in your lap. I went to a lot of trouble to locate you.
Don't worry, Grimes. I don't aim to forget what you're doing for me.
You'd better not, Jack, or you won't live to enjoy your sudden prosperity.
I'll assign you power to handle the girl's financial affairs just as soon as we're married.
That's the ticket. And when you do, I'll manipulate him so as we'll both be rich.
Somebody coming.
Get in the other room. I don't want anybody seeing you till we're ready. What the...
Oh, it's Dutch and Lefty.
Did you get the locket?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. That's it, all right. Take a look, Jack. There's a picture of the girl inside.
Yeah. Reckon I better start wearing it. Huh?
Sure. The sooner you start, the sooner we collect. What about the brother and the stage driver?
They won't bother you, Grimes. We drilled them both.
Nothing stands in our way now.
I'm not so sure, boss.
What do you mean?
Lefty and me were interrupted while we were finishing the job.
I don't savvy.
Well, Dutch and me were fishing for the locket when a masked man come along the trail on a white horse. The Lone Ranger.
The Lone... Are you sure?
He was riding with an Injun and a kid. There's no mistake in that combination, boss.
Well, if the Lone Ranger's on a trail, Grimes, I'm pulling out...
Shut up! I didn't cook this deal for that masked cat to step in and spoil the broth at the last minute. We ain't licked. Round up all the boys you need pronto. Herd them out on the trail before that stage gets to town. And ambush the Lone Ranger and the two with him.
Yes, that ought to do it.
Come on, Lefty. I've got a feeling this is the end for that masked hombre. Can't be too soon to suit me. Let's go.
Now, this time, make sure you finish the job.
Yeah. If them bodies turn up in this town, we're finished.
They won't turn up. Come on, Lefty.
You wearing that locket, Jack?
Yeah.
Good. We'll ride out to the girl's ranch. I'm introducing you to your future bride, the future Mrs. Tom Arnold, right now.
Sometime later, a few minutes before Dutch and Lefty assembled a band of hard-faced men who wore their guns hung low in the fashion of professional killers, the Lone Ranger rode into Mapleton. Scarcely had he guided Silver down the main street of the town when the gunmen, led by Dutch and Lefty, whipped their mounts toward the valley trail. Unseen by them, the Lone Ranger urged his powerful white stallion toward the Jane Winthrop ranch.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy, oh. Easy. This is one job I wish I didn't have to do, big fella.
Just a minute. Man.
I'm not what you think.
But...
Now, this letter is yours.
Why, yes, I wrote it to Tom. Where did you find it?
On the trail. I'm sorry to say I have bad news for you.
Bad news? I don't understand.
I found
Who
out...
is it, Jane?
I don't know, Tom.
Tom?
Yes, Tom Arnold. The man to whom I wrote this letter.
What? Masked hombre.
You're Tom Arnold?
Of course I am. What business is it of yours?
You're sure there's no mistake?
I don't know what you mean.
Of course there's no mistake. I'd know Tom anywhere. And besides, he's wearing the locket I gave him years ago.
Oh?
Show it to him, Tom.
All right, Jane. Not that it's any of his business. There.
I see.
The stranger gave me this letter I wrote to you. He said he found it on the trail.
Huh? Oh, the letter. Why, yes, I must have dropped it in the stagecoach.
What did you mean, stranger, when you said you had bad news for me?
I'd rather not say just now, Jane.
But I...
Did you meet the stagecoach yourself?
No. Tom introduced himself to Mr. Grimes, the lawyer. Then they both came here.
Grimes,
Now, see here, stranger. We've answered enough of your fool questions. I'm inviting you to leave.
Very well. But we'll meet again. Adios.
That isn't the queerest thing.
Now, don't you worry your head about it, Jane.
Come on, Silver!
I've got to go to town, honey. Business. Important business.
Meanwhile, shielded by sagebrush in an arroyo some miles from town, the gunmen, led by Dutch and Lefty, squinted narrowly at the stagecoach lumbering toward them along the trail and fingered the triggers of their 6 guns. Driving the stage was an Indian. Alongside, riding his own horse and trailing a paint, was a boy.
Don't see the Lone Ranger anywhere, do you, Lefty? Well, maybe he's riding inside the coach. If he was, the kid would be trailing his horse. I reckon you're right. Last him, he's escaped us again. They're almost on us. All right, boys, let him have it.
Come back, boys, Tonto! Riddle him! Shoot him down!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. As guns barked and the tight-lipped, tough renegades whom Dutch and Lefty had rounded up for just this purpose rode to meet the stagecoach, Tonto yanked hard on the reins, and Dan quickly brought his mount to a halt.
Pull up, Dan!
Oh, bring us there! Did they come, Tonto?
You ride. Take Scout. Take Scout with you. Me cover your escape. You ride. Get him up, Scout.
Ship's riding away! Pick him up! Don't let him escape!
You not shoot, Dan.
Look out for the redskin, Lefty. He gets it first. Oh.
Good, you got him.
Oh, boy. Hold on.
What about the kid? Let him go. He's scared green. He won't stop this side of the divide. We won't be bothering with him again. All right. Come on, Lefty. We're taking care of Tom Arnold and the stage driver, so nobody will ever see him again. That go for the redskin, too? No, as long as we didn't get the Lone Ranger. Maybe we can make use of his engine part. We'll take him back to town with us. All right, boys. Hop to it.
Down the main street of Mapleton rode a tall man who sat on a white stallion. He was the Lone Ranger, but the clever disguise of mysterious herbs which he'd applied to his face and the rough clothes of a cowpuncher concealed his true identity. He guided Silver to the hitch rail in front of the law office of Lee Grimes, then dismounted and walked toward the rear door.
Who is it?
I want to talk to you, Grimes.
Who are you?
That's not as important as why I'm here.
I get to the point, stranger. I'm busy.
I will.
What do you want with me?
I have just come from Jane Winthrop's ranch. I met a man there who calls himself Tom Arnold.
What of it?
Well, the story is that he introduced himself to you as Tom Arnold, and you took him to the ranch.
That's right.
I happen to know that man's an imposter, Grimes.
What do you mean?
That the real Tom Arnold was murdered in a stage hold-up.
I can't believe it.
The man I met shared in that murder.
How do you know?
Tom Arnold wore a locket when he was killed. It's now worn by the man who's impersonating him.
You didn't see the murder?
It might be dangerous for you, Grimes, if Arnold's imposter were exposed.
What do you mean?
He'd talk.
You can't threaten me. Who are you, anyway?
There's a rope penalty for murder, Grimes.
I'll make it worth your while if you just keep your mouth shut.
When?
After the wedding. Then I'll be in a position to pay you off.
I see.
Grimes. Dutch and Lefty didn't ambush the Lone Ranger after all. He was just out to the ranch, but...
What's that?
Who's this?
You came at the right time.
You mean to say the Lone Ranger just paid a visit to the ranch?
That voice.
What about it?
Seems to me I've heard this hombre speak before.
Couldn't have been at the ranch, could it, when he was wearing a mask?
Mask? That's it, Grimes. He's a Lone Ranger.
Yeah, disguised like a cowhand.
He must have suspected you.
Of course he did. He came for proof, and he almost got it. That you know, mister. What do you aim to do about it?
Turn you both over to the sheriff?
No, I won't.
Shut up. I don't think you'll turn us over to the sheriff.
You seem very sure.
I am sure. That's how I run my business. Not leave anything to chance. See this?
Why, it's Tonto's. It's a feather he wears in his hair.
Now you're getting smart.
What have you done with him?
The same as we're doing with you. Jumpy, boys! What? That's Lefty! Turn your men loose!
You heard him, boys. Get him!
This'll hold you, Grimes.
Are you low down, polecat?
One for you!
Get that hombre! Rush him, boys! Get behind him, Dutch! I'll show him. That's the ticket!
Oh!
All right, rope him, Lefty. I'll rope him like a bull steer. That maverick's got fists like pile drivers. Grimes!
Where?
Hand me that water jug, Lefty. Here. Better douse Jack while you're at it. He's cold as a mackerel.
What happened?
That water's bringing him around. It'll take more than water to revive the Lone Ranger. That clout on the head you fetched him almost put him out for keeps. That's a sample of what's coming to him later.
Tie that rope tight, Lefty. Then take him in the other room and leave him with the engine.
I got you, Grimes.
Oh, my jaw feels like it's busted.
Stay with Lefty, Dutch. I want a word with Jack.
Sure, boss.
Come on, Jack. Let's go in the front office.
Right, boss.
Well, we're in the clear now, Jack. We couldn't have done a better job of snaring the Lone Ranger if we'd have set the trap ourselves.
What about the kid?
He won't bother us. But says the last he saw the button, he was hightailing for the mountains.
Reckon you're right.
And all that remains is the wedding and signing these papers.
What's that?
These papers give me power of attorney, authority to handle you and your wife's affairs as I see fit. All I need to make it legal is your signatures.
Oh, I savvy.
Did you tell Jane to meet you here in my office?
Yeah, she ought to be here any minute.
She'd better. The wedding don't come off until these papers are signed.
You can't stop it now. It's set for tonight.
I'm making the plans around here, Jack. And I say the papers come first.
But there's all...
That's her now. Remember, your name's Tom.
I hope I'm not late, Mr. Grimes.
Of course not, Jane. Come right in. Tom's waiting for you.
Hello, Jane.
Hello, Tom.
Well, tonight's the night, huh? It's a mighty big event for Mapleton, Jane. Your wedding. Well, I shouldn't keep you waiting on your wedding night. Papers are all here. All you and Tom have to do is sign them.
Mr. Grimes, may I speak to you alone?
Aye, certainly. Step into the next room, will you, Tom?
Yeah, if you say so.
What is it, Jane?
Mr. Grimes, I'm not sure I want to marry Tom.
What's that?
He seems so different from what he was before he went away. Sort of hard. I mean, tough. He's not at all like the Tom I used to know.
Well, now, Jane, after all, Tom's been away for 5 years, knocking about. Man's bound to grow a little hard living that way, and, well, he did it for you. He's still wearing your locket.
Yes, I know. I guess I'm just being silly.
Sure. Tom's a fine boy. Now, Jane, if you'll just sign right here.
Oh, very well.
Well, that's fine.
I think I'd better be getting back to the ranch. I've got a lot to do before the wedding. Will you tell Tom?
Of course. Now, don't you worry your little head about it.
Thanks, Mr. Grimes.
Thank you, my pretty lady. Well, there it is, Jack. All I need to make it binding is your signature. And the wedding.
I left the door open. It sounded like there wasn't going to be any wedding.
Yep. It was thin ice. But it's all set now. But just be careful how you act tonight.
I'll be careful. Till after the wedding. Where's them papers?
It was some time later when the Lone Ranger regained consciousness and attempted to press his fingers to his throbbing head, only to discover that his hands were bound. Suddenly, he saw a familiar form stir nearby.
Tonto. Oh, good. You wake now.
Where are we?
We held prisoner in Grimes' house. You get bad blow on head.
Yes, that bandage. You're wounded.
Oh, bullet only grazed shoulder. It not hurt bad.
Dan, where is he?
Me not know. Outlaws ambush us on trail. Me tell Dan to escape. Him ride to mountains.
Yeah, I'm glad of that. We've got to get out of here, Tonto.
Almost time for wedding.
You mean Grimes and Jack have already left?
That right. Them leave Dutch and Lefty to guard us.
We could only get free of these ropes.
Oh, me try that. Ropes tied plenty tight.
Only hope is Dan.
Him come. Me feel sure.
It's Dutch and Lefty.
What do you know? The Lone Ranger's got his eyes open, Lefty.
Might as well. Tonight's the last time he'll have a chance to use them.
Yeah. As soon as Grimes gets back, we're holding a special party in honor of you two.
Yeah, we're going to marry you to a coffin.
Well, they don't seem to be very talkative tonight, Lefty. Maybe we ought to teach them to be more social.
Sure. Or maybe they're just shy and need a little encouragement. Like the hot end of a burning stick.
We don't want them to be wallflowers. Take one of them brands out of the fireplace.
Anything to oblige.
Follow. Me here. That damn signal.
Be ready to make a break.
Me savvy.
What in thunder?
Dutch, it's a fireplace. Looks like it's blowing up.
Let's get out of here.
Wait, I know what it is. The bullets. One of them just rolled on the floor. Somebody's on the roof dropping bullets down the chimney.
I'll pump it full of lead. Come on.
I'm with you.
I came as quick as I could.
Good work, Dan. Can you cut these ropes?
You bet. I've got my knife right here.
Hurry.
There. Now you're free. They get Tonto.
They come back. Let me pass.
We'll be ready for them.
Here they come.
There. You're free, Tonto.
Not good.
Lefty, the kid. He's free. The Lone Ranger and the engine.
Drill him. No, you don't. No.
Blast you. I'll take this.
Tie them up, Dan. We're taking them with us.
Now, Jane, Tom, step up here and join hands. Yeah, that's fine. Now repeat after me.
Wait.
Lone Ranger.
I thought he was...
No one moves until I've had my say.
Just what do you mean by this interruption, stranger?
Sheriff, the man you know as Tom Arnold is an imposter. He's really Tom's twin.
Jack Arnold?
Yes.
That's a lie. You've got no proof.
Jane, have you a letter from Tom?
Well, yes, I have one right here. The last one he wrote.
And I have a document here signed by Jack as Tom Arnold. We found it in Grimes' office. You can see for yourself that the signatures are not the same.
Doggone if you ain't right.
And this same document, Sheriff, will prove to you that Grimes conspired with Jack to swindle Jane out of her wealth.
That's a frame-up. I don't know anything about it.
I'll be the judge of that, Grimes.
Then Tom, what about him?
Tom is dead, Jane.
Dead?
What do you mean, stranger?
He was murdered along with the driver of the stage that was bringing him to Mapleton. Show the prisoners, Tonto.
Dutch and Lefty.
Grimes and Jack planned the murder, Sheriff. Dutch and Lefty carried it out.
That settles it. I'm jailing the four of you, and I'm aiming to see you hang.
Not me, you won't.
Glory be. You won't be using that hand to shoot with again, Grimes. Boys, take care of these hombres. I'll meet you at the jail. I'm sorry, Miss Jane.
That's all right, Sheriff. I'm glad he isn't Tom. I thought Tom had changed and I didn't know him anymore. Now I'm glad I know the truth. I must thank the Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. Tonight, with Elliot Nugent as our star, Cavalcade presents a new radio play written especially for us by Cave and Riper. It is called The War Comes to Dr. Morgan. Its story is pertinent to our times and to all of us. A story of a Midwestern physician faced with the problem of deciding where lies his first duty, in his home community or on the field of battle. Starring Elliot Nugent in The War Comes to Dr. Morgan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Our story tonight begins in the shambles of what was once a native hut in the Solomons. Under the crossfire of a Jap gun hidden in the jungle and a Jap destroyer lurking near the shore, 2 Marines and a doctor, caught in the trap, wait to see how their luck turns.
Hey, you there, Corporal. Don't monkey with that tourniquet.
Oh, no, sir.
I guess I got you to thank for my arm, ain't I?
And me with this hole through my gullet. We're a couple of lucky guys you're here, Doc.
Oh, stop it. It's just a... Go nuts waiting for them Japs to get close enough to pick us off. Fine talk from you that's been dodging New York taxis for your 21 years.
Where'd you come from, Doc?
Small town.
Drafted?
Nope, volunteered. I went through a war to get here.
Yeah?
How come? Oh, it started on a fall day when I took my girl on a picnic.
A picnic? Get him.
Sure, I like picnics. Oh, it was September, kind of a gray day the Middle West gets with smoke in the air. We left our offices early. You see, she's a reporter on our county paper. Her dad's the editor. We were sitting at a wooden table in the picnic ground by the lake. I remember Annie turned to me and said...
Oh, gosh. Pine Lake's so beautiful, isn't it? Is that what you're thinking?
Oh, I had a letter from Doc Andrews today. Somewhere in the Pacific.
Oh, you did?
He says they need doctors badly. Lives to be saved right there on the spot.
Yes, but you told me, well, Dad ran it in the paper. The medical board said you were needed here. They won't let you go.
They will if I'm willing to be replaced or if I find someone to take over my practice.
But, darling, if this is your place, if this is what you're supposed to do...
Listen, Annie, I need your help. Grandpa Morgan was the first doctor in this town. Dad was the second. Even when he gave me those years abroad to study, I still wanted to come back here and live and practice. When Dad died last year, I knew he died contented because I was taking his place, watching over the people we both loved.
How can you love us if you want to go?
But, you see, you're my stake, Annie. You and Pineville. That's why I've got to go. Why, darling, I thought you'd be the first one to...
To pat you on the back? I can't do it. I won't.
Annie, are you crying?
No, I'm not. But I'm afraid. Yes, that's the truth. I'm afraid you'll never come back.
I don't get it. Well, you've been the bravest woman I've ever known about everything else.
Please. Don't hurt me, Jim.
But you've got to tell me why.
Because I've felt secure with you. I've dared to trust the future with you. But now you're going away of your own free will. Jim, I can't face the chance of... I can't bear it.
But, Annie, darling, that's a personal, selfish fear. It isn't like you.
I can't help it.
Annie, you shouldn't force me to make a decision like this.
I can't help it, Jim. That's the way I feel.
Well, suppose I were to say, even though my heart breaks for you, darling, I haven't any choice.
Well, then I'd rather finish it now. Call me a coward. Call me anything you like. Oh, Jimmy, don't go.
Darling, I've got to.
You won't change your mind.
Don't you see I can't?
Why, hello, Anne.
Hello, Ella. How's the sewing coming?
Oh, just going to Miss Judson's to finish her black satin. My, you look a little palish.
I think Dr. Morgan's going to volunteer for Army service.
You don't say. You going to be married before he goes?
No. Duty comes first. But don't tell anyone, will you?
Who, me? Why, Anne, you know I never talk.
Of course, I suppose if his patients protest enough. Well, I'll be seeing you, Ella.
Dr. Morgan's office? Well, he's in consultation right now, Miss Haynes. I'll have him call when he can. You're welcome. Goodbye.
You're a great liar, Emily, but what am I going to do? Everybody in Pineville County's been on that phone.
They're giving you the business, Doctor, that's what.
I wouldn't wonder if somebody even went to the medical board.
Oh, they've tried that already. Didn't work. The board said it was up to you.
Oh, Doctor, forgive me for coming in.
Oh, why, Mr. Judson?
Really, I'm in such a state. Oh, my heart.
Oh, sit right down here, Mrs. Judson. I just didn't hear the bell, but I'm sure you rang it. I'll be at my desk, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've had a pain round my heart so bad. Scarcely any sleep last night. Mr. Judson didn't see how I was actually going to pull through. He even wanted to give me some of his patent medicine. But I stuck to your prescription.
Oh, his medicine's harmless. Mr. Judson's made quite a fortune from it.
Doctor, what is this we hear about your going into the Army? Why, here we've built our lovely new home, settled down here because we knew we had good medical care.
Oh, I'm going to find a successor you'll like much better than me.
No, Dr. Morgan, no. Really, no. I'm speaking for Mr. Judson. We must ask you to reconsider. Now, I won't press you for an answer now, but we'll talk to you later. Oh, don't forget I'm going to catch you for dinner one night next week. Bye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Bye, Emily.
Goodbye. Mr. Grant's waiting.
Oh. Ask him to come in.
Mr. Grant, come in, please.
Hello, Henry. Hi, Doc. Sit down. What have you been up to? Oh, what's that bandage mean?
Doing the last of the thrashing yesterday. Caught my hand on the dang thing.
Mm-hmm. So I see. Well, why didn't you call me when it happened?
I couldn't. Running short-handed.
Oh, darn you anyway for not calling me last night. Look at that hand.
You know, Jim, when you first come back from Europe, we didn't know if you was going to be our doc or not. The first time you come out, you started to help me clean out the barn. Remember?
Yeah. Steady now. This might hurt a little.
Hurt away. I knew right then you was a Morgan, all right. Don't think we could use a doc around here that didn't have a little farm smell around him. Pineville's touchy that way.
What are you trying to tell me, Henry?
That we need you here. The board says you can stay, and we aren't going to welcome no stranger.
Have I ever told you how to run your farm?
No. You're touchy, too. Just like your pa. But we mean it, Doc.
Hi there, Amos.
Well, come in, Doc. Come in. Have a chair. Just put the paper to bed.
How's your homely daughter?
Disposition's like chain lightning. Strikes anywhere, everywhere, without warning.
I suppose you know that some people in town don't speak to me anymore. And the ones who never liked me anyway say they knew I didn't have the town's interests at heart.
Yeah. They always tote that old chestnut out.
Where do you stand in this?
Me?
Are you Ann's dear papa? Or are you the editor of the Pineville Journal?
Yeah, I know. I haven't commented on this editorial.
Dodging home issues?
After all, Jim, she is my daughter.
What about me? I'm losing my woman, my wife. What do you suppose I've gone through trying to do what I think's right?
Yeah, I know that.
Amos, it doesn't make sense. Millions of women are sending their men to the front with smiles. What's the basis of this fear?
Well, I've got a guess. When she was away at school, a kid of 18, she came home for summer vacation a different person. Almost a state of shock.
Huh?
Wouldn't say a word. Nearly drove me and her mother crazy. But you know how stubborn she is. She's never to this day told me about it. You think you might try it?
She won't even see me. She won't even talk to me over the phone.
Well, she would if you said that you'd change your mind.
Can't do it. I'm going, and that's why I want your help.
Well, Just what would you want me to do?
I want the Pineville Journal to go all out on a campaign of civilian health, like personal letters, from me if necessary, on diet, exercise, proper rest. We need a big drive to recruit every grown-up for first aid courses so everybody can take care of minor accidents and injuries. Prevention, Amos. If we can educate our people to take the best of care of themselves, I won't feel so worried about leaving them. Cigarette? No, thanks, not now. Now then, there's the business of my successor.
Picked anybody?
Yep. Henry Grant suggested him, though he didn't know it.
Who is he?
A man I first met abroad, Dr. Hugo Altman of Paris.
Refugee doctor. Whoa, Jim. Whoa,
Oh, Amos,
whoa.
Amos, for Pete's sake, I'm so sick of that word refugee. What else were the Mayflower passengers? Let's call him an emigre doctor, if you like.
Well, I think I'm as broad-minded as any man, but...
Sure, but... Now listen, there's room here for all of us. That's the idea America's built on.
You're going to run into a lot of prejudice, son.
Oh, what's prejudice? It's fear. What does a child do? Things that are new and strange, he thinks have a kind of mysterious power. So he's afraid of being pushed out by the newcomer. It's a throwback to childhood if people would only realize it.
True.
I loathe fear, Amos. I loathe what it does to good, decent people.
Your dad felt that way, too.
You're darn right he did. Didn't a bunch of good farmers get so scared that they tried to tar and feather Grandpa Morgan when he started vaccinating? Oh, don't get me started about fear. I've looked into too many sick hearts as well as sick bodies. I've seen how it cripples and twists. And you think I'm not tasting the gall of supreme irony? Amos, fear is standing between me and the only woman I've ever loved or ever will love.
Well,
Oh, Amos, you've got to help me fight the good fight. Dr. Altman's the man for our people.
What makes you think so?
Why, he's the most like my dad of any man I ever met. His father was a farmer in southern Austria. He knows all about people who live in counties like ours.
How old is he?
Well, he's about 60. He's just passed our state board. Now's the time to grab him. Oh, come on, Amos. Take that fat lead pencil of yours and write one of those editorials that have been leading us for 30 years.
I guess you're right. These days, a man has to be a citizen first and a father second. Otherwise, he's apt to find himself without his country or his family.
Let me warm your coffee, Dr. Altman. That local train from the city is murder.
Oh, my friend, it is luxury compared to some trains. Thank you.
Doctor, I'd like to inquire after Mrs. Altman.
Dead, my dear young friend.
Dead?
You know, we went from Vienna to Paris. So when the Germans invaded Paris, too, she set up a canteen for the people. She was machine gunner.
Oh, horrible. Forgive me.
Of course.
What about Professor Durand?
Shot himself. And the Gestapo man. But no, there is no use to talk of things that happened. In a little corner of your mind, you would say impossible. Propaganda, of course. It cannot be otherwise in this great, beautiful country, untouched by bombs.
I pray it always stays that way.
Amen. Doctor, before you present me to your patients, we must discuss our contract.
Contract?
I understand that everything is done here by contract, so there is one clause I insist upon.
Well?
It must be clearly understood here and now that when you return, I go. That is my last and final word. I'm immovable.
Well, all right. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but thanks. Thanks very much.
Not at all. Your town does not want you to leave,
What makes you say that?
The young lady at the train, the one who came to interview me, she seems so to dislike my coming here.
She's my fiancée. Oh? Correction, she... my former fiancée.
Oh, I am sorry.
Oh, I'll tell you the truth. She doesn't want me in the war, paralyzed by fear. She won't talk to me about it, but frankly, Doctor, I think it's a kind of phobia, and my hands are tied. Couldn't even stop her making trouble in town, trying to keep me home. Can you weather trouble, Doctor?
I can always try.
Good. Then let's start now. I'd like you to meet your new patients as soon as possible.
You are listening to The War Comes to Dr. Morgan, starring Elliot Nugent on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Young Dr. Morgan, played by Elliot Nugent, is torn between what he feels is his duty to his country and his fiancée's unreasoning fears for his safety. As our play continues, he is taking his successor to call on his patients, already aroused against the newcomer.
I'm awful sorry, Dr. Morgan, but Mrs. Hudson, she isn't home this afternoon. She isn't here.
But I saw her myself as we drove. Oh, I see. I see, Hilda. All right, thank you. Come, Dr. Altman.
Assuredly.
Sorry, Doctor.
No, my friend. I know what I am talking about. For 59 years, I have known the pig intimately. I was born on a farm. The Berkshire hog is a superior animal.
But the Berkshire eats his head off, and what you get?
I will tell you what you get.
Look, I hate to break up this debate, but Henry, if Dr. Altman is going to look at your hand, we'll have to go up to the house right now. We're due back in town for a first aid lecture.
Well, I tell you, Doc, it's been a pleasure to meet you, and I know we're going to get along fine. But the truth is, my wife, there's some kind of a female ruckus going on around town. And I tell you, let me come in and see you next week at the office.
Monday?
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday.
Do you mind if we sit in here in the sunroom, Dr. Altman?
Oh, not at all, Miss Barlow. It's very pleasant.
Yes. My mother did her sewing and embroidery here. We kept the chintzes and her flowering plants. I suppose Dr. Morgan sent you.
Indeed, he did not. Dr. Morgan is in the city.
He is?
His orders came unexpectedly. He is in the city attending to his final papers.
Final papers?
He returns here tomorrow, and instead of leaving in 4 weeks as he thought, he leaves tomorrow night.
But I can't believe it. I never thought he...
You never thought he would actually go?
No, I guess I didn't. I've hoped all along we could...
Force him to stay? You needn't answer. I know.
Where is he in the city? I'm going to telephone him. I've got to see him.
Wait, Miss Barlow. Do you think he wants to see you?
Why, what do you mean?
Well, here is a young man who knows the terrible life and death battle going on all over the world. Deliberately turning his back on his private life, his own interests, and going away into a very real danger.
Don't say that. Why must you say that?
And here you are, his enemy. The one who's fought to keep him here by any means. He loves you, but he hates what you have done.
I've been afraid.
He's told me something about you. That is why I am here.
Perhaps he used words. But no one could tell what... No.
I know what it is to feel fear.
No, not mine, you don't. You think I don't see how I must appear to you, to the rest? As though I were blind to what's going on today? As though my personal grief outweighed the world's? Oh, don't you see it isn't that? It's that I'm helpless. I'm not free to be what Jim wants.
But that fear I do know. When I was a young intern, one of my first patients in the hospital was a young girl. She's like a flower. I fell in love with her. And day by day, I watched her die.
Did you? Then you do know. And did it paralyze you?
Yeah. For months.
Did you cry?
No. I couldn't.
No, nor I. I just sat and stared at nothing.
When?
When I was not quite 18. I'd fallen in love, young love. Oh, it was so wild, disastrous, too, because one day...
One day what? Tell me.
Was the girl you loved laughing and gay?
That is what hurts so.
Oh, yes, I know. That's what... You see, I couldn't believe that anyone so alive could be dead. He was going to meet me. And that very afternoon we were going to get our license. It was all very young and crazy, romantic. We had luncheon in a funny little hamburger joint. And then we stopped. And he brought me a white rose. I can't bear them. They make me sick. And he kissed me goodbye. He was going home to pack, and I was. He stepped off the curb and started out into the street. And then he turned to smile at me. But the car, I saw the car, and I tried to scream. I swear I tried to scream. Why didn't I scream and save him? Why? Don't let him smile at me. Dear God, make him stop smiling at me. But the car struck him.
There.
Don't let him smile at me.
Try it out, every bit. Every bad hurt. Every feeling of pain.
Dr. Altman. Yeah. Are you sure Gus wanted to see me now? After all, I've got just a couple of hours before train time.
Please, Doctor. He said he'd been janitor at the high school where you attended. We have to go through the gymnasium. Just a brisk walk.
Oh, all right. Matter of fact, I'm kind of glad to say goodbye to somebody.
Oh, naturally.
I've walked this path so many times.
So?
Yeah, all the town meetings are held here. Last one, they even made me speak. Why, such a lot of backslappings. Well, times change.
But men of principle do not, as you have proved. You open the door. After you, my dear friend.
Thanks.
Dr. Morgan. Jim, you didn't think that we'd let you leave without giving us a speech, did you? Come on.
Look here, wait a minute. Say, who did this? I mean,
have a chair, Jim. Quiet, everybody. First, Mrs. Harwell Glabber Judson.
As president of the Pineville Women's Association, I wish to welcome Dr. Altman to our fair little city and to wish our dear Dr. Morgan good luck and Godspeed.
Now may I present the chairman of the reception committee.
Thank you, Dad. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank Mrs. Judson and Mrs. Grant, whom I appealed to last night and who rose so valiantly to the occasion. And I thank all the ladies who helped trim the gymnasium and furnish the supper on such short notice. Dr. Morgan's wedding will take place immediately after the speeches. You're all invited.
Annie, darling.
No more fear. The future's ours. I'll tell you what happened when we were on the train.
And now, if my daughter will kindly release that poor trapped young man from her stranglehold, we'd like to hear what he has to say.
Well, thanks, Amos. If I can catch my breath, Well, you know, as I look at all of you, so many pictures flash through my mind. Like the apple trees blooming in our orchard. And those babies of yours that Dad helped bring into the world, and the ones I did. The new fire engine and the sacrifices we had to make to buy it. The time we all got mad at Amos's editorials on state inspection of fruit. Well, the pasture back at Sloan's barn where the kids always find the first spring violets. Tonight I've got every sight and smell and sound of Pineville inside me. You know why I'm going. I'll leave with a clear conscience because I'll leave a fine man in my place. You'll always be with me. Every one of you walked in the procession that carried my dad to the graveyard. Every one of you shook my hand when I first hung out my shingle. So I don't say goodbye. Only God keep you and bless you.
Joy, all the greatest dream for
Gosh, darling, I don't even have a wedding bouquet for you unless... Well, look, Mrs. Judson shoved this into my buttonhole. Will you marry me carrying just one white rose?
Of course, darling. It'll be the most beautiful bouquet in the world. Why, Jim, you're shaking.
Well, I don't mind telling you. This is once in my life I'm scared to death.
the star of tonight's cavalcade, Elliot Nugent.
Thank you. We hope that you enjoyed our play on Cavalcade tonight, but we hope even more that you'll remember it not only as a half hour of radio entertainment, but as an example every American can follow in making it possible to relieve physicians for the war effort. Just staying healthy at home will help save lives on the battlefronts of the world. Thank you.
You've probably never heard of a little New York tailor named Hercules Mulligan. But if it had not been for his wits, George Washington might never have led his Continental Army to victory. Next week on Cavalcade, DuPont presents the celebrated character actor Edmund Gwenn as Hercules Mulligan in a new radio play, The Plot to Kidnap General Washington, a comedy melodrama suggested by the distinguished American writer Carl Carmer. Be with us next week when Cavalcade presents Edmund Gwenn as Hercules Mulligan in The Plot to Kidnap General Washington, an exciting story of intrigue and adventure. On tonight's program, the part of Ann Barlow was played by Arlene Francis. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Low. Steam. 6 John 3. Overhead. West.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard at the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Good evening. This is Harry Von Zell speaking. Tonight, the 27th performance of Eyes Aloft brings the first news release of the War Department's decision regarding the change in its tentative plans that the WACs would take over operation of the filter centers. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Frost, signal officer of the 4th Fighter Command Headquarters, was flown here this afternoon to make this important explanation. Also, you'll hear the music of Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywoodmen, Filter Center News by Sam Hayes, this week's winning entry of the Why Do I Come Here contest, another great American story, and the presentation of the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Brooklyn. For an interview with Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer, Navy flying officer who saved a soldier's life through the aid of members of an Oregon observation post. And now here is your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gain Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Tonight we have a most vital announcement of interest to every filter center worker. It will clear up many questions and rumors about the future of filter center personnel. But we open our program with the winner of this week's Why Do I Come Here contest. Each week we present a Treasury Department war-saving stamp book with $5 worth of war stamps to the person sending in the best 100-word entry stating why he or she continues to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Also, the winner's observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock. Gordon Jenkins composes an original orchestral score to background the reading of each winning entry. Here is this week's winner of our contest. Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Mrs. George C. Flower, Gresham, Oregon.
Why do I come here? Daughter of a man who was an emigrant from a little country in Europe, I learned when a tiny child what the four freedoms meant to one who left the land of his birth and crossed the ocean to a strange country to satisfy his freedom-loving heart. Love for our United States is perhaps stronger in one who realizes what it means to live without freedom. And my father instilled this great love of our country in the hearts of his family. Coming to the post for a few hours' watch is such a small contribution to make. But as I scan the starlit skies, my ears tuned to the roar of motor, there is a prayer of thankfulness on my lips for the privilege of being an American. And in the twinkling of the stars, I see the twinkling smile of approval from my freedom-loving father. Yes, that's why I come here.
Congratulations, Mrs. George C. Flower of Gresham, Oregon, for contributing this week's winning entry. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your observation post an attractive desk clock. And now, Harry Von Zell, will you read the three names of the honorable mention prize winners?
Right, Gain. Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been mailed as honorable mention prizes to the following persons. John P. Thompson, 217 Church Street North, Montesano, Washington. Dorothy Adams of Winters, California. And Mrs. Iris Stanley, 208 South State Street, Kent, Washington.
Volunteers who wish to contribute a 100-word entry for next week's Why Do I Come Here contest should address their entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Statements are based on originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. Merely write in why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be a winner. Time now for that popular department, Filter Center News, edited by the well-known newscaster Sam Hayes. At the conclusion of this news feature, you will hear from Colonel Robert Frost, who interprets the War Department's statement regarding Filter Center personnel. But here first, the 5th edition of Filter Center News. Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes bringing you personal news items about Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Seattle, Washington. Mae Peterson, Seattle Information Center worker of 4 Trick, will leave February 20th to begin her training as a WAC. This brings to 14 the total enlistments of Seattle Information Center volunteers in the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. The loss of the Army Air Force's Aircraft Warning Service is the gain of the WACs. Both are essential war services. Olympia, Washington. The Washington State Military Affairs Committee and other legislators now in session in the state capitol visited the Olympia Filter Center recently at the invitation of Captain Leroy J. Wanlass, Filter Center officer. More Pacific Coast legislators to learn firsthand of Aircraft Warning Service activities. San Francisco. Evelyn Derrick, age 21 of shift number 4 today, is mourning the loss of her brother, Walter, age 19, a third-class petty officer of the United States Navy, who was killed while on active duty. Evelyn volunteered the day after Pearl Harbor and has been serving the AWS ever since. Our deepest sympathy, Miss Derrick. Also, San Francisco. Margaret Oldenburg, Ship 9, wife of Ensign Jack H. Oldenburg, who is on active duty, has just left for Texas, where she will train for the Women's Auxiliary Ferry Squadron.
Sam, may I interrupt one moment?
Certainly, Harry.
Well, thanks. I want to speak now to the women of San Francisco only. Ladies, many former Filter Center workers are joining the WACs and the Waves. This leaves vacancies for new recruits to the Aircraft Warning Service. If you are willing to share this work to help protect your nation, go to your phone at the conclusion of this broadcast and learn how you may become a San Francisco Filter Center worker. Just dial Xbrook 5998. The number again, Xbrook 5998. You are needed. You can hold a place in an essential war work and still remain in your home city. Call Xbrook 5998.
Port Angeles, Washington. The 48-hour week won't influence Connie Wonder's loyalty to the Filter Center. Connie works from 12 midnight to 8 in the morning at the mill in Port Angeles and then comes in for 3 hours of duty nearly every day at the Port Angeles Filter Center. That's the way to help win the war. Sacramento. Miss Dorothy Myers, a Sacramento junior college girl who has served the AWS more than 1,500 hours, is now reporting to duty in a special overseas military unit. Eugene, Oregon. Wedding bells. Wedding bells will soon ring for Marjorie Brazil, who has just announced her engagement to handsome Sergeant Ted Strupp of Eugene Filter Center. San Diego. Mrs. Lillian Britton completed 1 year's service at the San Diego Filter Center on February 6th. During this time, she was never absent nor tardy from her midnight to dawn shift. Mrs. Britton not only fulfills her duties at the Filter Center, she manages a home for her family and also holds down a full-time job during the day. That's what we call really pitching in. Bellingham, Washington. Happy birthday stuff.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Corporal Ernest Simmons and Private First Class Glenn Schurz of the Bellingham Filter Center. Roseburg, Oregon. More wedding bells. On February 14th, Lois Blake and Lieutenant Norman Benson were married at the First Christian Church. Lois Blake is the daughter of Mrs. Bertha C. Blake, supervisor of Shift N at the Filter Center. Redding, California. There had been some changes made. After serving over a year, the women of Shift 8 conceded the graveyard shift Thursday mornings to the men. North Coast Filter Center, San Francisco. Martha Barham, shift number 7, has temporarily resigned, anticipating a blessed event. And thus we close tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination for the honor roll of service. This week, we name Mrs. Helen Longfellow of Shift 6 of the Redding Filter Center, who served the aircraft warning service during the month of January, 201 hours. This is your Eyes Alofter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
We present at this time Colonel Robert Frost, Signal Officer of the 4th Fighter Command. Harry Von Zell, will you and Colonel Frost take over?
We have it, Gain. Now, for the past several months, it has been generally understood that the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, the WACS, would relieve the civilian volunteers of the information and filter centers. Can you tell us what the present plans happen to be?
I am happy to be able to make the first formal and authoritative announcement relative to this problem. Plans have been changed now.
Changed? You mean the WACS will not replace civilian volunteers at the filter and information centers?
Positively not. These volunteers have spent many long hours carrying on the work of the Aircraft Warning Service and have demonstrated to the War Department their willingness and ability to perform this indispensable service to the 4th Fighter Command.
Well, that's certainly true, I know.
We have just received word today from the War Department in Washington. The Commanding General of the Army Air Forces has just notified the Commanding General of the Western Defense Command that no members of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps will replace volunteers who man the Aircraft Warning Service installations in the continental United States.
In other words, the Army is pleased and satisfied with the work the civilians have done.
Yes, the most efficient kind of a job. As a matter of fact, civilian volunteers will be called upon now to perform vital services for the Aircraft Warning Service on an even larger scale.
Oh, then the AWS needs more recruits?
Positively. Any woman who can fill the necessary requirements is asked to offer her services. You see, the WACS, on the other hand, will be used by the War Department to release military personnel for service in combat areas. WACS will not be used to replace civilian volunteers who are already performing an essential service in a superior manner.
A superior manner? Just how do you mean that, Colonel Frost?
I simply mean that the civilian volunteers of the 4th Fighter Command have been doing a superior job for more than a year. As you know, Harry, superior is the highest rating we have in the Army.
Yes, I know. And you say more civilians are needed now to keep the filter centers in operation according to Army requirements.
8,000 volunteers are needed to man information and filter centers here on the Pacific Coast. They are needed as plotters, filterers, tellers, clerks, teletype operators, and in a variety of other assignments.
I see. Well, what is the War Department's attitude regarding the filling of these vital jobs?
Well, the War Department has, by this new and well-defined action, placed the responsibility of manning the filter centers and observation posts squarely upon the citizens of the Pacific Coast.
Well, now that they know where they stand, I think everyone who has served is ready to settle down on their jobs for the duration.
We of the Army believe they will continue. However, the turnover of filter center workers is large at this moment.
Turnover of personnel is higher now? Why?
For many reasons. Many men and women are joining other branches of the armed forces. Increasingly difficult domestic problems require some to leave. Countless reasons open the way for any number of civilians to share the responsibility of operating the Army's information and filter centers.
Mm-hmm. Well, how can people volunteer? Whom do they call? Where do they go to find out if they're acceptable?
They should telephone or visit their local office of civilian defense and say that they want to join the Aircraft Warning Service. It is every citizen's duty to offer his services, if he or she can possibly spare the time each week while this war is going on.
Well, thank you, Colonel Frost, for coming here to release that good news tonight on our Eyes Aloft program.
The artillery, the Air Corps, the Navy, the Quartermaster's Corps, they all have their own fighting song. Not so the famous infantry of the Army. They have no official song. So Jack Rock, well-known Hollywood songwriter, has just written an up-to-the-minute song for the infantry. The song has been presented to infantry headquarters in Washington for consideration. And here, Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywoodmen give the premiere performance of this catchy, exciting song, Marching Feet.
Send out the news that hobnail shoes are on the march again. Send out the word that we have heard, the cry of conquered men. We'll fly when we can, we'll ride when we can, but the chant of victory is the rhythmic beat, the marching feet of the U.S. infantry.
Started marching on the morn that America was born. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marching always with a plan for the liberty of man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Through the dust and through the snow, forward march and on we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marching with a steady tread for the victory ahead. Here we come. Tell them to beat the drum. Tell them the infantry's marching on. Send up the cheer that we are here and on the winning side. Send up the noise that Sammy's voice will never be denied. We'll fly when we can, we'll ride when we can, but the chant of victory is the rhythmic beat, the marching feet of the U.S. infantry.
We switch controls now to Portland, Oregon, where Lieutenant Bill Hines, Executive Officer of the Portland Filter Area Ground Observer Corps, is waiting to interview Lieutenant Commander Rudolph C. Bauer, U.S. Navy. Are you there, Portland?
This is Portland. Lieutenant Hines speaking. Sitting here with me is the executive officer of the Naval Air Station at Tongue Point. He's Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer, who made the daring rescue of a soldier who was the member of a crew of an Army bomber which crashed into the ocean just off Gerhardt, Oregon. When did it all happen, Commander Bauer?
Last November 20th. I'll never forget that day.
Well, your station received the call, and you took a plane and went to the rescue.
Yes, but the thing that I have thought about so many times since is the fact that my Naval Air Station received that warning call so fast.
Well, just what do you mean, sir?
I mean, it was a murky, drizzly morning. There was an overcast, and visibility was poor. Yet somebody, a civilian, saw that Army bomber crash into the ocean and knew what to do about it.
I know. The observation post at Seaside, Oregon, some 3 miles from Gerhardt, where the plane crashed, made an immediate report to the Portland Filter Center.
Yes, and there was still another report, that of a Mrs. Henry Goodrich at Gerhardt. The accident happened right out in front of her house on the beach.
How far from the shore did the plane crash into the ocean?
Well, I judge about a half a mile to a mile offshore. The pilot was evidently trying to get into land, but the headwinds were too strong.
But to go back to Mrs. Goodrich, she saw the bomber crash in the ocean. Did she call the Naval Air Station at Tongue Point?
No. She knew what to do. She called the Seaside Observation Post and reported.
Oh, but they'd seen the plane and reported it.
Yes, I know. But the observation post was 3 miles away. The accident happened right out in front of where Mrs. Goodrich lives, and she called and confirmed what the post observer...
Mr. Charles Voorhees?
I think so. Mrs. Goodrich confirmed and added to the observer's observations. He was able to make a complete report, and the nearest air station to the accident, the Naval Air Station Tongue Point, had a complete report before we took off for the search.
You say before we took off?
That's right.
Well, don't you mean you? You're the man who flew out there and rescued one of the men.
Well, I had Raymond First Class R.K. Whalen with me, and we did what we could do together.
Well, the people down in Hollywood are going to dramatize the actual facts of the incident. Shall we cut back to them? You might get a kick out of hearing just the way it all happened, Commander Bauer.
I certainly would. But first, may I say something?
Why, certainly, sir. What's that?
We of the Navy think that the observers, the Philo Center people, all of those aircraft warning service are doing a great job. If it hadn't been for those volunteers, a man's life might have been lost. As it was, 2 men died, but 2 lived after the crash.
You saved one.
And 1 swam ashore exhausted. But the man's life who was saved by the prompt reporting by the ground observers in that area must be worth every hour that any member of the Aircraft Warning Service has ever put in.
Well, thank you, Commander Bauer. And let's switch back to Hollywood and listen to the entire incident recreated. It's yours, Eyes Aloft.
Yeah, that is a plane. Awful low. Dropped something white. There's another. Must be little parachutes. It's so rainy I can't see. Better call and report. Hello, operator. Operator. Oh, Army Flash. 1, unknown.
Charles Voorhees, Seaside, Oregon ground observer on duty at the time, reported the plane and the fact it was dropping some sort of parachutes. The Portland Filter Center to whom he reported notified the Portland Army Air Base at once. It went into immediate action.
Plane in trouble. Off the Gerhardt coast. Bad weather there. Get right down there.
Yes, sir. The Portland Army Air Base dispatched searching planes. But Gerhardt, near Seaside, Oregon, is some 100 miles from Portland. In the meantime, Lieutenant Southern, pilot of the distressed plane, was bucking a stiff headwind, trying to fly his crippled Army bomber toward the shoreline. When his first motor quit, he was almost 50 miles from shore. Now he is less than 5, but his altitude is low.
The other men bail out? 3, yes. Their chutes open? 1 did. The other caught on the loop antenna. They're dead. Where is he? Hanging onto the tail fin, I think. Riding her down piggyback. Hey, what goes now? Other motor given out? That's gone. I don't think we can make it in. A bad headwind. How far offshore are we? About a mile. Not much more. Oh, you feel that? Haven't pulled our nose down. We're going to crash. Yeah. Any minute. We're going to... Hey, look out, Sergeant. Hold on. Brace yourself.
On the Oregon shore, a Mrs. Henry Goodrich, while walking on the beach in front of her home, saw the plane fall into the water. Then she saw no more. The sea was rough. The wind was growing. Mrs. Goodrich ran to her home to try to call the Seaside Observation Post.
Operator.
Number, please.
I don't know the number. I want to talk to the Seaside Ground Observer Post there in the promenade. And hurry, please.
I'm sorry, I cannot connect you with that number. That's a military line.
You have to connect me. This is an emergency.
Emergency?
Yes, I just saw an airplane, an Army bomber, I think, crash into the ocean.
I can't connect you with the post, but I'll report to them. However, they've already made the report to the filter center.
In but a matter of minutes, after the Army bomber had fallen into the sea, a call reached the Tongue Point Naval Air Station near Astoria. The call reached Executive Officer Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer.
Hey, get a plane warmed up at once. I'll fly a Grumman amphibian. Have it ready. I'll be right down. Okay, goodbye.
What's the trouble, Commander Bauer?
A plane crashed in the ocean off the Gerhardt Beach.
Whose plane?
Report didn't say.
Where'd the report come from?
One of those aircraft warning service posts saw the plane fall. Posted Seaside. Say, I gotta get on the plane.
You flying out, Commander?
Sure. Look, call Whalen. Tell him to report at once.
Yes, sir.
Sea's heavy. Crash plane isn't gonna have much chance of holding together in this weather. I hope we can get the crew off it, if they're still alive.
Lieutenant Commander Bauer, U.S. Navy, flew out within 11 minutes after the plane had crashed. Accompanied by Radio Man First Class R.K. Whalen, Commander Bauer flew a single-motored Navy amphibian out toward Gearhart, Oregon Beach. They flew low over the turbulent water. The ocean was a vast expanse of chop and whitecaps. At last, Commander Bauer sighted the wreckage less than a quarter of a mile from shore. He circled. Then, Commander Bauer saw men swimming in the water below.
We're going to land, Whalen. Brace yourself. Can we make it? I don't know. We can land, but I don't know if we can take off again. Hold tight. Yes, sir. We got to try to pick up that man down there in the water. If we can get him, we can taxi back or wait for a Coast Guard boat or something. Hold on. Here we go into a trough. Never mind. I'll try to hold her nose into the wind and keep us from upsetting. Climb out there on the wing. Try to reach that boy. Hurry it up, Whalen. Yes, sir.
With Commander Bauer trying to hold his light seaplane steady, Radio Man Whalen climbed over the wing, lay on his belly, and fished down into the sea where an exhausted Sergeant Bill Dott was making his last fight for life. Whalen finally succeeded in pulling the nearly drowned man onto the wing.
Yeah, here we come, buddy. There we are. Good work, Whalen. Now pull him over. Put him in the rear cockpit if you can make it. Sorry I can't leave the controls. Come help if we be settled. I'll make it with him, all right. All right, come on, boy. You're okay now. All right, a little more.
Radio Man Whalen succeeded in getting the member from the wrecked bomber into the cockpit. By superhuman efforts and great skill, Lieutenant Commander Bauer tried for a takeoff. And he made it. In less than 30 minutes from the time the report was made, one member of the wrecked bomber was ashore in the hospital at the Tongue Point Naval Air Base.
How about it, Doctor? Will the boy live?
Well, he was more drowned than alive when you brought him in, Commander.
I say, will he live?
For the first 2 hours, he didn't have a pulse. Or at least we couldn't find it. Now he's coming around nicely.
Oh, thank heavens.
Oh, when he gets better, he can thank you, Commander.
Oh, not me. I just went out there. If the observers at that observation post hadn't seen the crash and reported it as fast as they did, well, I nor anyone else could have gotten there in time to do anything. Now, Sergeant Dart can thank those observers for saving his life.
Yeah. You know, the pilot, Lieutenant Southern, got ashore okay. Word came in about an hour ago.
How is he?
Completely exhausted. Infantry beach patrol boys pulled him out of the breakers. Lucky for him, they were on hand.
Yeah. What about the other 3 men? Any report?
No, not yet. I guess they didn't make it.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll take a plane and go back out and look some more.
You've gone back 3 times, Commander. Weather's worse now. You better not try it.
Well, I'll go back and look once more. There's always a chance.
Though Navy, Army, and Coast Guard spent the remainder of the day searching, only 2 of the bomber crew came out alive. The pilot who swam ashore, the sergeant who was picked up at sea by Lieutenant Commander Bauer. His life was saved. Saved by Lieutenant Commander Bauer, who was able to get to the scene of tragedy so quickly because the Seaside Observation Post so efficiently made a report of the accident. Today, a soldier thanks the Ground Observer Corps for his life.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Tonight, Major Gomer Lewis makes the presentation. Major Lewis.
On guard day and night means on guard every minute, every second of the day and night. By the quick and intelligent action of a ground observer at the Seaside, Oregon Observation Post, it was possible to save the life last November 20th of a young flying sergeant. For diligence, for efficiency, and for clear thinking, we salute the Seaside, Oregon Observation Post and proudly present the personnel of that post with this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
This is Gain Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attacks by air.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Send entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood. And if San Francisco women would like to offer their services to the Filter Center, they should immediately call Exbrook 5998. Eyes Aloft is written and directed by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Harry Von Zell charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky. Watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on go.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, They Got Me Covered. The starring players.
This is Bob Hope.
This is Dorothy Lamour. And this is Phyllis Ruth.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in an exciting radio preview of Samuel Goldwyn's comedy hit, They Got Me Covered, starring Bob Hope, Dorothy Lamour, and Phyllis Ruth. When Bob Kittredge was a foreign correspondent for the Amalgamated News Agency, a Romanian named Gregory Vanescu supplied him with news tips and stories. And when Bob returned to the United States, Vanescu followed him, and the Gestapo followed Vanescu. In fact, the Gestapo was only a few steps behind him when Gregory Vanescu sneaked into the Washington, D.C. office of the Amalgamated News Agency and whispered,
Kittredge.
Well, Gregory Vanescu. Shh. I haven't seen you since somebody tried to slice your throat that night in Istanbul. What some people will do to get meat.
Somebody's trying to kill me tonight, too. These men are trying to stop me from giving you the biggest news story of your career.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let me hear the story.
Bob had been fired by the Amalgamated News Agency. But he knew that if he could uncover a big news story, he'd not only get his job back, but help his standing with Christina Hill. However, before Vanescu could give Bob the news scoop, the Gestapo agents were shooting at him, and he had to run. But not before Bob had talked Christina into giving Vanescu $5,000 of the news agency's money to pay for the story they didn't get.
We've got to raise the money to pay back the firm, Bob. I've got $400 in the bank. That leaves us $4,600 short. Have you got any money?
Just $6.87 and a Wilkie button. The one I wear over my Hoover button.
Well, can you raise any?
Yeah, I can sell my body to a medical school. Just think what they'll give me for my shoes alone. Amalgamated News Agency, Kittredge speaking.
This is Vanescu. Listen closely and don't interrupt me. Send a stenographer to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial at midnight. She must carry a red purse and a green umbrella.
Isn't that a little gaudy?
You must not come with her. Because the Gestapo agents saw me in your office, they will recognize you. Have the stenographer bring a big notebook and I will dictate the whole story to her. Goodbye.
Who was it, Bob?
Good old Vanescu. He wants you to meet him at the Lincoln Memorial wearing a red purse and a green umbrella.
Oh, won't I be a little cold that way?
Well, you're used to it. Say, look. I'm sorry. Look, Chris, this is no time for sentiment. Do you have those things?
Well, I've got a red purse at home, and one of the girls living with me, Sally, has a green umbrella.
Oh, swell. Call her and ask her to meet us at the Lincoln Memorial. Tell her to bring a big notebook, too. Do you see Sally anywhere, Chris?
No. Let's ask that officer over there if he saw her.
Yeah. Say, officer.
Yes?
Do you see a green girl around here carrying a red umbrella?
What?
Oh, how silly of me. Do you see a green pocketbook with a red girl carrying an umbrella?
Yes. She got into a car with some men right here just a few minutes ago.
Oh, thanks. Well, Chris, guess we'd better go home and wait, huh?
Go home? Why, the evening's young yet. There must be lots of trouble you can still get into.
Oh, Chris, stop riding me. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Is it my fault I'm good at it?
It's all you're good for. It's bad enough when you get me all wound up in your crazy schemes. I deserve it for being dope enough to be in love with you. What about Sally? She doesn't even like you.
Oh, she will. I'm an acquired taste. No one likes me right off. Why, I was 14 years old before my mother would let me into the house. Dad didn't get in till he was 15. Now, look, honey. Sally's been taken to see Vanescu. He's going to dictate the story that's going to get us out of a $5,000 jam. He isn't going to harm her. He's a gentleman.
Gentleman? Vanescu's a cutthroat, and you know it.
Vanescu's a cutthroat? Don't be silly. Vanescu would never cut anybody's throat. Especially now, he has to keep that knife sharp to slice his white bread.
Bob, this is serious.
Now, listen, Sally will be home safe and sound in no time. Meanwhile, we'll go home, curl up in front of the fireplace, and read Esquire.
And I suppose, my handyman, you'll build a fire.
With Esquire, who needs fires?
Sally, what's happened, honey? You're trembling.
They put me in a truck. In an engine room. The man kept shouting at me. I had to ride so fast.
Well, you're not making any sense, Sally.
3 dogs. A boiler room. A man yelled all sorts of names at me. And the dogs were barking. And everyone was grabbing and reaching and screaming.
Sounds like an afternoon at the butcher shop.
Did you get the story, Sally?
Yeah, the dictation, Sally. Did you get the dictation?
The dark. Kettles and bottles. They shot at me.
Let's skip the dull stuff. Did you get the story?
My hand hurt from riding so fast. Then the men chased me. They stole the notebook.
Yes, they stole... What? They stole your notebook? Oh, why wasn't I there? Why wasn't I there?
Then they started shooting.
That's why I wasn't there.
The men stole the notebook. They grabbed it and ran away.
What happened, Chris?
Sally fainted. Just a second after you did.
Well, bring her to, Chris. Throw water in her face. Do something.
I am. I'm going to put her to bed. She's suffering from shock, and she won't be able to talk sense until she recovers.
Oh, but I've got to wake her up. I've got to get that story. The war could depend on it.
Don't worry. She'll be all right by morning.
By morning, the way the Russians are going, the war may be over by then. Henry Kaiser Day. Now, look, Chris. It's 10 o'clock. The sun's shining. The birds are singing. Why can't we wake Sally now?
Because she had a terrible experience and needs the rest. Don't get so upset, Bob.
Say, do you realize I may never see Vanescu again? People have been trying to kill that guy ever since I first met him in Europe years ago. Why, Hitler's been after him since 1925.
Oh, Bob, Hitler didn't even come into power until 1933.
I know, but Vanescu once got fingerprints all over a house he was painting. He probably started running the minute he finished dictating to Sally.
But why should he, Bob?
Because that story's dynamite. It must be, because those Gestapo agents wanted it badly enough to steal Sally's notebook.
Well, who are the Gestapo agents?
Well, that's the $5,000 question. If I knew, I wouldn't have to wait for that Southern Fried Chicken to wake up. What a spot I'm in with $5,000 tied up in this yarn.
I signed the firm's check. I'm the one that's in a spot.
All right, I'll sublease you half of my spot. Now what do we do?
Well, I'm just hoping Sally remembers that dictation.
Well, look, Chris, will you please go in the bedroom and wake her up?
Well?
Please.
Oh, all right.
Chris, what happened? Chris, stop screaming. What happened?
Oh, Sally's been kidnapped.
Well, that's no reason to... Are you sure?
Oh, she's gone. And so are all her bedclothes. They must have wrapped Sally in her blankets and carried her out that window. And then taken her away in a car.
Took her away in a car? Well, quick, let's look around the neighborhood. They may only have an A card.
Bob, we've got to call the police.
No, now, Chris, wait a second. Let me figure this out. If we let the police in on this, every other newspaperman in town will be in on our story. and we'd be out $5,000.
Oh, who cares about money? Sally's life may be at stake.
Why, that's silly. They're not going to harm Sally. They don't dare.
And why not?
Because you can get 20 years for hitting anyone with glasses, and Sally's eyes are so bad that even her glasses wear glasses.
But why would anyone want to kidnap Sally?
I don't know. Maybe they think the government is all set to start a new kind of rationing. Say, maybe I've got it. Say, I think I've got it.
What?
Say, remember how nervous Sally was when she got home? Well, listen, Sally probably messed up her shorthand somehow, and they snatched her so she could read what Vanescu dictated.
But she can't read a billboard without her glasses, and here they are right here.
Yeah, which means she's safe until they find her glasses, and that gives us time to find the kidnappers. Wait here for me. I'll be back in an hour.
Where are you going?
The Cafe Moresque. It's a Romanian restaurant. Someone down there may know Vanescu.
Bob Kittredge is downstairs in the Cafe Moresque, Olga, asking about Vanescu. I'm having them send him up here to talk to you.
Why send you to me, Otto?
They have told him downstairs that you are Mrs. Vanescu. So make him believe you are Vanescu's widow.
That shouldn't be too difficult. But then what?
Try to persuade him to drop this investigation, and at the same time find out what he has learned about us.
But what if he gets suspicious?
There's no reason why he should. See that you're crying when he arrives. It may help to soften him up. If you need me, I'll be in the next room.
Come in.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Kittredge.
That's right.
You were asking downstairs about the man. Gregory Vanescu.
That's right.
He is dead.
That's wrong.
My poor husband, Gregory, they've killed him.
Your husband, you say?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Vanescu...
Please call me Olga. All my friends call me Olga.
Oh. Well, all my friends call me... Oh, you better call me Bob. Tell me, Olga, did Vanescu ever mention the Gestapo here in Washington?
The Gestapo here? Oh, no. You must be mistaken, Bob.
Oh, no, I'm not. I met your husband for the first time in Ankara. The Gestapo tried to shoot him. Then in Budapest, they tried to stab him, and in Paris, they put old razor blades in his fruit salad. I think they had something against him. Now, look, Olga, isn't there something you know that might help me? Did Gregory leave any letters or information?
Let me see. Oh, of course, I should have thought of it before. My husband did have some letters in German. They may be in his room.
Oh, that's great. They may give us a lead. Get them for me, will you?
I will look for them very carefully. Wait, right here, Bobby. Otto.
Well, what about Kittredge?
He's going ahead with his investigation.
How much does he know?
Well, he's convinced the Gestapo killed Vanescu. And he know enough to come to the Cafe Moresque looking for him. Perhaps it would be better to kill him, Otto.
No. I have a better plan. If we killed him, it would convince the police and other reporters that he really did have a story. Instead, we will destroy his reputation, make him a laughingstock, and then he can talk all he wants to. No one will believe him. No one will print anything he writes.
But how can we do that, Otto?
Well, see that he smokes one of these cigarettes. When he wakes up, he will find himself married to a very dear friend of mine, Glory the Glow Girl.
That burlesque queen?
We'll send him to Niagara Falls for a honeymoon.
Oh. Hey, where am I?
Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls? What am I doing here? I'm in Washington.
No, you're in Niagara Falls. Can't you hear the water drip?
And who are you? What are you doing in my room?
Well, the name I got married under is Tilly Hofferkamp.
Tilly Hoffer who?
Hofferkamp.
Yeah.
Professionally, they call me Gloria the Glow Girl.
Gloria the Glow Girl. Well, stop glowing. This is a dim-out zone. Anyway, what does your marriage mean to me?
You're on your honeymoon, kid. Here's the marriage license.
What? Oh, no, you don't. I can get this annulled. I'll prove I was doped. I'll demand a saliva test. I'll get you ruled off the track for life.
That tip was right, boys. There he is, the great Kittredge, honeymooning with Gloria the Glow Girl.
Oh, now listen, fellas, I can explain everything.
Well, go right ahead. We're listening. We even brought someone along from Washington for you to do your explaining, too.
Someone from Washington, eh? Well, if it's Paul McNutt, tell him this is carrying the manpower shortage too far. Who'd you bring?
Me.
Chris.
I wanted to see this with my own eyes.
Chris, I wonder what Dr. Anthony would do in a spot like this. Now, Chris, I can explain everything. I've been framed. Hey, Gloria.
That'll teach you not to talk disrespectfully about your wife.
Hey, Chris.
And that'll teach you not to lie to me. Hey, Bob!
That'll teach me not to try and commit suicide. I almost got shot.
Like a shot, the curtain comes down on the first act of They Got Me Covered, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players' presentation of Samuel Goldwyn's new hit comedy, starring Bob Hope, Dorothy Lamour, and Phyllis Ruth. Act 2 will follow in just a moment. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I'm sure you know, as I do, how important it is to a woman's well-being, to her happiness, that she feel lovely. Yes, whether she's wearing overalls or an evening gown, there must be that something inside which tells her, you are lovely. Your eyes are shining. Your skin is so smooth and exquisite. Yes, above all else, you must have a smooth, fresh skin if you want to look and feel attractive. And that's why, these days when you may be working outdoors or in dusty surroundings, or just working harder and longer, it's more important than ever that you give your skin the care of a refreshing beauty cream. Now just think how wonderful it is, in busy times like these, to be able to use one scientific face cream that not only cleans your skin thoroughly, but gives it a smooth, fresh finish, young-looking and charming. With Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, all you do is rub it in gently, wipe it off, and then look at your skin. Feel it. See how every dry flake is gone, how soft your skin feels to your fingers, and how beautifully your powder goes on. You see, Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream gives you in one jar 4 definite aids to beauty. First, it thoroughly cleans your skin. Second, it softens your skin, relieves dryness and flaking. Third, it makes your skin look fresher and lovelier by helping nature refine the pores. And fourth, it leaves a smooth, flattering base for powder and makeup. I hope you'll try Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. I hope you'll let it help guard the beauty of your skin, so you'll always hear that voice inside which says, you were never lovelier.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of They Got Me Covered, starring Bob Hope as Bob Kittredge, Dorothy Lamour as Christina Hill, and Phyllis Ruth as Sally. After the Nazi agents Bob Kittredge was investigating gave Bob a doped cigarette and married him to a burlesque queen while he was under the influence of the drug, Bob's career as a reporter was ended. He finally succeeded in convincing Christina Hill that he had been framed. But Chris couldn't offer him any real consolation because he was still married to Gloria, the Glow Girl.
What are you going to do about her, Bob? After all, she's your wife.
Yeah, but you're the girl I'm engaged to marry. Gloria was just a stooge. The dame I want to get my hands on is the dame who said she was Mrs. Vanescu.
Well, did you try the Cafe Moresque again?
Twice. The first time they threw me out in my face. Second time they reversed the procedure.
Well, haven't you any idea who she is or where to find her?
Well, I've got one lead, a handkerchief I picked up in her apartment that night.
Let me see it.
What are you going to do, hire bloodhounds?
It's saturated with an expensive perfume, probably very rare. We'll have one of the chemists at the FBI analyze it.
Oh, that a girl.
When we find out what it is, we check the records at the Custom Bureau and find out who imports the perfume and who sells it.
You follow that up, will you, Chris?
Of course.
Well, you're a great girl, Chris. The only girl I've ever cared about. The only girl in the whole world for me.
Do you mean that, Bob?
Certainly. I'll tell you more about it just as soon as I've seen my wife.
Bob.
Well, I'm going to find out who hired Gloria, and if I get over to that burlesque theater right now, I might get to see her. Yes, sir, I might get to see a lot of her. Gloria!
Say, you're just the one I wanted to see.
Look, I'm in a terrible jam, and you've got to get me out of it.
Yeah, that's just what I was gonna do.
You know who framed me and why it was done. Now, you've got to give me the inside. You've just got to tell me the truth.
Sure I will, Bob. I just learned the truth myself. You were just about to catch up with a three-way spy ring of Nazis, fascists, and Japs.
Yeah?
Headed by a guy named Otto Frauschen.
Gloria!
Oh.
Who did it, Gloria? You hurt badly?
Yeah, Bob. Go to Baldinaco's florist shop, 1730 Connecticut Avenue. You'll find everything there.
Had I better get a doctor, mister?
It's too late. She's dead. Say, who are you?
My name is Baldinaco.
Baldinaco? Well, that's quite a coincidence, but we had to rush the plot to get it all in a half an hour. Say, are you the guy who runs a florist shop at 1730 Connecticut Avenue?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kittredge.
Kittredge? You know my name? Or is the laundry mark on my long underwear showing?
We know you. And at this time, we'll take more permanent care of you than we did with the cigarette. Hit him, Otto.
Oh!
Take the body to the LaRoche Beauty Salon for safekeeping, Otto. We can dispose of it later.
Amalgamated News Agency, Christina Hill speaking.
This is Morgan at the FBI, Miss Hill. That perfume you asked me to analyze is called Reprise. It's imported by a New York firm, and its exclusive Washington agent is the La Roche Beauty Salon at 1757 Rhode Island Avenue, Northwest. Anything else you want, Miss Hill?
Not right now, but I may call you back very soon. I'm going to the La Roche Beauty Salon.
Oh,
don't untie my hand.
If you did not resist so much, Miss Hill, it would be easier on all of us.
What did you do with Bob Kittredge and Sally? Where are they? I want to see Bob Kittredge and Sally.
Well, now that can be arranged immediately. You'll find them right in there.
Well, Chris. Welcome to our little gathering. That's Sally tied up in that other corner.
Sally. Oh, Bob, you found her.
Well, I didn't exactly find her. The same gang that threw you in here threw me in here with her. What time did the guns go off?
Oh, Bob, how can you be so calm? Why doesn't Sally say anything?
They had her gagged when they threw me in here.
Well, why didn't you take the gag off?
I did, but after about 10 minutes, I put her right back on her. How could a girl that young learn that kind of language?
How are we going to get out of here, Bob? I need to make a phone call.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Just kick on the door and tell him you want to call the cops.
Oh, be serious, Bob.
Listen, Chris, I was never more serious in my life. If we don't get out of here in a hurry, we don't get out of here, period.
What does that mean?
It means we're stuck. I did have one idea, but there's a little matter of my hands and feet being tied.
Well, that leaves us pretty helpless.
Of course, if I could wiggle over to you, maybe we could put our backs together and untie each other's hands.
Then try to wiggle over here.
Okay. Now I know how a vacuum cleaner feels. Gee, this is tough. I gotta have a talk with that Fibber McGee.
Why?
Well, that Johnson's Glow Coat may look good, but it tastes awful.
Okay, here you are, Bob. Mm-hmm. Now, just raise yourself up a bit, and I'll try to untie those knots.
Oh, fine.
There. I think I untied a string.
Yeah, that's swell. Great.
Are your hands free?
No, but you loosened my girdle. There, you finally got my hands.
Well, now what do we do?
You and Sally do nothing but stay right there until I get back.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to try to sneak into one of those rooms where they give the beauty treatments. If I wrap myself up in one of those sheets the women wear and smear some cold cream on my face, maybe I can get to a phone and call the cops.
You're next to the beauty clay treatment, madam.
Who, me?
Who, me?
Yes, madam.
Well, you have to hurry. I have to go home and take care of the kids so the cook can go out with my husband. Tell me, do you think my type of face will ever come back?
Well, we'll do our best to bring it partway back.
Well, I've gone to a lot of beauty salons. You know what Helena Rubinstein said when she saw me?
What? If madam will excuse me, I have another client in the next room.
Go right ahead. Would you hand me the phone?
Certainly, madam. And if madam wants anything, all she has to do is call.
Thanks, Brenda.
Say, you ain't kidding, sister. Hello?
Federal Bureau of Investigation, Morgan speaking.
Say, this is Bob Kittredge, Morgan. Christina Hill, Sally and I are prisoners at the LaRoche Beauty Salon, 1757.
I've got the address. We'll be right over, Kittredge. You got nothing to worry about.
Kittredge! Whoops. Here's the head man. I think he's after my head.
Mr. Vanesco, Baldanaco, Nishimura, halt! Kittredge is loose. He was just talking with somebody on the phone. Lock all the doors, and when you see him, shoot to kill.
Let's get behind these curtains and keep quiet, Chris, and keep Sally quiet. This is their main meeting room. Hey, they're coming back in here.
All right, gentlemen. Gentlemen, take your places, please. The time has come. As long as Kittredge and the woman have escaped, we must execute our plan immediately. I want no slip-ups, no bungling ever, even if it cost you your lives. We will ruin Washington first and then every important city in the United States. All right, unlock the closet holds. I will distribute the dynamite.
Stick 'em up, boys. I said stick 'em up.
Help! They got me covered.
You're not covered, Bob.
I'm not. Then get back in front of me, you coward.
But, Bob, those are the FBI men. They just captured the spies.
They did? Isn't radio wonderful, folks? It took up 20 minutes and a 4-mile chase to do that in the picture.
Well, I guess that ends the story, Bob. And this is where the hero usually kisses the girl.
Yeah, and up to now in our pictures, it's always been Bing Crosby. But I'll show everyone who the better lover is, me or Bing Crosby. Come here.
Yes, sir, folks, the best kisses of all are at the Kraft Music Hall.
Thank you, Bob Hope, Dorothy Lamour, and Phyllis Ruth for your swell performances in They Got Me Covered.
Well, I hope our listeners had as much fun as we did, Mr. Bradley. And it's always a pleasure to appear on this program for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. In just a moment, Bob Hope is going to be back to tell you about next week's great show. But first, a word from America's foremost beauty authorities, your hostess, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Lamour. You know, I always used to picture my listeners in front of a makeup mirror, smoothing on Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. But from letters I've received recently, I see the picture has changed considerably. For not only do you have my face cream at home, you have it in your locker at the war plant, or in your desk at the office for a quick beauty treatment before you go to a service dance. You depend on it completely, you tell me, because you've found my cream the perfect cream for these busy days. Yes, thousands of women have discovered there's everything they need for regular beauty care in this one jar of face cream, Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. First of all, the beauty of cleanliness. My face cream cleans your skin thoroughly, leaves it immaculate. But that isn't all Lady Esther face cream does for you. It softens your skin. It helps nature refine the pores. And it leaves a lovely, smooth base for your powder. So you see, Lady Esther four-purpose face cream is a complete beauty treatment in itself. And that's why your skin looks so appealingly fresh and seems so much softer and smoother.
And now, here he is again, Bob Hope.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild Players in Louisiana Purchase, starring William Gaxton, Annabella, and Victor Moore. I know you'll enjoy it.
Next week, then, Lady Esther will present William Gaxton, Annabella, and Victor Moore in Louisiana Purchase. Be sure to listen. Bob Hope and Dorothy Lamour can currently be seen in Paramount's all-star production, Star-Spangled Rhythm. Phyllis Ruth can now be seen in They Got Me Covered. Music on tonight's show was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in Research. We do take a lot of things for granted. Water, air, earth, sun, ice. Well now, ice. Perhaps you never heard of the man who invented ice. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Ice King, as he liked to be called. And he also liked to think he invented ice. This notion seemed absurd to the New Englanders at the dawn of the 19th century. Invent ice? With lakes, rivers, and streams frozen over? When part of any winter's work was sawing out blocks of the solid stuff.
Come on, Tom. Let's keep moving. Gosh, it's cold.
Ain't that enough? How much of the consigned stuff does Martha need anyhow?
Oh, just enough to store in the cellar. One more block ought to do it. Heave to.
While such scenes were common in the northernmost states, a young chap named Frederick Tudor of Boston found the winter months more pleasant on a ship headed for the West Indies.
Ah, there, Tudor. Another fine day for sailing. Ocean smooth as glass, eh?
Indeed. Oh, it's like a different world. When I think of the poor souls up in Boston and New England. Fetch more wood, Frederick. Get out the snow shovel, Frederick. Heat the bricks for the bed, Frederick. Oh, this is the life. Warm sun, no winter clothes.
For a young chap, you've done quite well for yourself, Tudor. Don't mind my asking, but just what do you do the rest of the year?
Oh, work in a Boston shipping firm. Started when I was 13. Oh, been there for 8 years. 8 years of cold winters and ice and snow.
Well, see, you've left that far behind. Wait till you see the West Indies. The captain says we'll be putting into port this afternoon about sundown.
Good.
Care to debark and see the place, Tudor?
Fine.
It sure is warm, isn't it? I've been doing little else but mop my brow. I don't mind it being warm, but a man can get baked in this climate, too, you know.
Oh, yes, but I love it. Oh, how about joining me in some ginger tea? That should cool you off.
Cool you off? Man, you're mad. It's warm.
Well, it doesn't have to be. Up home in the summers, we chip some ice from the ice cellar and...
Ice? We left that back there, boy. Ice. These people never saw ice, never heard of it, and wouldn't believe it if you showed it to them.
Well, that's right. I forgot. Imagine living all your life and not knowing what ice is.
Yeah, I think I'll go below deck. That sun will have me baked to a crisp.
Next time I come back, I'll have to bring my own ice with me.
Back in his native Boston, young Tudor approached his father with a peculiar request.
Dad, you know that pond you own up in Saugus?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I wondered if I might be able to use it.
Use it? Well, it's pretty well fished out. Just a few miles out of Boston. And the city is growing, so...
Well, I don't want it for fishing. I want the ice.
Yeah, in a few years... You want the what?
The ice. When it freezes over this winter.
Well, I don't see why not. Welcome to it, son. You going to build another ice cellar? Go right ahead, lad. Take all of it you want.
Thank you, Dad.
Frederick, you're welcome to it, of course. Take all the ice on the pond. But, what do you intend to do with it? Not that it's any of my business, of course, but then...
Well, thanks again, Dan.
Frederick, as I say, it's none of my affair. The ice is there for the taking. What you want with it is your own concern.
Of course.
I mean, well, hang it, son. What are you going to do with a whole pond full of ice? That is, well, now, mind you, I know you have a good reason for it, I'm sure, but then...
Well, I do, Dad. I'm going to take the ice down to the West Indies.
I see. Well, I knew you'd have a sound, sensible, sane... You what?
Yes, Frederick Tudor was going to bring ice to the equator. With hardly enough cash to pay for cutting the ice, he managed to charter a ship, and in the winter of 1805, sent 2 helpers down to the port of Saint-Pierre in Martinique to prepare for the arrival. In March of 1806, Frederick Tudor arrived in Martinique on a ship whose hold was filled with 130 tons of ice packed in hay.
Excuse me, you speak English?
Oui, I speak English, little.
Have you seen a couple of Americans, Mr. Armitage, Mr. Westland?
Je ne sais pas.
Oh, a tall man, short man, my friends, supposed to meet me here. Meet me here. Ice. They talk of ice. In boat. Ice.
No.
Let me put it this way. American money?
American money. They be at Tivoli Garden. Yes, they spend, laugh, drink. They gone.
Tivoli Gardens?
Tivoli Garden. Over there, see? It's a Tivoli.
Thanks.
Merci, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
Are you the proprietor?
Ah, oui, monsieur. Giovanni Tivoli. At your service, monsieur.
I'm looking for some countrymen of mine from the States. I understand they were here.
I look for them too. They leave Giovanni. They say, we see you, Giovanni. Goodbye, Giovanni. Pay you later, Giovanni. For 2 weeks, Giovanni, wait. I cannot afford to lose such money. They your friend? You pay their bill, huh?
I'm afraid not. They left me holding the bag, too.
What bag?
I have a cargo aboard my ship in the harbor, and they were supposed to...
You bring in cargo from the States, monsieur?
Yes, and something has to be done quickly. With this sun beating down, in no time it'll all...
Of course. Sun no good for food, monsieur. Sun spoil it soon.
Not spoil it, melt it.
Such funny words you use in States, monsieur. We say food spoil. You say food melt?
Melt? But it isn't food, it's ice. And it's very...
I am sure. Nice. Very nice.
Not nice. Ice. I-C-E. Ice.
Oh, to be sure, monsieur. Oui, ice. I-C-E. Ice, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, ice.
Ice. Oui. What is ice?
Well, it's the, Well, when it freezes, you... Well, water becomes...
Water? You like glass of water, monsieur? Of course. There you are, monsieur. Water. Compliment Tivoli Gardens.
A very nice establishment you have here.
Like in the States, no, monsieur? Just like in the States?
Well, sort of. Of course, in the States we have ice.
Tivoli Gardens, as good as States, monsieur. Nothing you have there that Giovanni does not have here.
Well, you lack just one thing. If you had that, then indeed your Tivoli Gardens would be as great as any American restaurant.
What do we not have? Giovanni has everything. Look, coffee, tea, home-baked cake, monsieur.
But where is your ice?
Ice?
Ice.
In States, monsieur. Every place has this ice.
Wouldn't dream of opening without it. Unheard of.
Tivoli Gardens as good as any place. I, too, can have ice. You say you have a shipload of this ice in harbor, monsieur?
Oh, I do, but, I've already promised it to...
Promised? I buy this ice. I pay double. You sell to me, eh?
Well, you're a hard businessman, Giovanni. All right. I'll sell you the ice.
Good, monsieur. One question, monsieur. Now I have the ice. What do I do with it?
Why, you can make ice cream with it.
Ice cream, oui, of course, ice cream. What is this ice cream?
You never heard of ice cream?
Never, monsieur.
Well, you will, Giovanni, and all Martinique will. You have some milk, sugar, flavorings? Here, take my coat. I'll start in making some ice cream right now, and by tomorrow, Tivoli Gardens will be the talk of Martinique.
On the first night, Tivoli Gardens sold more than $300 worth of ice cream, and the customers crowded the place. The local newspaper hailed the event.
This remarkable epoch in the history of luxury and enterprise began March 6th, 1806, when ice creams were eaten for the first time in the settlement of the country lying just 14 degrees north of the equator.
And though the bringing of ice to Martinique might be hailed as a social success, financially, Tudor lost almost $3,500 due to the melting of the ice. But he tried it again, this time in 1815 in Havana, where startled natives saw the construction of a strange building.
Mamma mia, he say it is an ice house.
An ice house it was, with double partitions and dead space between the walls and heavy plank flooring. In the floor, gutters were embedded like eaves spouts, which caught the melted ice and conveyed it to a barrel outside. At the barrel, Frederick Tudor stood with the watch in his hand.
Hour's up. Runoff amounts to 56 pounds. Now, that's too much. We'll need more hay to cover the ice. Better. 33 pounds in an hour. But not good enough. We'll bank earth around the building and try that. 18 pounds. We can't do much better than that.
But Tudor was still not completely satisfied. His shipments increased, his fleet enlarged. But what could he do to preserve the ice? Hay was not enough. He tried tan bark, chaff, wheat, pulverized cork, even coal dust, until he hit upon another item of New England waste, pine sawdust. With the help of that and new special tools, augers, tongs, picaroons, his ice exports jumped from 4,000 tons a year to 65,000 tons. He sent apples to the tropics, brought tropical fruits to the States, and was soon recognized as the ice king of the world. 4 years before his death in 1864, he had the satisfaction of seeing his ships carrying ice to 53 ports all over the world. And the last glimpse we have of the Ice King is at 80, as he stands at a frosted window in the cold he so despised, watching the weather and remarking,
The frost covers the window. The wheels creak. The boys run. Winter rules. And $50,000 worth of ice floats for me on fresh pond. Ice to cool the palates of the world, that I might be warm.
The world has come far since the days of Frederick Tudor and his shiploads of ice. And in no respect has it progressed further than in the science of refrigeration. Today, modern electric refrigeration and ice-making methods have long since made Tudor's enterprise out of date. But his discovery of better insulation to protect his ice helped push forward the day when the ice itself would be unnecessary. An unusual result, indeed, to Frederick Tudor's equally strange adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On two widely separated fighting fronts, the United Nations today are moving into the final stages of their campaigns. The Russians are choking off Rostov, and in the Solomons on Guadalcanal, United States Army forces have outflanked the Japs to make a substantial advance. In North Africa, bad weather is once again holding up operations, but we are using that lull to good advantage, consolidating our positions in central Tunisia and checking the German drives around Pont-du-Phare. Now for the first direct report. Today, on today's major developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today I want you to hear one of the most remarkable stories of the war. But before I tell you the story, there's one bit of news that might interest you. Winston Churchill had visited Allied Force headquarters here for a while on his way back to London. Now here is the story. It's the story of Lieutenant Bernard Gillespie, an American bomber pilot from Gila Bend, Arizona. Briefly, this is the story. Lieutenant Gillespie was bombing Gavis. In the blaze of anti-aircraft fire, his plane was set on fire and exploded in midair. Somehow, Gillespie got out and parachuted to Earth. He was captured by the Italians and taken to Tripoli. There, they put him on a submarine to take him and other prisoners to Italy. In the middle of the Mediterranean, the Italian sub was attacked by a British plane and sunk. Lieutenant Gillespie got out and was picked up by a British destroyer, and now he is back here. In fact, he is right here in the studio. I look on him with awe. Lieutenant Gillespie, how in the world did you ever get out of that plane over Gavis?
Oh, it really wasn't so hard. I was in the nose, of course, and when the plane exploded, we went spinning off by ourselves. I opened the escape hatch, and the centrifugal force just tossed me out.
And then the Italians caught you.
That's right. We were only about 20 miles from Gavis, and they sent a detail out for us before we could get away.
What were those Italian soldiers like?
They weren't much good. They were dirty little fellows and mixed up uniforms.
And they took you down to Tripoli, then?
That's right. They kept us around Gavis for a couple of days, and then they put us in a rickety old truck one night, and we started off to Tripoli. The truck kept breaking down, and it took us 15 hours to get there.
Well, what did they do with you when they got you to Tripoli?
Oh, they put us in an old Ford, and they kept us there for a week or so. They put a big German stooge in with us who was in a British captain's uniform. The Italians threw him in the door with all kinds of curses and gestures to make it look real, but we spotted him right away.
Well, Lieutenant Gillespie, how did they feed you there?
Soup and camel's meat most of the time.
How's camel's meat?
It's all right if you're hungry. They fed us a lot better on the submarine, you know. The Italians feed their submarine crews a lot better than they feed their soldiers. I suppose they have to.
How long were you in that sub?
We left Tripoli about 7, just after dusk. We weren't supposed to leave that night, but the British were raiding the port, and the Italians got panicky and just pulled out. About 3 the next afternoon, we were attacked.
And what attacked you?
A British Beaufort. He dropped depth charges. That was an awful feeling, sitting there in the dark waiting for the water to start pouring in.
I'll bet it was. Did the Beaufort sink the sub?
No, just crippled it. Then a British destroyer came up and started shelling us. That was when I got out.
Were you in the water long?
Oh, about half an hour, then a destroyer took me up. Boy, was I glad to get aboard.
I'll bet you were, Lieutenant Gillespie. And now this is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Economic Director Burns has just announced in Washington that shoes will be rationed immediately. The rate will be 3 pairs per person a year. The new order covers all kinds of leather shoes except house slippers and soft-soled infant shoes. We'll have full details from CBS correspondents in Washington as the story develops there later in the program. More news in just a minute. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All facilities of both great Admiral plants are devoted to producing radio communications equipment for the United States Army and Navy. We'd like to spend a few seconds telling you of the part radio plays in the sea battle. Our Navy is the greatest afloat today, chiefly because it has developed coordinated action to so high a degree. Through radio, the job of every man, every weapon, every ship is accurately woven into an efficient plan of battle. When a plane or submarine spots enemy vessels, it radios the flagship of the fleet. The flagship radios the aircraft carriers to get planes aloft, tells cruisers their positions for battle, orders destroyers to rush specified enemy craft and drop torpedoes. Radio in individual planes coordinates the air fighting. Radio pairs off American battleships with those of the enemy. Radio directs the fire of the big guns. In a fleet action, radio plays its important role on the surface, in the air, and under the sea. Radio weaves the pattern of a victorious sea battle by coordinating the actions of men, weapons, and ships. We Americans can be eternally thankful the United States Navy has given Navy radio men the best possible training for their work and the best possible equipment with which to do that work. It is the best equipment. Admiral is sure of that, for Admiral is building Navy radio and knows the high standards which must be met and are being met by the same workers who produced the high standard radio of peacetime, Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
In the Southwest Pacific, our flyers have scored an impressive victory over Jap planes in the New Guinea area. For a direct report from that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
As Australia watches intently the news of reported air and sea actions from the Solomons, one fact stands out prominently in the news from the Southwest Pacific area. That fact being the unmistakable increase in Allied air attacks on Japanese bases northeast of this continent, from which aid might be directed to an enemy force further south. During the 8 days ending Saturday, Allied planes based in this area made a total of 36 separate raids on enemy bases or shipping in New Britain, Bougainville, Booker, and the Admiralty Islands. This is almost double the number of raids on similar bases in the preceding week and covers a much wider area than has been the custom in normal operations. Rabaul, of course, is the enemy's number one base south of Truk, has been subjected to the severest blows.
That was William J. Dunn in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
The biggest news in England is that Prime Minister Churchill has returned home after conferences in Casablanca with President Roosevelt, conferences with the Turks, and a visit to the British Eighth Army in Tripoli. As is to be expected, the Prime Minister's visit to Turkey has caused a resurgence of speculation on the future participation of Turkey in the war. Today, there is a report from Ankara that observers see a definite possibility of the Allies seeking use of the Dardanelles Straits for transit of unarmed merchant ships carrying supplies to Russia. This speculation is tied in with a report that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was host last night to Turkish Premier Şükrü Saracoğlu at a dinner attended by the American ambassador and the British ambassador. It is definite evidence of improved relations between Turkey and Russia. In the past, the relations between those two countries have not been of the best, and very probably a part of Prime Minister Churchill's job when he went to Turkey was to get a rapprochement between the Turkish government and the Soviets. The fact that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was the host to the Premier of Turkey at a dinner is really a very significant development, principally because the ambassadors of foreign countries in other capitals are usually ignored if the relationships between the two countries are not of the best or are not improving. If there's a deterioration of relationships between two countries, the ambassador of the country, whether it be ours or anybody else's, is usually given a brush-off, as we would say in this country, by the government officials of the country to which he has been assigned. The developments between the Turkish and the Russian relations are very important to the progress of the war in the general Mediterranean area. There is, of course, a great deal of speculation about the possibilities of campaigns on the underside of Europe. The Allies are planning all sorts of campaigns. We got that much news out of the Casablanca conferences. But any major Allied move in the Mediterranean area must, of itself, have some help from the Turks, whether it be beneficent neutrality or action on their part, military action. Either one would be helpful. One big possibility in the way of invasions into the underside of Europe would be an Allied drive up through Crete Greece, into Yugoslavia, and then into Austria. The drive would be difficult because the country over which such a military campaign must be conducted would be very hard terrain to take modern weapons through. However, the Turks, if they came in with us, could go up through Bulgaria from European Turkey, and it would aid our cause substantially. And now for another direct report from overseas. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Cairo. Chester Morrison reporting.
Tonight we shall go ahead in 6 seconds from now.
In the last war, I spent a lot of time in a seacoast town at home that was a port of call for transport bringing troops a long way around to Europe. And one of the things I remember is the succession of large numbers of men who would jump ashore for a day's leave into a town they didn't know and which didn't know them. The town, being an old town, accustomed to the antics of our own fleet on leave, found it no remarkable circumstance that a lot of homeless, lonesome military men, restless after a long voyage, should appear overnight out of nowhere and depart 2 days later. To the men, it was high adventure. To the town, it was routine. To preserve its own sanity, the town pretended the men were not there. And usually, when nobody paid any attention to them, the men went away somewhere else. But I, among thousands of others, never will forget a sign sticking up from the lawn of a park in that town. It read, "Sailors and dogs, keep off the grass." Something of the same kind is happening here. This is an even older town than Norfolk, Virginia. And from time to time, thousands of soldiers have passed through it. Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks and Arabs and French and British, even Americans. I had lunch today with a soldier whose complaint must have sounded in this strange city centuries ago as it sounded in Norfolk in 1917. "I've got the dough," the soldier said, "and back home I could go into any hotel I wanted to. But here, just because I'm a private, they tell me they have no rooms." And from there, it's an easy step to a blanket indictment of all the factors responsible for the thing he was complaining about. Some of this kind of complaint will bounce back to you people at home sooner or later. Don't let it worry you. When our boys here get used to routine hardships, they won't mind the experiences they're having now. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
Back across the Pacific, another American fighting man, a submarine skipper, is standing by to tell us of his successes against the enemy. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
I have with me here at Pearl Harbor a submarine commander who has just returned from a patrol in Japanese waters. He is Lieutenant Commander David C. White of Detroit, Michigan, who is now a veteran of several successful patrols against Japanese warships and supply ships in the Pacific. Commander White, what luck this time?
We had a short but very active and interesting trip. It started out by sinking a nice-sized cargo ship one night, and later we tangled with a convoy which took the remainder of our torpedoes.
Could you tell us about that cargo ship, Commander?
Yes, we were conducting an offensive patrol in the Yellow Sea. While closing the China coast and trying to fix our position one night, we sighted an object which we thought at first was an island we'd been looking for. Coming closer, we discovered that it was a good-sized cargo ship for naval auxiliary. We continued on the surface and fired a salvo of torpedoes at him, all of which missed. This was quite a blow to our pride, so we shifted to full power on the engines, reloaded the tubes, and started chasing. It was a bright moonlight night, and I felt pretty sure he could see us. He picked up what speed he could, but it wasn't enough, and we were soon at very close range, directly astern of him. I then fired one torpedo, which blew him up.
Blew him up? You mean the ship blew apart?
Yes, he almost disintegrated. There was a terrific explosion, a tremendous sheet of yellow flame, and he went under in about 5 minutes. He must have had a considerable quantity of explosives aboard. Quite a few of our people came up on the bridge to watch her go down. We were only a few hundred yards from the ship.
What was your next encounter, Commander?
One evening sometime later, just before evening twilight, the officer of the deck reported seeing 3 Japanese ships in column a considerable distance away. Our position was such that it was impossible to close and fire during daylight, so I started chasing on a converging course. Part of the run was made submerged to escape detection. After dark, I surfaced. There were many fishing boats all around us. We had to thread our way through these, close aboard, and I was afraid they might give an alarm. Did they? No, we got through them all right. After about an hour's chase at full speed, we were close astern of the last ship in column. The first torpedo missed, but the second one hit him in the stern. This stopped him and jammed his rudder hard left. He presented a nice target as he swung, and we fired another which hit him amidships on the port side. He sank immediately, and we started after the others. The alarm was now given, so the others put on all the speed they could. It took several hours to overtake them, but we finally got one torpedo in each of the 2 of them. That's good shooting. I couldn't wait to see the ship sink because our lookouts reported escort vessels chasing us, and we had to clear the area to charge batteries.
Commander White, I happen to know that you've been twice decorated for your aggressive attacking and sinking of enemy ships in the Pacific. Would you tell us about some of your other patrols?
Well, we've sunk some ships and we've damaged more. The Pacific used to be a pretty big ocean to us, but now it's like our own backyard. We operate from one end to the other without giving the matter a second thought, and that involves miles, thousands of them.
Commander White, they tell me that once you men get into the submarine service, you wouldn't change over to any other service for anything. Why is this so?
It's hard to explain, but it's true. It's not the softest job in the world, but there's a lot of satisfaction in it. It's certainly been gratifying to work with such a fine bunch of officers and men as I have on my ship. They're really wonderful, these boys. I wish I could tell everybody what these men have to undergo and how they do it with light-hearted cheerfulness and courage. Of course, every submarine commander thinks he has the best crew in the world, but I wouldn't want to trade mine for any.
Commander, I know that Mrs. White in San Francisco and your parents back in Detroit will join me in adding a word to that. We're glad that our submarines are commanded by men like you. As the Navy men say, well done. This has been an interview with Lieutenant Commander David C. White, commanding officer of a United States submarine, just returned from another successful Pacific patrol. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
The official Russian midday communique gave some details of the capture of Bataisk 10 miles below Rostov, which was announced last night. That battle followed the now familiar format of Red Army units systematically clearing Germans out of one street after another. Other than that, the communique merely said that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in the same directions as before, toward Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov. On all 3 of these main drives, the Russians occupied some more towns, but the communique gives no details. However, frontline reports said that Russian forces had reached a point only 3 miles south of Rostov and were preparing to force a crossing of the Don. And just a short while ago, the British news agency Reuters reported that Stockholm had heard a Moscow broadcast reporting that Russian troops crossed the Don today and violent street fighting is raging inside Rostov itself. That report is, of course, unofficial, but the communiques may confirm it later. Now, for more news on the shoe rationing program announced since we went on the air, and for the latest report on the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
15 minutes ago at the White House, economic stabilizer Burns announced that shoes will be rationed effective at midnight. From now on, he said, every American can buy 3 pairs of shoes, but no more each year. Infant shoes and slippers will not be rationed. Stamp number 17 of War Ration Book number 1 will be good for 1 pair of shoes until next June 15. The stamp will be transferable within a family, however, so that if a wife wants 4 pairs and her husband can get by on 2, well, that will be quite all right. Shoes are being rationed for 2 reasons. The Army and our Lend-Lease allies have created a great demand for shoes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 million pairs a year. The second reason is that since the war, more civilians have been buying shoes than ever before in history. Sooner or later, a shortage would have resulted, so that the OPA, acting under orders from the War Production Board, has stepped in to assure us all of a reasonable and equitable number of shoes each year. The War Production Board, however, will direct manufacturers to reduce the number of styles and to limit colors to 4, black, white, brown, and army russet, aiming ultimately at the mass production of only several serviceable, moderately priced war model shoes. Leather for shoe repairs will not be rationed, at least for the time being, and liberal allocations of shoe leather for the benefit of shoemakers has been made. There was a Navy communique an hour ago. It wasn't the one we've been waiting for, with news of the outcome of the naval forays off the Solomons, but it contained some very good news nevertheless. Our troops on Guadalcanal, the Navy says, have outflanked the Japanese to the west of Henderson Field. Presumably, we advanced from 40 to 50 miles without encountering much resistance, circling around the enemy center at Cape Esperance and taking up new positions at Titi, a half-mile west of Maravovo on the northwestern coast of the island. For the time being, at least, the Japanese appear to be virtually surrounded, and Henderson Field has been freed from any further threat. Meanwhile, American dive bombers have again attacked Munda, and other planes have bombed some newly installed Japanese positions on Colombangara Island in the New Georgia Group. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The military successes of the Red Army are already having their effect on both flanks of the long Russian fighting line. To the south, the Turks have entertained the British Prime Minister and his chief military advisors in a conference on Turkish soil, a conference in which he talked with the President of Turkey and Turkey's military chief. The significance of this event can hardly be overestimated, both as to its possible military results and as to its influence in strengthening Allied prestige throughout the Muslim world. To the north, meanwhile, persistent reports come out of Finland to the effect that that country is anxious for a separate peace with Russia and desires to dissociate herself from any connection with the Axis. This may be more easily aspired to than accomplished, as long as German troops remain on Finnish soil in any numbers. There can be little doubt that the Finns find their position a most difficult one, but now the situation is changing. The relief of Leningrad, the reopening of the rail communication to that city, afford the Russians an opportunity to make it into a great base of operations for further offensives in the north. The Finns know very well neither their own decimated forces nor the few German divisions remaining in Finland could stand before the onset of a full-scale Russian assault, but they are likewise aware that the Russians may now find the opportunity to press back the German left flank along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland, and should this be the case, the German troops in Finland would be cut off from any hope of support. Hence, many Finns must be wondering whether the time may not be at hand to break with Germany and seek a separate peace with Moscow, a peace in which they might hope for the good offices of the United States.
Now here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Last week we suggested you have your Admiral dealer put your name on his list. That is, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. Here's the reason. Certain vital parts are becoming difficult to obtain. If your set is checked regularly by an Admiral dealer, he'll keep those vital parts in operation as long as possible. Admiral dealers know how, and if he sees they won't last, he can start looking for replacements far enough in advance to ensure getting whatever you need by the time you need it. Yes, and there's another important advantage to being on an Admiral dealer's regular list of service customers. In these days of shortages, it's only human nature for any dealer to take care of his regular customers first. So if you don't want to be disappointed when your radio runs into real trouble, call your Admiral dealer now. Get your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Be assured of tip-top performance for the duration. And don't forget, Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This week, the United States salutes her Boy Scouts, 1.5 million strong. Almost without exception, every Boy Scout has done more than a full share toward winning the war and is still on the job, doubling and redoubling his all-out effort. A salute, then, to the Boy Scouts, an organization of which America is proud. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, hello,
in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guest, Veronica Lake, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
What are you doing, sweetheart? Writing a letter to your mother?
No, I'm writing a wedding announcement.
A wedding announcement?
Mm-hmm. Listen and see if it sounds right. Mr. and Mrs. Samuel J. Stagwell take pleasure in announcing the forthcoming marriage of their daughter Tootsie to Mr. William Goodwin. The ceremony will be held...
Wait a minute. Bill Goodwin is going to marry Tootsie Sagwell?
That's right.
I don't believe it.
But it's true, George. Of course, it's a secret. Very few people know about it yet. Not even Bill.
I thought so. What horrible thing are you cooking up for that poor guy?
Is it so horrible to marry a girl who looks exactly like Veronica Lake?
Gracie, Tootsie has a face like a New England boiled dinner. She doesn't look like Veronica Lake.
But she will, dear. Professor Robinson will fix that.
Who?
Professor Hubble Robinson.
Hubble Robinson?
Yes. The beauty expert. He sells a beauty kit that's guaranteed to make people look like their favorite movie stars.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
So, Tootsie decided on Veronica Lake, and we're going to get started today.
How long do you expect it will take?
Oh, just a couple of hours. Veronica's a very small girl, you know.
Gracie, you're wasting your time. This Professor Robinson must be a quack.
He's nothing of the sort, George. Mr. Carroll Nye of Burbank wanted to be like Clark Gable, and after the professor's treatment, he not only looked like Gable, but he had gorgeous legs.
He had gorgeous legs?
Yes, you see, his handwriting was hard to read, and the professor wasn't sure whether he wanted Gable or Grable. So
he gave them both. Yes. I see what you mean. That's really an amazing professor.
Yes, and then another customer got to look so much like Gene Autry that his wife left him. Horses kept following him home.
Gracie, Bill Goodwin will never marry Tootsie Sagwell.
I'll answer it, dear. Maybe Tootsie. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. How are you this lovely, lovely morning?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. And you're looking well, too.
Yes, this is the kind of weather that brings the roses to my cheeks.
You know, I envy you, Mr. Postman. You're always so healthy.
I take no credit, Mrs. Burns. If other people used my system, they could be as hale and hearty as I am.
What is your system?
Deep breathing. As I walk along, I inhale like this. And then I exhale like this.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, what mail did you bring me today?
A package, Mrs. Burns. Here you are.
Oh, it's just what I've been waiting for. Tootsie's beauty kit from the professor. Thanks, and goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, George, it came. Professor Robinson's beauty kit is here.
Great. Tomorrow I won't be able to tell Tootsie from Veronica.
Oh, yes, you will. I thought of that. You see, Veronica Lake uses a certain perfume, so Tootsie is going to just douse herself with that perfume.
Well?
Well, if she smells a little like Veronica Lake, she is Veronica Lake. But if she smells a lot like Veronica Lake, she's Tootsie.
Suppose she smells like Tootsie.
Well, in that case, ignore her. She's a stranger.
I'll cut her dead.
Oh, I just can't wait for the wedding. Tootsie and Bill are going to be...
Come in.
Gracie, did it come? Is it here?
Yes, Tootsie, it just came.
Oh, wonderful. Glamour, glamour, you shall be mine.
Oh, this is murder. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, Tootsie, don't mind him. He's just a cynic. But you know what they say, live and learn.
Oh, who cares about learning? I want to live. Open the box, Gracie.
Oh, all right.
Oh, God, I just can't wait to see what's in it.
Oh, me, I'm so excited.
Oh, my goodness. Just look at all these things. Oh, what are those bottles of brown stuff?
Oh, that's mud for mud packs, Tootsie. See what it says in the label? procured from a ditch in Veronica Lake's own hometown.
Isn't that wonderful? I wonder what that funny-looking gadget is.
Oh, that's a nose shortener. You see, where Veronica's turns up, yours keeps right on going.
Oh, we'll have to fix that.
Yeah. Look, here's the most important thing of all, this mask. You have to wear that over your face during the entire treatment.
Oh, I just can't wait to look like Veronica Lake. I've looked like me for so long.
Yes, I know.
Hello, Gracie. Gosh, you look cute this morning. Hello, Tootsie. Gosh.
Bill, you're not supposed to see the bride just before the wedding.
Really? Well, who's having a wedding? Gracie, is Tootsie finally getting herself a man?
Yes.
Who is the poor sap?
You.
Me? I wouldn't marry Tootsie Sagwell if they threw rice and new shoes at the wedding.
But, Bill, you'd marry Veronica Lake, wouldn't you?
Veronica Lake? Well, who wouldn't? Gee, that Lake.
Bill, why do you like her?
Well, I tell you, Tootsie, whenever I think of a lake, I think of a swan. And swan, you know, is the new white floating soap. Purer than the finest Castiles, a regular suds and whiz.
Bill, Professor Robinson, the beauty expert, is going to make me look just like Veronica Lake.
Professor Robinson should be with the Camouflage Corps. Listen, if he can do that, he can make a 20-ton tank look like a bar of swan. But don't try to wash the dishes with a tank. Use Swan. Swan is great for washing the dishes because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands. So use Swan for every soap and water job in the house.
Now, Bill, you come back in exactly 2 hours and propose to Tootsie. By then, she'll look like Veronica.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Tootsie. She has to wear that terrible old mask for 2 hours.
Yeah, it is ugly.
I haven't got it on yet.
You haven't? Well, break me in two and call me Swan. By the way, Swan breaks in two with an easy twist of the wrist, you know. So you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Gracie, we better get started with the treatment. You come back in 2 hours, Bill, and I'll be a glamour girl.
I'll be back, Tootsie. That I've got to see.
Oh, Bill, when you marry Tootsie, George and I will want to give you something. What would you like?
Novocaine.
Well, come on, Tootsie, lie down on the table.
All right, Gracie.
I think I'll start off with a mud pack. Now, hold still. Oh, isn't it wonderful? You have Veronica Lake's face in no time.
I know, and I'll have her ears even sooner. That's where most of the mud went.
Hey, I have a wonderful idea, Tootsie. I'll call Veronica and tell her to come right over.
What for?
Well, so we can tell how we're doing. I'll stand you both side by side, and if I can tell you apart, you're not done yet.
That's a marvelous idea, Gracie. But do you know her?
Oh, sure. I see her at the market all the time. We don't get our meat from the same butcher.
Oh, just think. Veronica Lake and I are going to be twins. Gracie, how about you and Hetty Lamar looking alike?
Oh, well, I don't think Hetty Lamar would want to go through all this fuss just to look like me.
Well, come on, Gracie, put on some more stuff.
All right, Tootsie. Here's mud in your eyes.
This is Paul White, and the boys and the Six Hits and a Miss come up with a song that was a sensational hit back in the days when vaudeville was more than just a name. Now it's a big hit all over again. For Me and My Gal.
The bells are ringing for me and my gal. The birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been knowing to a wedding they're going. And for weeks they've been sewing every Susie and Sal. They're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal. I'm gonna build a little home for 2, for 3, or 4, or more in Loveland for me and my gal.
Do you feel beautiful yet?
Well, I don't know, Gracie, but something is happening. The mud is sort of pulling my face together. Is that good?
Well, of course it's good. Just think of yourself as a big pan of fudge that's beginning to harden.
Yes, that's just what I'll do. Oh, gee, won't it be wonderful when I go out walking with my new face on? Then maybe the man will whistle at me.
Didn't the man ever whistle at you, Tootsie?
No, Gracie. A couple of times the man has puckered his lips like he was going to whistle, but what came out was a different noise entirely.
Oh, you poor dear. Well, anyway, Tootsie, you shouldn't be thinking of other men. You're going to marry Bill Goodwin. Oh, that must be Veronica. You just lie there, Tootsie, and keep that mask on your face.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, come on in, Veronica.
You sounded awfully excited on the phone, Gracie. What's up?
Well, I'm making my friend Tootsie Sagwell beautiful, and I need your help.
Tootsie Sagwell? Oh, yes, she's that tall person who looks something like a woman.
Yes, that's Tootsie. She's taking Professor Robinson's beauty treatment that's guaranteed to make her look exactly like a movie star in 2 hours.
Any particular movie star?
Yes, you.
Good heavens.
Yeah, and that's why I need your help. I want you to stand beside Tootsie so we can see if there are any places where a little Sagwell still shows through the lake. Come on, Veronica, she's in here.
Wait, before we go in, I'd better tie a string around my finger.
What for?
I don't want to get mixed up and forget which one is me.
Oh, well, don't bother. I'll try to remember. Come on. Tootsie, this is Veronica Lake.
Oh, Miss Lake, I hope you don't mind that I picked you for a model.
I'm very flattered, Tootsie.
You know, Veronica, I've always wanted to swap beauty secrets with you.
Well, let's not swap. I'll just tell you what I know.
Oh, good. Oh, dear, if Bill doesn't marry me this time, I'll just give up.
You're counting on this experiment to get a husband?
Yes, I've tried everything else.
Well, she certainly has. Remember when they took away your permit to carry a gun, Tootsie?
Yes, the old meanies. Oh, I failed so many times, Veronica. You know, they say that the bridesmaid who catches the bride's bouquet will be the next to get married. But it never worked for me.
What a shame.
I've been a bridesmaid 20 times. Every time I jump way up in the air and catch the bouquet, and it's gotten me nothing.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that, Tootsie. It got you an offer to play second base for the Washington Senators.
I almost wish I'd taken it.
Oh, Gracie, where are you, dear?
Oh, George is home. Veronica, you stay here with Tootsie. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Oh, George, you're just in time. In a few minutes, we're going to unveil Tootsie.
Gracie, this idea is ridiculous. If people could get to look like movie stars, don't you think a lot more would be doing it? Don't you think I'd like to look like Charles Boyer?
Well, certainly.
Well, you don't have to be so definite about it.
But, George, if you want to look like him, you can. Professor Robinson has Charles Boyer's face marked down to $27.50 this month. It's a special.
Only $27.50?
Yeah, of course, that's not including the eyes.
Oh, no eyes.
No, those big soulful boy eyes are extra.
How much does he get for those?
Well, how many would you want? 1 or 2?
Well, I'm no piker. Make it 2. Make it 3. When I go.
George Burns, I don't like your attitude. You'll be sorry you acted like this when I walk out of that library with a new Tootsie Sagwell. You just stay here. I'll be right back.
Gracie, I can tell by the look on your face that George doesn't believe in Professor Robinson.
Well, no, he doesn't. Oh, I get so mad at him sometimes. Honestly, if he wasn't my husband, I'd divorce him.
Gracie, is it almost time to take the mask off?
Yeah, Tootsie, in a second or 2. How does your face feel? Does it feel like Veronica Lake's face?
Well, I don't know how Veronica Lake's face feels.
How does it feel, Veronica?
Oh, I don't know. I've had it so long it almost seems like part of me.
Tootsie, it's 2 o'clock. Time to take the mask off.
Oh, hurry.
Oh, well, hold still. There.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, dear. I shouldn't have used that witch hazel.
Why not?
I'm afraid the bottle had too much witch and not enough hazel.
Oh, dear. Bill Goodman will be here in 10 minutes. He'll never propose to me now.
Oh, don't feel that way, Tootsie. Men don't propose to women because they're beautiful.
No. I'll bet lots of men have proposed to you.
Well, yes. But only because I'm a good cook.
I can't even cook.
Well, wait. I've got an idea. Veronica, you've got to help us. You've got to pretend that you're Tootsie Sagwell.
Me?
Yes. After she's worn the mask a little longer, Tootsie will look like you anyway. So you just pretend you're Tootsie long enough for Bill Goodwin to propose to you.
Yes, Veronica. Just accept him and I'll take it from there.
But this is the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
Please, Veronica, do it for me.
Well, all right.
Oh, thanks. And what a chance this is to teach my husband a lesson. Now, when I call you, come out as Tootsie.
All right, Gracie.
Well, George, we took the mask off Tootsie.
You did, huh?
Yeah. Now I want you to see her. Oh, Tootsie!
Yes, Gracie, did you call me?
Yes, I did, Tootsie. Well, dear?
Are you kidding? She doesn't look anything like Veronica Lake.
Jimmy Cash is here with one of the all-time top tunes, Night and Day.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, under the hide of me. There's an oh such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you, day and night, night and
day. All right. I knew it was Veronica Lake all the time, and so will Bill Goodwin. Look, He'll never believe she's Tootsie.
He will, too. Veronica's a very fine actress. All you have to do, Veronica, is imagine you are Tootsie Sagwell.
I don't believe I have quite that much imagination.
Oh, you can do it. Just get that look of hers in your eye.
You mean that come hither look?
Well, it's really stronger than that. It's more of a come hither, stay hither, and don't go thither look.
I see. I'd better know how she acts with men, too, so I can give a good performance. How does she react when a man asks her for a date?
Well, let me see now. I have to go back to 1929 for that.
Oh, the year of the crash. Well, men were desperate in those days.
Yeah. Well, as I remember it, when this man asked Tootsie for a date, she was surprised for a moment. But she regained her poise quickly and yelled, "Wow!" and broke 2 of his ribs.
Gracie, do you mind if I'm a little more ladylike? I'll just stick 2 fingers in my mouth and whistle.
Yes, give it that bass a touch.
Here's Bill now.
Well, here I go. You promise I can leave the minute he proposes to me, Gracie?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, don't worry. You'll be able to leave right away. The biggest dope in America would know that you are Veronica Lake and not Tootsie Sagwell.
He will not. Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Hi, George.
Bill, look.
Why, Tootsie!
Oh, no.
Tootsie, I can't believe it. You're gorgeous. You're beautiful. I couldn't tell you from Veronica Lake in 1,000 years.
Really, Bill?
Oh, really? Tootsie, when you asked me for a kiss last week, did I say no? I ought to have my head examined. Come here, babe.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
And here's one for the week before. And the week before that. And remember the day you chased me 6 blocks? Well, I'm standing still now. And remember the time...
Well, I've got a TL for you. That isn't Tootsie Sagwell at all.
Oh, will you stop, George? Why, that Professor Robinson is marvelous. What a transformation. I could swear Tootsie was Veronica Lake. Come on, kiss me, Tootsie.
Wait a minute. When are you going to propose?
Oh, later. I got to get to know you first. Give me a kiss.
Look, how about proposing?
Oh, of course, I'll propose. But, don't you think I should meet your folks first?
What for?
What for? Well, I can't marry a girl until I'm sure her folks use Swan. The new white clothing soap is purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap.
They use it. Now will you please propose?
Oh, sure, Tootsie. Say, there's just one other thing we should agree on first. How do you feel about babies?
Babies?
Yes, do you think they should be bathed with a whole bar of Swan or half of it? You see, Swan is great for bathing babies, you know. It's so pure, it's kind of even a baby's tender skin. So you know Swan is just bound to be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Look, what are you proposing, marriage or a bath?
Well, gee, Tootsie, a fella's got to be careful, you know. You know what that famous expert on women said.
What?
Well, he said women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. But Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles.
What expert on women said that?
Me?
Bill, will you please hurry up and propose to me? I've got some shopping to do.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Bill, would you mind proposing on this divan over here?
Okay, Gracie, anything you say.
But, look, Bill, you want to be told
Come on in the library, George.
Okay, well, don't yank my arm off.
Great. Is it working? Yes, Tootsie. I'll leave the door open a crack so I can describe how Bill proposes to you. I thought you'd be interested.
What's he doing to me?
Well... You're both on a divan. And Bill is moving closer to you. Closer and closer.
Yes?
He leans forward to kiss you. Oh, Tootsie Sagwell, you're a big dope.
Why?
You turned your head away.
Oh, I guess I got so excited I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, well, now he's taking your hand in his. He's stroking it with his fingers.
Which hand, Gracie?
Your right hand. Why?
I want to know which one to have goose pimples on.
And now he slips his arm around your waist. He tries to pull your head down on his shoulder, but you hold back.
Oh, pull harder, Bill. Pull harder.
And now you're beginning to give in. He tilts your chin up. Oh, Tootsie, he finally did it. He kissed you.
Oh, did I enjoy it?
Oh, Tootsie, you loved it. Now he's proposing. He's on his knees. You look down at him and nod your head. Oh, Tootsie, you accepted him. You're engaged, isn't it wonderful?
Yes, this is the happiest moment of my life.
Oh, those are tears of joy, huh?
Well, not exactly. My engagement seems to lack the personal touch.
Oh, well, I've had enough of this. I'm going out there and put a stop to it. Hey, Bill.
Go away, George. Don't disturb me.
Hey, you better listen, Goodwin, because you're going to get the shock of your life. That's not Tootsie Sagwell you've been kissing. That's Veronica Lake.
Well, I know that.
You mean... You mean you knew it all the time?
Well, what else, brother? I'm no fool.
Well, I'll be... John, how do you like that?
Oh, so that was your game, Mr. Goodwin. You were just putting on an act.
Sure.
You knew it was me and took advantage of it?
That's right.
You knew all the time that you were hugging me, kissing me, making love to me?
Uh-huh.
It was fun, wasn't it?
I'll say.
Come on, Bill. Take me home.
Okay, Veronica.
Well, so help me, that's the last time I'll ever stick my neck out.
Wait. George, stop them.
Oh, you're too late. They're gone.
Oh, well, that's a man for you. He just got engaged to Tootsie Sagwell, and he's already running around with another woman.
Now, look, Gracie...
Oh, men are all alike. They're all beasts. You just can't trust one of them. George Burns, I'm going home to my mother.
Me? What did I have to do?
Well, I just have a few moments to leave you with this one thought. Swan saves you money. Use it for every soap and water job in the house. In the kitchen, for dishes and cleaning, Swan does the work of easily wasted package soaps. So you save there. And in the bathroom, for your hands and face, you save again. Because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any of the leading toilet soaps tested. And gives you a soap purer than the finest Castiles. So use Swan and really save.
Oh, we're a little late, folks. Good night.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when their special guest will be that famous Arkansas traveler, Bob Burns. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network next Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. How about you? Good night.
Veronica Lake is now appearing in Paramount's all-star production, Star Spangled Rhythm. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat presents Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. A brave man these days who will make a prediction. But I'd be willing to bet that within the next few days we receive a good many letters from listeners making the same suggestion about how to take better care of shoes. And though I've mentioned it to you before, I think it's very timely to remind you again that genuine Johnson's Wax, either paste or liquid, is a wonderful protection for shoes, boots, luggage, and all things made of leather. It keeps the leather soft and pliable, moisture resistant, makes it wear longer, resists scuffing, and of course greatly improves its appearance. Keep some Johnson's Wax handy for use as a shoe polish. All the members of your family will have use for it. This is just one of many uses for genuine Johnson's Wax, besides its major uses for protecting floors, furniture, and woodwork. Wax is a real help in the battle of conservation, and its cost is negligible. Well, sir, it's one of life's little puzzles that a busy executive who gets a half-ton of mail every morning never gets excited about it. But to people who never get anything but a couple of circulars, a few bills, and an occasional postcard, the arrival of the morning mail is a pretty hot moment. For instance, take Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Whiz, I wish that mailman would get here. He's 10 minutes late this morning.
Oh, take it easy, dearie. The way you watch for the mailman every morning, anybody'd think you were selling hay for the Pony Express.
Well, gee whiz. You never know what you'll get in the mail. You remember I got an important letter last week.
What was that?
Well, it was confidential, but you'll remember I showed you the return address on the envelope from the White House.
Yeah. And I saw it on your dresser later. It was from the White House Hamburger Hut at 14th and Oak Street. And they said thank you for your patronage, but from now on they weren't open on Tuesdays.
What are you doing reading my mail anyway?
Well, it was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee. I'm Mrs. McGee. Remember? I was the girl in the white dress you married with.
Okay. The mailman ain't got any right to be so late. I got a good mind to report him to Jim Farley.
Why not? And if that doesn't get results, go right over his head to the president, Grover Cleveland.
You're kidding, but I'm serious. I'm a busy man, and when my morning mail is delayed...
Busy doing what?
Well, how do I know what I'm doing till I get my mail? That's the very point I'm trying to make. Hot dog. There he is now. There's the mailman.
Sure. A circular from the Bijou Theater and 2 blotters from some real estate agent. I can hardly wait. Open the door, McGee.
Now, look here, Bud. If you can't get the mail here on time... Oh, excuse me, sis. I thought you were the mailman.
I am the mailman. Heavenly days. A lady mailman.
Gee.
Say, I hope Mr. Underwood isn't ill.
No, madam. Mr. Underwood is now in the Army. I will bring your mail for the duration.
Well, what do you know? One of these days, this country's going to have just 2 classes of people, soldiers and women.
Not a bad idea, either. Anything for us this morning, mailman? Or postwoman? Dearie?
Here it is, Mrs. McGee. You are Mrs. McGee, I presume.
Oh, you caught me red-handed with my wedding ring on.
How do you like being a mailman, sis, as far as you've gone?
I like it. Except for the dogs.
Yes, I imagine your feet do get a little tired by the end.
By dogs, I mean dogs. Canines. Big ones, little ones, medium ones, loud ones, quiet ones, white ones, black ones, tan ones. And they all snap at me. What is there about me that makes dogs want to bite me?
Gee, I don't know, sis, but I bet if I was a dog...
McGee!
Okay.
Listen, it isn't you, dearie. All dogs get nervous when they see someone carrying a big package or a big bag. It's the mail sack that gets them, not you.
Well, that's a comfort, because I like dogs. But I've been barked at, snapped at, rushed at, chewed at, snarled at, jumped at, and growled at, so I feel like a burglar. Have you got a dog?
No.
Well, I'm in civil service. If you want me to stay civil and give you service, don't get a dog.
I wonder what the official title of a lady mailman is. Baguette?
The poor girl. I suppose she'll get used to it, though, or the dogs will get to know her better.
I'm going to miss old Underwood, though, the regular mailman. He didn't smoke.
Maybe this girl doesn't smoke either.
I know, but who's going to give her cigars for Christmas that she can give me? What's in the mail?
Here.
Here's an ad from the Wistful Vista Physical Culture Saloon.
That's salon.
Same thing. Bending elbows with a bunch of dumbbells.
What are they advertising?
Course of 20 lessons starting February 22nd. You can't buy tires and shoes are rationed. Let us teach you to walk on your hands.
Is there any other mail as important as that?
No. Hey.
What?
That dumb mail girl left a letter here by mistake. Anybody in this neighborhood named Householder?
No, I don't think. Let me see that letter. Oh, this says Householder, 79 Wistful Vista.
I know, but we don't know anybody by that name. And
Why, you silly. It means whoever lives here. The people who hold the house.
Oh. Well, don't open it. Just forward it to the FHA.
No, it means us, dearie. It's a government circular.
Let me see it. Uncle Sam wants workers with special skills. If you are a tack welder, flanging press operator, plate hanger, mixer operator of explosives, or outside machinist, or are skilled in any similar work, please report to your nearest United States Employment Service office now.
Wow. What on earth is a tack welder? Personally, if I break a tack, I just throw it away.
Probably nobody knows what a tack welder is but another tack welder. Fact remains that the government needs them in war production. You hear anything about this on the radio?
Our radio's out of order, dearie. They're sending a man over to fix it sometime today. They said that they'd... Come in.
Hello there, kids. Want to see something pretty?
Oh, hi, old-timer. What you got?
Looky. For a gal.
Heavenly days, a diamond ring. Why, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's terrific, old-timer. But what makes it look so yellow?
That's what I asked the fellow in the pawn shop, Johnny. He says that's on account of there's so many carrots in it.
I suppose that must be it. Are you and your girl really getting engaged?
Well, we really got engaged last night, daughter. Bessie was sitting on my lap in front of the fireplace. We had the lights turned down kind of low, and I says, Bessie, I says, and she says, yes, Whitley.
Who's Whitley?
That's me, Johnny. Anyway, that's what I told her my name was.
Oh.
I call her Olga.
I thought her name was Bessie.
Well, it is. Olga's a kind of a nickname I started.
But why do you tell her your name was Whitley?
Well, if you're going to be nosy about it, Johnny, the only engagement ring I could afford was in this here pawn shop and had an inscription into it that says, to Olga from Whitley. Well, just wanted you to see the ring. I'll invite you to the wedding, kids.
I still don't know how you're going to find any plate hangers or tack welders or outside machinists for the government if you don't even know what they are, McGee.
Shucks, I don't have to know what they are. If you were an expert plate hanger and you were temporarily clerking in a bird store and you heard somebody say Uncle Sam was hungry for plate hangers, that's all that's necessary, isn't it? I'm going to spread the word around, that's all. And if I can find just one and get him working at war production, I'll be as proud as a pewter pigeon.
You mean potter pigeon, dearie, made out of pottery.
I do not. I mean one of them putter pigeons that putters around on the windowsill.
Listen, that isn't putter in the windows, that's putty. And who ever heard of a putty pigeon?
I didn't say putty pigeon.
You said pewter.
Well, what's pewter?
It's a mug.
That's what I says. I'd feel like a mug if I don't find the government pewter tackle. And besides that...
I'll get it.
Whoever it is, ask them, did they ever work as an outside machinist?
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. I was wondering... What? Why, isn't that terrible? But I'm sure McGee wouldn't think of doing so... Yes, I know, Abigail, but... Oh, no, I'm positive. Well, you two may have your little arguments, but after all, when it comes to doing such a cruel... Oh, no, Abigail, no. I'm just as sure as I'm standing here that McGee had absolutely nothing to do with it. Yes. Goodbye, Abigail, dear. McGee.
Huh?
What was the idea of sending Abigail Uppington that insulting comic Valentine?
Who, me? I didn't send her any comic Valentine. Well, I wish I'd have thought of it.
Well, she's simply furious. Are you sure you didn't have anything to do with it?
Molly, I give you my word as I stand here wondering whether to spend my next coupons for sugar or shoes. Whether to go barefoot or hungry. Or whether to...
Well, hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Oh, do, Mr. Wilcox, do.
Do we mind if he comes in? He reminds me of the doctor who was going to operate on the dancer for appendicitis. Mind if I cut in, he said. Hey, Harlow.
Yeah?
You ever do any tack welding or plate hanging?
I don't know. What is it?
Well, we don't know either, but the government wants very badly to get in touch with tack welders and plate hangers. And what were those other things, McGee?
Well, here's the circular. Flanging press operators, mixer operators of explosives, outside machinists, and people familiar with similar skilled work. Ever do any of that stuff like that there, Junior?
No. No, but I got a cousin in Milwaukee that's a pretzel bender.
Well, I'm afraid bending pretzels is no great contribution to the war effort, Mr. Wilcox. Haven't you any special skills at all?
Oh, sure. I'm a whiz-bang on the subject of preserving things with Johnson's wax, on how to seal wood and leather and enamel surfaces against dirt and wear and dust and dampness, on how Johnson's wax not only saves things, but gives them a new luster and a new beauty that makes an old chair or cabinet gleam with pride, that makes housework so much easier by...
Yeah.
Well, I'll bet there isn't a guy in the country that can tell you more uses for Johnson's wax in a house than I can. Windowsills, lampshades, luggage, floors, furniture, shoes. Oh, baby, shoes! Now there, we got something. Did you know
Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah?
One more question. Did you send Mrs. Uppington a comic Valentine?
Certainly not. I never send anybody comic Valentines. I think they're brutal. Did she get one?
She got one, Junior, and she thought I sent it. She was ready to come raging over here and beat my skull in with my own clavicle.
I talked to her on the phone, and she was really loaded for moose, Mr. Wilcox. I'm afraid I didn't succeed in convincing her that McGee didn't send that Valentine either.
Well, you haven't convinced me either.
Oh, yeah? You really think I'm the type of guy that deliberately hurts people's feelings by sending them insulting Valentines?
Suppose I meet somebody who's a tack welder. Or one of those other specialists. What then?
You just tell him to report right away to the nearest U.S. Employment Service.
Wilcox, you didn't answer my question.
What question was that, pal?
You think I'm the type guy to send people comic Valentines?
Frankly, pal, I think you're not only the comic Valentine type, but the squirting flower in the coat lapel type. The chewing gum on the doorknob type. The look through the telescope and get a black eye type. And last but not least, the bomb that goes off when you start your car type, and I'll let you know if I find any plate hangers.
Mr. Wilcox has a very low opinion of your wit and humor, McGee.
Imagine that. And me that hasn't had a buttonhole flower that squirts water for years. Wonder where I could get one.
No. Stop it now. First thing I know, you'll start pulling chairs out from under people as they go to sit down.
I will not. That's something even I don't think is funny. And you know why?
Why?
Because the last time I did that to a guy, he slugged me. You ever hear me speak of Fred Nittany of Starved Rock, Illinois?
Yes.
Well, sir, Fred Nittany was the guy that did it. Hey, hand me my cigar box, will you?
Here.
Thanks. As I was saying, this Fred Nittany and me...
McGee, I wish you'd let that musical humidor run down. I'm getting tired of it.
Me too. I just keep it wound up as a health measure. I'm getting so I smoke a lot less because I hate to open that box. But about this Fred Nittany, one day we were out...
Oh, dear.
Come in.
Well, for goodness...
Well, I'll be a... Hi, Latrivia. Hey, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, my, isn't this nice? Mayor Latrivia.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. But it isn't Mayor Latrivia anymore, you know. It's just plain Coast Guardsman Latrivia.
Oh, you certainly look wonderful in your sailor suit.
Molly, please, not sailor suit. That sounds sissy. They call them costumes.
We call them no such thing, McGee. They're uniforms.
Oh, yeah, uniforms.
My goodness, they just take wonderful care of you. You look simply grand.
Well, I feel fine, Mrs. McGee. I'm on leave with a bunch of Coast Guardsmen who've just completed a course in Japanese anatomy at Guadalcanal.
Oh, what do you know about that? Took off a little weight, didn't you, Latrivia?
Oh, I've taken it off in some places and added it in others, McGee. I have 2 inches more around the chest and 3 inches less around...
Don't sit down, Mr. Latrivia.
Thank you.
Well, now tell us all about it. How are they feeding you?
Splendidly, Mrs. McGee. I hope you and McGee can come and visit our base one of these days. Southern Section Training Base at San Clemente, California. We're very proud of it. Our commanding officer, Lieutenant Howard Chebley, is really turning out sailors there. Think you can pay us a visit?
I'd love to, wouldn't you, McGee?
Sure. The fact is, Latrivia, I might be getting down that way myself now, any day now, myself. Being a government man myself, I have...
You a government man?
Tell Mr. Latrivia all about your government work, McGee, and loud, because it's news to me, too.
What do you mean, news to you? I'll tell you how it is, Latrivia. The government notified me just today by mail that they want me to locate a lot of tack welders for them. Of course, you know what a tack welder is, of course.
Well, certainly.
What?
You do?
Why, yes, don't you?
Well, no. The government didn't ask me to train them. All I got to do is find them.
What on earth is a tack welder, Mr. Latrivia?
Well, I may be wrong, Mrs. McGee, but I think it's a welder who simply tacks pieces of metal together by welding temporarily until they can be permanently welded together.
Well, what do you know? How'd you learn all that there stuff, Latrivia?
Well, the Navy gives you a pretty complete education, McGee. And the Coast Guard joins the Navy in wartime and fights wherever the Navy and Marines fight.
Oh.
So I was saying just the other day to my executive officer, Chief Lancio.
Chief Lancio? What is he, an Indian?
No. In the Coast Guard, chief means chief petty officer.
Oh.
You see, I was telling you.
Excuse me, but how long will you be in town? How long a furlong have you got?
You don't mean a furlong, Molly. A furlong is a horse.
A furlong is not a horse, McGee. It's a distance.
Oh, you mean furlong is quite a ways, like a fur piece.
I tell you, a furlong is a horse. You've seen it on racing programs. This race is for 7 furlongs. That means there's 7 horses in the race.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, McGee. A furlong is 220 yards or 1/8 of a mile.
A likely story. Who ever heard of a horse 1/8 of a mile long?
Stop arguing, dearie. You haven't seen all the horses in the world. If Mr. Latrivia says there are horses that long, I believe him.
But I didn't say that. I merely said...
Oh, trying to back out of it, eh? Now look here,
I'm not trying to back out of anything. I just said that a furlong was 1/8 of a mile.
Well, if that isn't a long horse, I never saw one.
But I didn't say it was a horse. I'm not that stupid by a long shot.
A horse 1/8 of a mile long wouldn't be any long shot, Latrivia. He'd be a sure thing. He'd be halfway around the track before the other next.
But I tell you, I'm not talking about horses. I merely said that a furlong was 1/8. I mean, a furlong was when a serviceman. How could a horse be? A furlong, 1/8 of a sailor. McGee.
Yes?
As long as you're a government man, please use your influence to send me to Tunisia or New Guinea or someplace, where a man can see what he's fighting. Good night! The King's Men sing Fill the Flute is Ball.
Have you heard the fill the fluter of the town of Ballymook? Oh, the time to go hard with him, in fact the man was broke. So he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, but how he'd like a company that ain't an at a ball. When he wrote to the people, he was careful to suggest to them that if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, well, the more they put in whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for bothering the floor. With a toot of the flute and a twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, happy with the gaiety and fill the flute ball. Little Vicky Mulligan said he'll show you how. The pretty widow Cavalcade got up and took your bow. I can dance it off the floor to she as sure as you were born. If you'll only make the piper play the hair within the falls. So Bill tootled up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman began to do the share. Face Mickey Mulligan, tis you that has agility. You got the way to Cavalcade, you're jumping like a hare with the toot of the flute and the middle of the middle. Oh, a hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle. Up, down, hands around, across and to the wall. Oh, hands with the gaiety and fill the fluted ball. I am by them. Till the fluter tipped away to little crooked Pat. Well, I think it's fairly time to be for passing round the hat. So Patty passed the coffee round and looking mighty cute. Then you got to pay the piper. Sure, you got to pay the piper. Yes, you got to pay the piper when he tootles on the flute. So all joined in with the greatest joviality, digging in their pockets with the jingle mighty sweet. Jigs were danced of the very finest quality. Mickey and the widow danced the others off their feet. With the toot of the flute and the riddle on the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle. Up, down, hands around, across and to the wall. Oh, hands free, the gaiety, the gaiety, the gaiety. Hands free, the gaiety, and fill the fluter's ball.
did you say there was supposed to be a guy coming over to fix this radio today, Molly?
Yes, but don't get impatient, dearie. Everybody's short of help these days, you know.
No, that's no excuse. A government man like me ought to get priority on radio repairs. With me busy rounding up skilled workers for war production, you think that I ought to be able to get a...
Oh, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. How are you today?
Oh, I feel just peachy, Mrs. McGee. But then I should. I've just finished up my setting up exercises.
Setting up exercises?
Yes. I've been setting up in the attic waiting for Sweetie Face to go out shopping. She hunted all over the house and she couldn't find me. She never thought of looking up the chimney.
What were you hiding for, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, Sweetie Face was mad at me. Somebody sent her an awfully nasty valentine. She thought I did it.
Mm-hmm. Who did send it?
I did.
Why, Mr. Wimple, that was me. I hope it wasn't you who sent one to Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I wouldn't do anything like that. I'm very fond of Mrs. Uppington.
You mean you think more of her than you do of your own wife?
At times, yes.
What times?
Oh, times like from when Sweetie Face and I were married up till now.
Say, how are you getting along with your bodybuilding exercises, Miss Wimple?
Just wonderfully, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face says if I keep it up, I'm going to look like that man on the back of the magazine.
You mean Charles Atlas?
Yes. Sweetie Face considers me an Atlas even now.
Oh, she does?
Yes. She tried to shove me into the top shelf of the bookcase this morning.
Say, I don't know how you stand it, Mr. Wimple. I really don't, the way that woman treats you. She's a horrible woman.
Oh, you mustn't talk about Sweetie Face like that, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, nobody can hear us.
You sure?
Sure.
All right. Then let's all talk about it.
Look, Mr. Wimple, why don't you leave home and get a job as a, what were some of those jobs, McGee?
Oh, he hasn't had any training in them, Molly. They're skilled labor jobs. You ever had any experience in plate hanging with?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh.
Just this morning, Sweetie Face hung a plate on me that almost...
No, that's one of the jobs that's needed in war production, Miss Wimple. You see... Oh, do you have to go?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face is due home any minute now to start dinner, and I left the gas turned on in the kitchen. The house is simply full of gas fumes.
Boy, she's liable to blow herself to pieces.
Yes.
You know, McGee,
Huh?
sometimes I think that Wallace and Sweetie Face aren't happy together.
Oh, that's just your imagination. If I ever saw two perfectly mated people, it's...
Oh, dear. Come in.
You people call for a radio repairman? Oh, yeah, right in here, Bud.
Now, here's the radio right here, sir. I turned it on yesterday and nothing happened. And I do hate to miss Vic and Sade if I can possibly hear
Oh, there's nothing serious wrong, lady. Ah, there you are. It's working now. $2, please.
$2? Well, that's fast work. Well, here you are, Bud. You must be an expert radio man. You've been doing this stuff long?
Oh, no. I'm just helping out my brother-in-law.
I see.
I always worked as a tack welder myself, but my brother-in-law got sick a year or so ago, and I've been helping him out ever since. He don't need me now, but I just go along and...
What was the matter with the radio in case it happens again?
Oh, well, in case it happens again, lady, stick the plug back in the wall socket. Call me anytime.
For goodness sakes, $2 for sticking the plug back in the wall socket.
What a jip. That guy's got no business in the radio repair business. He ought to go back to his tack welding where... Did I say tack welding? Hey, he's a tack welder. He's one of those guys. One side, Molly. Hey, Bob, come back here. I'm going to try to want you. Hey, tack welder. Hey,
Is the linoleum linoleum on your floors wearing as well as you expected? Have you done anything to give it extra protection right now? Do you realize that you can make linoleum actually wear 6 to 10 times longer by protecting it regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat? If your program for taking better care of the things you have doesn't include Glow Coat on your linoleum floors, you're missing an important and a very easy way to practice conservation. Self-polishing Glow Coat takes very little work because it polishes itself without rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. It protects linoleum surfaces against wear of all kinds, against minor scratches, scuffing, and color fading. Glow Coat makes floor surfaces sparkle with beauty. And that's important, too, because it makes your kitchen a pleasanter room to work in.
Ladies and gentlemen, no fooling. The government does need skilled workers in the lines we've been talking about. I'll repeat them again. Tack welders, flanging press operators, plate hangers, mixer operators of explosives, outside machinists, and people with similar skills. If you can do any of these things and aren't in war production work at this time, do your country a good turn and report to your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. Skilled workers in Canada, check with your governmental employment officers.
Don't forget, it's your sons of toil that'll help put those Nazis under tons of soil.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Characters of the old-timer and Wallace Winkle heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. Mrs. Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax finishes for the home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Miss Mary Astor, one of Hollywood's most charming and resourceful actresses, and a lady who is no stranger to the art of keeping audiences in suspense. Ask anyone who saw her in The Maltese Falcon or Across the Pacific. The story called In Fear and Trembling by J. Donald Wilson is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with In Fear and Trembling and Miss Mary Astor's performance, we again hope to keep you in suspense. At the edge of the cliff, overlooking the sea, sits a gray stone mansion, weather-beaten by the storms of several decades. To this mansion, Gilbert Durant brought his bride, Lucia. That was 4 years ago. Gilbert and Lucia were quite happy until a year ago, when Lucia's half-sister Beverly came to live with them. Gradually, something began to happen. Lucia felt that some insidious horror was beginning to gnaw at her happiness. She began to know that Gilbert's ardor was beginning to cool. He became more absorbed in his writing. Then she felt the cold clamminess of the great stone structure creeping about her, clutching at her heart. Anyone who saw her could tell that fear was growing in her mind, a fear of something which she could not or would not explain. One evening, Lucia, having excused herself at dinner, tossed on her bed in a fretful sleep.
No. Don't get away from me!
Mrs. Durant, what's wrong?
Benson, come in.
Well, what on earth is wrong? Why were you screaming?
Oh, Benson, I must have been dreaming. It was horrible.
You're white as a ghost and shaking like a leaf.
Yes, I know. Oh, Mrs. Benson, I can't stand it. It's driving me mad. That makes it 4th or 5th time I've dreamed the same thing, the same in every detail.
I've never heard you scream before.
No. Oh, that's probably because...
What?
Oh, it always comes a little closer to me. Tonight it almost reached me.
It? What do you mean?
I don't know what it is. It's a figure. A human figure, but I can't tell whether it's a man or a woman. It comes through that door and walks slowly across the room with its arms outstretched, reaching for me.
Are you sure you were dreaming?
Now that I think of it, it isn't like a dream, an ordinary dream. Its reality seems to carry over even after I'm awake.
That's what's made you so ill.
This dream, if it is a dream, means something? Is that what you think? It's a premonition?
Perhaps.
What time is it?
9 o'clock.
Where's Gilbert?
Your husband went horseback riding over an hour ago.
Did he go alone?
Your sister went with him.
Beverly? Why didn't he ask me to go?
Well, you've not been yourself lately. Not been feeling well.
Yes, of course.
Well, if you're feeling better, I'll go back to my room.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I'll be all right. Thank you, Miss Benson. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Beverly. Gilbert.
Lucia lay there for a while, staring wild-eyed at the patch of moonlight on the bedroom door, listening, waiting. Then, as the clock struck 10:30, the door opened, and a figure stepped into the room and moved noiselessly through the moonlight to Lucia's bed. Suddenly, Lucia opened her eyes.
Don't!
Lucia, what's wrong with you?
What are you doing in my room?
I just wanted to know how you felt.
How long have you been standing there?
Oh, just a few seconds.
I was dreaming, I guess. When I woke up, you startled me.
Why were you yelling, don't?
I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea.
I talked with Dr. Henry about you today. I told him how run down you were, and he suggested that I get a tonic for you. I'll drop in at the drugstore on my way home tomorrow evening.
A tonic?
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, I don't remember. Something in strychnine.
Strychnine?
Yes, he said it would give you an appetite.
Where have you been, Gil?
Oh, I've been riding. Nice moonlight night. Very pleasant.
Did Beverly enjoy it?
Yes, she's an excellent rider. I've decided to buy that filly from Thompson. Going over there tomorrow afternoon.
Is Beverly going with you?
Yes. He's a good judge of horseflesh. Why?
Nothing. I just asked.
Well, good night, Lucia. See you at breakfast?
Yes. Good night.
Something and strychnine. Something and strychnine. Lucia jumps from her bed, rushes down to the library, snaps on the light, and steps to the shelf holding the encyclopedia. She runs her fingers down the long line of books, LMNOPR, and then she stops and stares. The S to T is missing. And she sees it on the desk, the missing volume. She rushes to the desk and stares down at the open page.
Yes, that's it. Strychnine.
I'll tell you what, Beverly, I'll leave the deal entirely up to you.
Up to me? Oh, Gil, that's not fair.
Why not?
Well, suppose she turns out to be a lemon.
I don't think she will, because you're going to have the job of training her.
Oh, you certainly flatter me.
Not in the least. Oh, good morning, Lucia.
I just realized what time it was. You'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Well, yes, it's 9 this very minute. Better step on it. More coffee, Beverly?
No, thanks. How do you feel, Lucia?
Better. Much better.
You better eat something.
No, I can't.
At least some coffee.
Yes, I'll have some coffee.
I've got to run. See you later, Lucia.
Yes, Gil.
And I'll see you this afternoon at 2, Beverly.
Yes, I'll meet you in town at 2. Oh, Gil, don't forget Lucia's medicine.
No, I won't. Bye, Lucia.
Are you meeting Gil in town, Beverly?
Yes, he wants me to decide on that filly he's interested in.
Where did you learn so much about horses?
Seems to be natural. Why don't you get interested in horses, Lucia? Why should I? What are you interested in?
Well, I am interested in a few things. My husband in particular.
You don't act interested in anything.
Really?
Well, if you'll take my advice, you'll snap out of this coma and get some pep.
Does Gil like women with pep?
No man cares about a woman who sits around and mopes. I think you're a hypochondriac.
Do you?
You should do something about it.
I intend to. I intend to do something about it.
I'm glad to hear it. Get out and do things. Play games, golf, tennis, swim, and ride. Maybe this medicine will fix you up.
You know all about it, do you? What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a tonic, a builder-upper.
I wish I could believe that.
But at least you can try it. Won't hurt you.
No? I wonder. Oh, come in, Dr. Hanby.
Well, Lucia, why did you call me out here? What's wrong?
I just couldn't make it into town.
Oh, it can't be as bad as all that.
Did Gilbert talk to you about me yesterday?
I saw Gil for a few moments at the club during lunch. Said you were run down.
Did you give him a prescription for me?
Oh, never do that until I've examined the patient.
You didn't give him a prescription?
Well, no.
What did you suggest for me?
Oh, I don't know. Mentioned a few tonics he might get for you. Spoke of beef iron and wine and sherry and egg and... I don't remember what else.
Then you mentioned nothing specifically.
I don't think so.
I see.
Now, what seems to be wrong with you, Lucia?
I don't know exactly, but something has been happening to me that, well, frankly, I'm afraid I'm losing my mind.
We all feel that way at times.
I'm serious. Things happen to me in the night.
What sort of thing?
At first I thought they were just nightmares, but when you have a nightmare, you wake up and the fear is gone. You realize the truth. But this vision that comes to me haunts me through the waking hours as well.
Vision?
Something, I think it's a person, comes through my bedroom door, comes toward my bed with outstretched arms as though it intends to strangle me. Each time it comes a little closer. And my fear is that eventually it will get to me before I wake up.
I see. You always dream the same dream?
If it is a dream, yes.
And who is the person?
I don't know.
You don't think it's really a dream?
No. I think it's a premonition.
Have you any basis for such a fear in real life? Is there someone or something that you're afraid of?
Doctor, I'm convinced they're not dreams, that I'm not asleep.
Oh, nonsense.
I'm positive they're not mere dreams.
Well, I think it's all due to your run-down condition. You probably don't sleep as soundly as you should, so you transfer sounds in the night to dreams at night.
That's exactly what I mean. If I'm only half asleep, I may be transferring actual movement and sounds into dreams. In other words, if someone slams a door in the night, I may half hear it and attribute it to a dream.
Yeah? Well.
But then perhaps I'm not dreaming. Don't you see?
I think you'd better come into town and have a thorough physical.
You mean a checkup by a psychiatrist?
Oh, I may have someone help me. It's the usual thing, you know.
Oh, Dr. Hanby, I'm so frightened.
Now. Everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid. Afraid that I'm going to die. That someone is trying to kill me.
Oh, you're not going to die. That's ridiculous.
I'll call you and make an appointment.
That's better. Very well. In the meantime, try not to think about it. Keep your mind on the brighter side.
Yes. I'll try.
All afternoon and on into the evening, that awful gnawing of jealousy and fear occupy every moment. Gil and Beverly. How could they do such a thing? And how far will they go to get you out of the way, Lucia? Will they stop even at murder?
Are you asleep, Lucia?
No, I'm not asleep.
How are you feeling?
I seem to have developed a headache.
Have you eaten anything today?
No, I didn't care for anything.
Well, this will help you. Better take a dose now. I'll measure it for you.
What is it?
Why, it's the tonic.
Did Dr. Hanby prescribe it?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Where's Beverly?
Down in the library.
Did you buy the horse?
Yes, Beverly thought she was a fine animal.
I didn't know Beverly knew so much about horses.
She's a horsewoman after my own heart.
Is she?
Rides like the wind, too.
She had intended to go home tomorrow. Is she staying on?
She's got to. I wouldn't think of her leaving now.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, she's going to train the horse.
And what else?
Why, nothing else. Here, take this. It's a little bitter, but you'll get used to it.
Gil!
Go ahead, it won't hurt you.
I don't want it.
And why not?
It has poison in it.
Well, I suppose it does have a little, yes. But only enough to act as a tonic.
I don't want it. I won't take it.
Are you going to act like a child? Take it and quit arguing.
I won't.
Take it, swallow it down.
I can't take it.
You're impossible, Lucy.
I'm afraid.
You need this medicine, but you're so confoundedly stubborn you'd rather sit around and mope all day. Very well, there it is. You can take it or not. I'm disgusted trying to help you pull out of this. Good night.
No. Wait, Gil. I'll take it.
I don't care whether you do or not.
There. I've taken it. Terribly bitter.
Well, that's more like it. Now take another dose around 11.
Gil, where's Mrs. Benson?
Why, I told her she could have the night off. But she might like to spend the evening in town.
You let her off?
Yes, she's been sticking pretty close lately.
Yes, she has. Good night.
Good night, Lucia.
What's wrong, Gil? You look upset.
I am. Lucia didn't want to take it.
No? Why not?
She's afraid of medicine.
What are you going to do?
She finally took a dose of it. But if I know her, she'll never take another drop.
She's got to take it, Gil. You've got to figure out a way to make her take it.
It can't be disguised. It's too bitter.
Try something else.
I'll try and coax her into it again.
Isn't there something that tastes more pleasant or something you could put in milk or orange juice?
I don't know. But I'll find something.
Of course you will. You've got to.
She's... Wait a minute. There's someone listening outside the door.
Oh, sir.
Well, Benson, what are you doing standing here in the dark?
Why, I was just going upstairs to see if Mrs. Durant wanted anything before I went out.
I see. By the way, I'm staying home for a couple of days, and I thought that since you've been staying so close to the job, you'd welcome a few days' leave.
Leave? Why, yes. But Mrs. Durant may prefer that I stay.
I think you'd better take a little rest yourself. You needn't come back till Friday.
But I don't need a rest.
You come back Friday.
Yes, very well.
But that night, for once, the good Mrs. Benson disobeys orders. A few minutes before 12, she returns to the mansion. No lights are burning. So she makes her way quietly through the back entrance, slips up the stairs, and taps lightly on Lucia's bedroom door.
Mrs. Durant? Mrs. Durant?
Then she turns the knob, opens the door, and snaps on the light.
Mrs. Durant, are you here?
Then Benson steps quickly toward the bed. The bed is empty, but a horrible sight meets her eyes.
Oh, blood. Blood all over the bed. Oh. Get me the police department.
All right, Mrs. Benson. Now, just calm down and tell us what happened this evening.
Well, earlier in the evening, Mr. Durant told me that I could have the night off since I'd been staying close to Mrs. Durant for some time. And then later he said he decided to let me off until Friday. I didn't want to go, but he insisted.
Was there anyone else in the house?
Yes, Mrs. Durant's half-sister, Beverly.
Did you leave the house?
Yes, but I sneaked up the back stairs and told Mrs. Durant I'd be back about midnight.
If you had till Friday, why did you come back at midnight?
Because we were both frightened.
Of what?
Well, Mrs. Durant had been having premonitions that someone was trying to kill her.
Who was trying to kill her?
She didn't know, but she was terribly frightened.
Is that all?
No. Her husband tried to get her to take some medicine he had brought home. She refused, and he got angry.
How do you know he was angry?
I heard him talking about it to Beverly. They were in the library. And he told Beverly that Lucia was stubborn. Beverly said that he'd have to think of some other way.
Did Mrs. Durant suspect her husband and Beverly of trying to do away with her?
Yes. Yes, she did. She was convinced that Mr. Durant and Beverly were in love and wanted her out of the way.
I see. Mm-hmm. Well, so you came back tonight because you anticipated that something was going to happen.
Yes. House was dark, so I came up the back stairs, knocked on her door. When I got no answer, I came in, turned on the lights, saw she was gone, and then I saw the bed all covered with blood. She wouldn't take the poison, so they did it another way. That's what they planned in the library.
Where are they now? Any idea?
Well, they didn't expect me back tonight, so they're probably gone to dispose of the body, intending to come back here and clean the place up later.
I see. Anybody else know about Mrs. Durant's fears?
Yes, she talked to Dr. Hanby. I called him right after phoning the police and told him about it. He knows.
Dr. Hanby, Captain Drake, what in the world is the meaning of this?
From all indications, Mrs. Durant has been murdered and the body disposed of. Doctor, I understand Mrs. Durant told you that she was afraid that something was going to happen to her, that she was going to die.
Who told you that?
Mrs. Benson here.
I see. Well, she did call me in this morning. She'd been having strange dreams. Premonitions, she called them. I called them hallucinations.
Who'd you think it was?
Well, she couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, but someone was always approaching her bed with outstretched arms, trying to choke her.
Do you think it was more than a dream?
She was a sort of hypochondriac. I asked her to come into town where I could give her a thorough examination. I didn't take her story too seriously, but this certainly puts a different slant on the entire picture.
Yes, we haven't found the body, but I have men out looking now. We'll find it.
Here's Mr. Durant and his sister-in-law. They found them about half-mile down the beach.
Oh, how are you, Durant?
What in the world goes on here? What's wrong, Doctor?
Take a look at that bed.
Good Lord. What happened? Lucia. Where is she?
We thought you might enlighten us on that point.
What do you mean? Where is she? Is Lucia dead?
Oh, Gil, what?
What happened?
We think your wife has been murdered.
Murdered? But what are you doing here, Mrs. Benson? I thought you were gone till Friday.
Why did you tell her to go until Friday?
Why, I thought she needed a rest. She'd been having long hours. Where is Lucia?
Where have you and your sister-in-law been?
Why, I slipped upstairs and saw Lucia was asleep, so we decided to take a little ride down the beach. It was still early.
Mm-hmm. Didn't take anything with you?
Certainly not.
What do you mean by that? What would we take?
I don't know. I just asked. Did you two try to get Lucia to take some medicine?
No.
Wait a minute, Beverly. That won't do any good. Yes, we did. Lucia was run down and needed a tonic, but she refused to take medicine.
Why did she refuse?
I don't know.
Maybe she was afraid of being poisoned.
Poisoned? But why should I want to poison her? Lucia was my wife.
How long has your sister-in-law Beverly been here with you?
Well, I don't know. Quite some time.
Just a minute. Are you inferring that Gil and I...
I'm not inferring anything. I merely asked you a question.
Oh, Gil, tell him that...
Just a moment, Beverly. Mrs. Benson, what have you been saying? What did you tell them?
I told them the truth.
You think I planned to kill Lucia? Is that it?
Yes. You and this woman.
You're out of your mind.
You tried to get her to take some medicine. She knew you were in love with her sister and that you were trying to poison her.
And how did she come to that conclusion?
She had premonition.
That means nothing.
And besides, I heard you talking, you and Beverly, planning the whole thing.
What?
She's lying.
I heard you. When you realized Lucia wouldn't take the medicine, Beverly said you'd have to think of some other way.
Some other way to what?
To get rid of her. To kill her.
There must be some... Dr. Hanby, you know better than this. Do you think I had a reason back of wanting to know about various medicines?
Well, no, I didn't. Not at the time, but now...
Now what?
Well, I'm sorry to say it all adds up to something suspicious. Seems more than just coincidental.
Do you think I killed Lucia?
Look about you. Look at the room. What else am I to think?
What was the tonic you tried to give your wife?
It had strychnine in it.
That right, Durant?
Why, yes. It was one of the things Dr. Hanby mentioned. It was iron, quinine, and strychnine.
Did you mention that, Doctor?
Well, I suppose I did. It's a commonly known tonic.
Did you add anything else to it, Durant?
Certainly not.
How about it, Sergeant? What's the report?
The bottle contained iron, quinine, and strychnine, and a heavy content of arsenic.
Arsenic? But that isn't possible. I put nothing in it. Where would I get arsenic?
It was in there just the same.
Good heavens. Doctor, this isn't true. You know it isn't.
I hate to say it, Gil, but the evidence looks bad for you.
Benson knows what this is all about. She's lying. She knows Gil wouldn't do such a thing. She's back of it all.
Why?
I don't know. But believe me, I'll find out if I have...
That'll do. Under the circumstances, I think you'd all better come down to headquarters so we can keep you separated. Come on. And no more talking.
After 48 hours of relentless grilling, endless questioning, Gil and Beverly are released on a writ of habeas corpus. Weeks go by, and Lucia's body has not been discovered, so the district attorney makes a public announcement that no murder charges can be preferred against them due to lack of corpus delicti, the failure to produce the body, Lucia's body. Then one evening, Beverly and Gil talk in the library.
Beverly, I want you to know how wonderful I think you've been. You've stuck right beside me, never lost your nerve, and, well, you're one girl in a million.
Oh, thanks, Gil, but it isn't over yet. They won't stop their search for Lucia's body, and if they find it, we haven't a chance.
I know, but what can we do about it?
Well, why couldn't we leave the country?
Together?
Not necessarily. They'd be sure to follow us. But we could go separately in different ways, and...
And meet someplace later on? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean.
It seems a bit mad. It would be equal to an out-and-out confession.
Oh, but Gil, if they find Lucia's body, we haven't a chance. It's too strong against us.
We could never come back, Beverly.
What of it? I don't want to die, Gil. And I don't want anything to happen to you.
Beverly, I don't know what to say.
I'm frightened, Gil. I can't stay here with such horrible fear hanging over me. I'll go mad. If you don't go, then I will. I'll leave tonight.
Please, Beverly, I need you more than ever now. Please don't go.
Don't worry, Gilbert. She won't leave you.
Lucia.
Heavens, Lucia.
I won't let her leave you. I'll see that you both go together and stay together for a long, long time.
Lucia, what?
Lucia.
We thought you were dead.
Disappointed, aren't you?
Where have you been?
What are you going to do with that gun?
You thought I was dead. Well, I'm not. I'm live enough to pull this trigger. I've been hiding for weeks, and I've been behind those curtains for the last 20 minutes. I heard every word. Now I know you're in love with each other. Now I know you wanted to do away with me.
In love? Beverly and I?
From the day she came here. She took you away from me.
I did not.
We never thought of such a thing. Never.
Never entered our mind.
Why lie about it?
You've let your imagination run away with you, Lucia. You're insane.
You think so? Well, if I am, it's your fault. Yours and Beverly's. You've driven me insane, both of you. I had a plan to get even with you, to make you pay for what you've done, but it failed.
What plan?
You see, I didn't know about the law of corpus delicti, but I do now. And this time there will be a body. 2 bodies. Yours and Beverly's.
You're a suspicious-minded devil, Lucia.
I planned to trap you on a murder charge, my murder, but it's going to be your murder now.
You were convinced that Beverly and I were in love?
Of course. I never needed a dream nor a premonition. I cut myself and smeared blood on the bed and disappeared. When I found they couldn't touch you without the corpus delicti, I came back to kill you.
Lucia, you fool, you vicious-minded fool. I'm going to tell you something. Then go ahead and shoot me if you will. Lucia, not until now, this very moment, has the thought of loving Beverly ever occurred to me.
You never loved Beverly?
No. But I can tell you this, Lucia. Now that I've seen you as you really are, I could never love you again, never.
Gil.
Wait, Beverly.
But I was sure. I was convinced that you and Beverly were...
You were sure only because your warped, jealous mind convinced you that there was something between us.
You mean
You certainly made a sorry mess of your life, Lucia.
Then all I've done is kill your love. Oh, Gil.
Yes, Lucia. And you've no one to blame. No one but your own miserable self.
Gil!
Lucia, don't, Lucia!
Oh, Gil. Gil!
Yes, Beverly. But it's It's probably the best thing for her. And for us.
And so closes In Fear and Trembling, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Mary Astor, tonight's tale of Suspense. The broadcast originated in Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when another of the screen's lovelier leading ladies, Geraldine Fitzgerald, will star in the uneasy drama called Will You Walk Into My Parlor? William Spear, the producer, Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, the musical director, Lucian Morawick, the composer, and J. Donald Wilson, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. Someone has said that the two main springs which drive the world are hunger and the will to power. I think we'll all agree about the hunger, but as to the will to power, well, sometimes I think it's not quite as strenuous as that. There are some people in this world who don't want to run anything. They just want to be liked. And that's the mainspring of our story tonight, oxychloride X. But before we begin, Frank Martin.
Folks, it's a sad fact that today a number of Americans are too nervous and tired out, too thin and run down and cranky to make friends or keep them. If that's how it is with you, listen. Maybe you simply need more vitamin D and iron than you're getting from your food. If so, by all means try ironized yeast tablets. They're the amazing little easy-to-take tablets that give you both vitamin D and iron. Thousands of men and women who simply needed more of these substances tell us how quickly ironized yeast has helped them gain glorious new pep and strength, new pounds, new popularity. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. Make a note of it now. And now, lights out, everybody.
So, I says to him, I says, well, sir, I'd like to be obliging, but I really haven't got the time. And he says to me, well, Mr. Jackson, after all, we're making this proposition only to a few outstanding student representatives on the campus. And we do feel you should be interested in our proposition. Well, so, what did you say? Well, I said, mister, I can't be bothered. Just can't be bothered. And I gets in my car and off I goes. But, Bob, free clothes just for wearing them around the campus? Listen, Stan, my boy, what I want to be a clothes horse for any old haberdasher. Ray. My old pappy's got more money than he knows what to do with. Now, what for, I ask?
Well, I guess you got something then. Say, where are you going to take us to dance Saturday night?
Haven't made up my mind.
How about that new number over at the Roto House?
No, thank you, brother.
What's the matter?
Well, did you ever take a look at her feet?
No, sir. Never got below her chin.
Yeah?
Ray Stewart to see you, Stan.
Yeah. Send him on up.
Ray Stewart, who's he?
Well, we're still short one pledge, aren't we?
I know, but Ray Stewart, who is he?
Oh, I met him over in chemistry. Got a mind like a textbook.
Oh, but who is he? Can't pledge a man just because he's a grind.
Well, we could use a few grinds around here. Exams come around, there's nothing like a few of those brainy boys to pull us through.
But who is he? Where's he from? Who's his family? Who's his father?
Morning, Ray.
Oh, thank you.
Good of you to bother to come over tonight.
It was good of you to ask me.
No, not at all. Ray, I want you to meet the president of our house, Bob Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Stewart.
I'm certainly glad to make your acquaintance. I might as well admit this is the first time I've ever been in a fraternity house.
Really?
Sit down, Ray. Take a step at home.
Oh, thank you.
Now, tell me, Ray, do you ever go in for any sports back in your prep days?
Oh, no, I never had much time for that sort of thing.
No?
No, I think that sports should be put into their proper place. After all, I'm sure you agree they aren't particularly important.
No? And what, might I ask, is important in your estimation, Mr. Stewart?
Doing things. Being someone.
What?
Doing things man's never done before. Taking the elements and transmuting them into things which never existed until you thought of them. That's important. That's being almost godlike, isn't it?
That's how you talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get sort of carried away.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Bob, this boy sure knows his chemistry.
Huh? Oh, I really don't know so much.
Say, I ought to know better. You pulled me over some tough spots in this course.
I'm very glad to help you whenever I can. If I lived here, I could help you all the time. I could help you too, Mr. Jackson.
If I need help, I know where to get it.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
It's all right, Stewart. Now, tell me, you're from around Chicago way, aren't you?
Oh, no, Milwaukee. Lived there for years.
Don't tell me I'm one of those Bruin families.
Oh, no. We're not wealthy people at all. My father runs a small business. It isn't much, but we get along.
Oh.
I don't think money's important anyway if a person's ambitious. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, no. What's money?
You fellas may think this funny, but I always thought it's more important what a fella does than what he has. I mean, I've always had the feeling that someday, somehow, I'm going to do something really important. Maybe even miraculous.
Well, now, what do you expect to do? Discover the missing link?
Yes, Stewart. What is this miracle you expect to perform?
Well, I don't know exactly. Ever since I've been just a kid, I've been interested in chemistry, and I've had a feeling that someday I will perform an experiment, mix certain chemicals together, and something would happen that never happened before.
Now you hear that, Stan? A miracle man.
Amazing, my dear Bob. Simply amazing.
I know it sounds silly, but the things I dream about always seem to work out.
Well, would you mind telling us the last miracle that worked out?
Well, this.
This? What do you mean?
Well, as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to belong to a fraternity, and here I am. I mean, you invited me.
Just a minute there, fellow. Mr. Stewart, it's been awfully nice of you to come over and visit with us, and someday we'll have you back again. But now we've got some studying to do, so if you don't mind...
Oh, no, not at all. It was nice of you to invite me over. Well, good night, fellas.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, the screwy crackpot.
Did you see the look in his eye when he was talking about miracles?
It'll be a miracle if he ever gets back to this house again, I'll tell you that. What in the world ever made you ask him over here?
Well, I didn't know. How was I to know he's a crackpot?
Legend to our fraternity. Legend to the booby hatch.
Mr. Stewart, if you please, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, Professor?
Mr. Stewart, might I ask if you're anxious to sever your relationship with this university?
No, sir.
Then might I ask why in creation you persist in ignoring my warnings? In this laboratory you're to perform the experiments given you to perform. Understand? Given you to perform.
Yes, sir.
Then might I ask why you persist in your, shall I call it, original experiments? Perhaps it's your intention to blow up the university. Or just the laboratory.
I'm sorry.
You'll be more than sorry if I find you doing this sort of thing again. Now take down this apparatus and continue with the work in your textbook.
Yes, sir.
This is my last warning, so bear it in mind.
Oh, hello, Stuart. How about loaning me your notebook for a few hours?
Oh, hello, Jackson. You haven't been to the lab much, have you?
No, I haven't, but I can make it up. We've been pretty busy over the house. Initiations and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Jackson.
Yeah?
You never invited me back. I thought maybe you forgot.
Oh, well, you know how those things are.
I wrote my mother that I was joining your fraternity.
Well, that was a sap thing to do.
Was it?
Well, we hadn't pledged you. Stan simply invited you over so I could talk to you.
But you said you wanted me to come back.
Oh, now, look here, fella. Don't be stupid about this. We didn't pledge you, so that's that.
You're not going to pledge me?
Certainly not.
But why?
I don't have to tell you why.
But you've got to tell me.
Quit on me, will you? All right, you're asking for it, so here it is. We didn't pledge you because we think you're a crackpot.
A what?
A crackpot. You talk about miracles. You spend every minute of your time here in the lab monkeying around with things you don't know anything about, getting yourself in all kinds of trouble. Yeah, and you look like a first-class screwball.
But I'm just trying to
make... Yeah, whatever it is you're trying, it isn't normal. Oh, that you never had a glass of beer in your life. And if a girl ever looked at you, you'd fall over in a faint.
Then you're not going to pledge me? You're not going
No, we're not going to pledge you. So if your mom expects you to be in a fraternity, you better start cooking up one of those miracles, fella. A first-class miracle.
Sleep. It's so late. Sleep. I've got to sleep.
Not gonna pledge you.
That's what he said. Not gonna pledge me. Why do I keep thinking about it? I could only sleep. Sleep.
We think you're a crackpot.
Oh, I gotta stop thinking about these things. It's not healthy to think what I'm thinking.
Crackpot. Not gonna pledge you. Crackpot.
What's the matter with my head?
Pledge you. Crackpot.
I've been talking it over and over and over again.
Crackpot.
I'm not crazy. I'm not. I'm as good as you are. I'm as good as both of you put together. Stop saying that. Stop saying it. I'll show you. I'll show you both. I'm better than you are. I'm better than anybody. I'll show you. I'll show you. Talk about miracles. I'll give you miracles. The lab. Gotta get into it. I'll give you miracles. Dark in there. Gotta get in. Oh, blasted door. Gotta get in. Window. I'll show you. So dark in here. Gotta find a lab table. Gotta make a miracle.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
Watchman.
Come on now. Who's there? Talk up.
You don't have to get so excited. I'm a student.
Student, eh? Let's have a look at you.
That flashlight, you're blinding me.
I've got to see who you are, don't I? Yeah, I know you. Seen you on the campus.
I told you I'm a student.
Well, that don't give you no right to be here after hours. How'd you get in here? Oh, broke the window now, did you?
I didn't break the window.
But I heard the glass.
So did I, and I followed the man in here.
Man, what are you talking about?
Give me your flashlight and I'll show you.
All right. Here.
Look behind you. No one will stop me. No one. Miracle. I've got to make one. Got to. NCC barium. 5 cc selenium oxychloride. Oh, good. You're working out just as I planned.
Who's there? Who's that working there?
Professor.
Oh, well, it's you, Stuart. And after all my warning.
You're just in time, Professor.
Yes, just in time to have you thrown out of the university. What are you doing there? What is this mess of equipment?
It's my miracle.
Miracle? What are you talking about?
My miracle.
Are you insane? Take it apart, all of it at once.
Listen to it bubbling. Beautiful sound, isn't it, Professor?
Take it apart, I tell you. Empty out the retort.
No, I've got to wait.
Are you mad? Turn out the burners. All right, I'll turn them off for you.
No, stay where you are.
Stay where? Put down that acid.
I'll smash the bottle on your head if you touch anything on that table.
No, don't throw it. Put the bottle of acid down, Stuart. Please.
My experiment. My miracle. Bubbling and boiling and stewing. It will work, Professor. It's got to work.
But what is it?
I told him I created something that no other man has. I told him. And I will, Professor. You hear me? I will.
But what?
A solvent. A solvent more powerful than anything the world has ever known.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Listen to it bubble.
You said solvent. Explain yourself.
Yes, solvent. A solvent that will dissolve steel like a hot flame.
What do you say?
You heard me say it. A solvent that will dissolve steel faster than a razor cutting through paper. Do you know what that means? Run a line of this liquid across a steel girder. The girder will crumple like a falling tree. Pour some of my solvent into a glass shell and bomb the cities. I tell you, it'll make war too horrible for men to endure.
You crazy boy, you. You know what you're talking about?
I'm talking about that liquid there. Listen to it. Listen to it sing.
Why, no such solvent exists. Selenium oxychloride, perhaps, but to do the impossible things you talked about would require a quantity so...
Oh, the beaker. It cracked.
Well, do something. That liquid's flying all over my bench, my laboratory.
The stone of the bench. It's eating through the stone.
Oh, stop it!
The liquid. It's eating through the stone bench.
No, it can't be.
It's eating through the slate of the floor. The hole's getting bigger and bigger.
Run! Run!
I've done it. I've created something no other man has done. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything. Anything.
Hey, what happened? What's that? The lamp. I guess it's on fire. Where's the fire? I can't see anything. The whole school's out here. Hey, fellas, what's up? Nobody seems to know. Something's going wrong in the lab. The fireman won't let us in. Something burning? I don't know. Can't get near enough to find out. I can't see any fire. Plenty of smoke, though. Plenty of excitement. Read about it in tomorrow's paper, I'll bet you. Hey, listen to that sound. It sounds like water. Gosh, what is it? Hey, everybody back. Hey, the building. It's going to crash.
I did it. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath is certainly indicated at this moment in our story of young Ray Stewart and his amazing discovery. And in this intermission, before we go back to further developments in tonight's exciting Lights Out story, I wonder how many of you girls are asking yourselves this question tonight. Listen.
Why is everything all wrong for me? Other girls have jobs and do war work too, like I do. But other girls get all the dates and all the fun. All I get is thinner and tireder and more jittery and lonely and miserable by the minute. I certainly need something I haven't got.
Well, miss, maybe it's just more vitamin B and iron. If that's it, I suggest you try ironized yeast tablets.
Oh, I've tried tonic after tonic. None I've taken seem to help me.
But ironized yeast is different. It's the two-way tonic. It gives you both vitamin B and iron. That's why it's been of such amazing benefit to thousands who simply needed more of these substances.
Well, I still don't understand.
Well, here's how the experts explain it. When you don't get enough vitamin B out of your food, you may lose your appetite. You may eat so poorly that you lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and feel only half alive. So if you're short on these substances, for your own sake, start taking ironized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
I feel wonderful now. Everybody says I look like $1 million, too, since I gained these good pounds. And talk about dates. Everybody's asking me out nowadays. I wish I'd tried ironized yeast ages ago.
And now back to Lights Out.
Chief, look at this. What's the matter, Murph? Somebody have sex doublers? Get a load of this, Chief. Came in over the news wires. Read it. Additional on Whitmore University. Mysterious cavity on campus growing larger hourly. More follows. Mysterious cavity. Hey, what is this? The dentist at Virgin Middle? Don't you remember, Chief? A couple hours ago, that flash about something eating a hole so big a building fell in it. This is the follow-up. The thing's getting bigger. What do you want to do about it? Forget it. What? Don't you see through a gag when it hits you in the face? Somebody's just having fun on the wires. Mysterious cavity growing bigger. Well, when it's as big as a hole in your head, that'll be news, Murph. That'll be news.
Anything. It dissolves anything. And I did it. I discovered it. I discovered it. Yes. Hello. What is it? Yes, this is Dr. Whitmore. Who's this? Who? National News Service. Now, look here, my good man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm supposed to be resting. My vacation, you know. What? My university? Building collapse. But are you
call them long distance at once. No, I can't give you any sort of signal. Now, hang up, man. I've got to get the operator. Operator. Give me long distance. Give me... What? Long distance is calling? Well, put them on. Hello. Yes, this is he. Rogers? Yes, Roger. What? Kid? That's impossible. Larger? But how could it grow larger? Chemicals? Are you drunk, man? Insane? It's impossible. You must do something.
Listen, mister, I'm a fireman, not a magician.
But that hole, it's 20 feet wider than it was 10 minutes ago.
Mister, I don't know what it's all about. No fire and the ground's burning right away.
We have $5 million worth of property on this ground. If that hole's burning...
Leave me alone, will you? We've been throwing water on the edges of the thing ever since the building fell in, but it's all true, no good.
Gentlemen, listen to this out of tonight's paper. The latest news on the Whitmore University mystery. What at first was treated lightly by all newspapers as either a hoax or a shifting of birth stratum has now developed into an authentic yet unbelievable situation. The hole, which began at the side of the chemical laboratory building, is now 300 feet in diameter and spreading with unbelievable rapidity. Fire departments and fire experts from all neighboring communities within a radius of 100 miles have been called in, but have been helpless to combat the rapidly spreading pit. Many conflicting theories have been propounded as to the cause of the cave-in, but at last reports nothing definite had been determined. Now, Professor Parker, what about the solvent?
Yes.
Unbelievable, unexplainable as it is apparently self-regenerating and oxidizing anything it comes in contact with so quickly that we see no fire but only the rapidly growing cavity where the earth is being consumed.
But Professor Parker, what is this solvent? Surely you don't expect us to believe that the student you were telling us about...
I mean exactly that.
Oh, preposterous. It's a fault in the structure of the earth. There is no such thing as a self-regenerating solvent. Simple cave-in, that's all it is.
Gentlemen, if you please. What? I know. It's preposterous. Gentlemen, if you please. If my professional reputation is not enough to substantiate what I've said, then at least you'll listen to the boy himself. He's here. Listen to him.
Why should we?
Yes, gentlemen, if you'll listen, I'll tell you.
Well, you better listen to me.
Gentlemen, please. What Professor Parker said is true. It is a solvent. It dissolves anything it touches quickly, furiously. The byproducts of that dissolution give it new strength and movement. I discovered it, gentlemen. I know, but what will happen? What can we do? We can wait. Wait? How can we wait? Look out there. The hole's within 2 feet of another building already. We've got to stop it. Look! The building! The foundation's undermined. Crashing! Mother in heaven. Harris Hall. She's right in the hole. Professor Parker. You boy, listen. Which chemicals did you use? We've got to fight it with chemicals. Spread them around the edge. Neutralize the salt. Yes, that's it. Chemicals will neutralize the reaction. No, gentlemen. Listen. They neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole. But you forget one thing. What? What are you talking about? The solvent is eating downward at many times the rate it's eating outward. You may neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole. But have you forgotten? It's eaten the hole 1/4 of a mile deep already. And it's eating into the earth faster and faster. How are you going to stop that? Faster and faster at an ever-increasing rate, this strange cancer on the surface is eating away. It is now approximately 14 hours since the phenomenon began, and already it has eaten outward a distance approximately 1 mile in diameter, with a resulting damage of over 1.5 million in property.
Truly, the most astounding factor in this catastrophe is the fact that the hole is increasing in depth at an unbelievable rate. At our last reports, approximately 10 minutes ago, the pit had reached a depth of approximately 3 miles, and experts apparently refuse to predict how much further this earth cancer will go. What only a handful of hours ago was a quiet section of the country in which stood the Whitmore University is now a great gaping pit in the surface of the earth, out of which rise strange noxious gases as that burning something eats deeper and deeper and deeper into the bowels of the earth. The latest sonic recordings indicate that the shaft has now reached a depth of 11 miles, 2,342 feet. I'm right on the scene and will continue to send reports as quickly as I get them.
Sure, it's a crowd here. Yeah, 500,000, they say. Yeah, watching it and waiting. And for what? Ain't it ever going to stop, Stan? Don't ask me. I don't know. It's going deeper and deeper every minute. There ain't no stopping it. Listen to them. They're scared, ain't they? Every one of them. Well, aren't you? Yeah, sure. That hole going deeper and deeper into the ground, and nobody can stop it. And what happens when it gets all the way through? Nobody knows. Sure, I'm scared. Scared plenty.
City on fire. Martial law declared. Tidal waves sweeping inland. Nothing can stop it. Nothing. Earthquake. Fire. Tidal waves. We're coming in. Judgment of God. Judgment of God.
From Siberia to Cape Town to San Francisco and around the world again. I tell you, the Earth's ripping apart. And I tell you, it's that hole in the ground that's done it. It's affected the rotation of the Earth. Unbalanced things.
Yes, and it's biting deeper every minute. What'll happen when it eats through to the other side? The ocean pouring through. We'll die. We'll all die. Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame? It's that kid who's to blame. Yeah, we read it in the papers. That crazy comic. There he is. That's him. That's him. I've done a great thing, a wonderful thing. Created something no one ever thought of. No, let me down. Let me down, you fool. I started the song, but I didn't know this would happen. You can't blame me for a miracle. In the hole. That's throwing in the hole. He made it. No, don't throw me down in there. There's no bottom to it. No.
Here. You put him down here on the grass.
Dan?
Yes. Boy, oh boy, will this be a sensation on the campus.
But, Watchman, how did it happen?
Well, me, I'm making my rounds of the grounds as usual, and all at once in the moonlight I see this fellow walking across the grass. So I go up to him and I see the fellow's walking in his sleep. In his sleep? Yeah. And just when I start to grab him easy like, he pulls loose, yells something about, "Don't throw me in, don't throw me in." And then he runs across the campus and dives headfirst down into the swimming pool. And it's empty. When I pull him out, he's like he is now. Busted neck.
But who is he? Anyone recognize him?
Yeah, I know him. Stewart's his name. Ray Stewart. Kind of a screwy little crackpot. Always talking about creating miracles with chemicals. I wonder what he thought was happening to him diving down that hole.
Well, Miss Robler, I suppose all I can say is holy...
We've had quite enough holes tonight. Supposing we talk about haunted houses.
Whose haunted houses and where?
Well, it's the most famous haunted house in the world. In fact, in the good psychic circles, it's supposed to be the haunted house where all the ghosts go. I'll tell you about that, Frank, as soon as you talk to our audience.
Well, I just want to remind you folks that if you're nervous and tired, underweight and under par, and if like so many Americans these days, you only need more vitamin D and iron, then don't wait. Do try ironized yeast tablets right away. They give you both vitamin D and iron. They cost but a few pennies a day, and you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast tablets are sold on this money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to gain new pounds, to feel much stronger and peppier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast has been of real help, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it by the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Now then, what about the haunted house, Miss Robler?
Well, it's a rectory about 60 miles from London, just within the Essex border. Ghostly figures of headless coachmen appear on the lawn, and the ghostly figure of a nun walks through the rooms. An old-fashioned coach driven by two headless men gallops across the lawn. No, I'm not more than normally crazy. Fact is, for 10 years, these phenomena have been investigated by various thoroughly reliable and well-intentioned gentlemen, but they say the headless horseman still rides and the woman still walks through the woods at the back of the house. Well, for next week, I've written a play about that particular house. It's a nice, fresh ghost story. Its title is They Met at Dorset, and it concerns the attempt on the part of one hideous Himmler, head of the German Gestapo, to rescue England's unwilling house guest, Herr Rudolf Hess. Yes, I really think you're going to enjoy They Met at Dorset. But, as usual, that's next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's amazing story, They Met at Dorset. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Stop a moment and consider. Does your shaving cream vanish into your skin before you finish shaving? Does one side of your face dry before you can get to it? Well then, why not try Molay brushless shaving cream? Molay stays on your face until you finish shaving. Its protective film helps guard your face against painful nicks and cuts. Try Molay for a quicker, more comfortable shave. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to the thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Buried City. Hail, Silver!
Two men crouched over their horses in the sagebrush which bordered a wagon trail. Their hats were pulled low, and handkerchiefs disguised the lower half of their faces as they peered intently toward a bend in the road. Suddenly, their hard, narrow eyes lighted with anticipation as they heard hoofbeats and saw an old Indian ride slowly around the bend and along the deep rutted trail, unaware of the ambush that awaited him.
Redskins coming now, Scar.
Yeah. Riding slow, too. That'll make him an easy target.
Yeah. Did you get a look at that map?
No.
Well, then what makes you so sure he's got it?
Because he boasted about having it when Cass and me gave him that firewater in the cafe.
That may be, but
when we tried to persuade him to show us the map, he shut up like a clam.
Well, if Cass is satisfied the Redskins got it, it's good enough for me.
Yeah, it ain't good enough for Cass.
What do you mean?
He wants that map, and he don't pay off till he gets what he wants.
He'll get it. Gotta prime them guns. The engine's getting close.
Got him in your gun sights, Whitey?
Yeah.
Let him have it.
Got him.
Come on. Get up there.
Get up there. Get up there, boy.
Whoa, boy. Keep your guns on him.
Yeah, he won't make trouble. Looks like we drilled him for keeps.
He hasn't cashed in his chips yet.
Just as well. You can make him hand over the map instead of hunting for it.
Yeah. You heard him, Redskin. Pull out that map and make it fast.
I know you. You give Indian firewater. Make talk. You wear a scar on hand.
Yeah, that mark's a giveaway wherever you go, Scar. You ought to wear a glove on that hand.
Won't do the Redskin any good to remember it. He's heading for the happy hunting grounds.
Hand over the map, you.
Me not give you map.
Give me a hand, Whitey. You'll have to search him for it.
Right.
Map belong my people. Tell where find gold.
That's what you remarked when you were drinking that liquor. Thanks for the tip, Redskin.
Can't find anything in his jacket.
Look in his moccasins.
Yeah, I will. Say, here's something.
Let me see. Yeah. That's the map. Indian figures. All pointing to Thunder Mountain and the buried city.
You'll not take them.
Say, he ripped it in the head.
Why the...
The masked man riding this way.
Yeah, and an Indian and a kid behind him.
Come on, hit for the horses.
The map. We gotta get the other
There
half.
ain't time. That masked hombre's coming like the wind. Hightail it.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy, oh. I'm afraid we're too late. He's still breathing.
Yeah, I'll give him some of this water.
Map. Stood our Lord.
Oh, wait, Dan. He's trying to say something.
Maps. Find gold. Thunder Mountain.
He's trying to give you a piece of paper.
Did you recognize the men who shot you?
Scar.
Him dead.
Yes, Tonto. And this paper.
Indian figures. It's a map.
Map show buried city of Indians.
It's torn. Half of it's gone.
This paper says there's gold hidden in the city.
Gold. Golly, that must be why the outlaws were after the Indian. They wanted the map.
Them not find gold with only half a map.
Nor will we.
But this half has the place marked where the gold is buried.
Right, Dan. But unless it's matched with the other to show the direction in which the treasure lies from Thunder Mountain, well, the search is hopeless.
Not right.
Gosh, I didn't think of that. I guess the buried city must be a pretty big place.
Yes, it occupies all of a volcano crater. The Indians left it over 100 years ago.
Them say anger a thunder god drive 'em out.
Thunder god? Who's that?
Just an Indian superstition, Dan.
We ride to town now?
Yes, as soon as we've taken care of the Indian, Kimosabe.
And then we hunt the outlaws that stole the other half of the map?
Yes, Dan. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, they'll be hunting us.
Standing at the window of the back room of a cafe in Sage City, Mark Cass watched grimly as a wagon train was loaded with supplies at the depot across the street. The small, beady eyes of the rancher narrowed at the appearance of an old man and his daughter, who were in charge of the wagons. Then he turned sharply at the sound of approaching footsteps.
About time you hombres got here. Where's the map?
Give him what you got, Scar.
What's this? This is torn. Where's the rest of it?
That's all we got, Cass. The Indian tore the other half of the map out of our hands.
You don't savvy.
What stopped you from getting it back?
A masked man.
Masked man?
Yeah, he came riding out of nowhere with an engine and a kid at his heels. They were on us before we could grab the rest of the map.
Why, you blundering fools.
You couldn't help it, boss. There was nothing to do but hightail it.
Without that other half, this paper ain't worth them engine signs on it.
We know it. All that's marked is Thunder Mountain. It don't show the gold at all.
Yeah, that's the part the engine grabbed. Reckon the masked man took a fancy to it after we left.
Blast him. He's taken a fortune in gold right out of our pockets.
Maybe we ought to round up some of the boys and start trailing that hombre.
That ain't all we've got to do.
What do you mean, boss?
See that wagon train across the street?
Yeah.
That's an archaeological expedition. It's heading for the buried city.
Archaeological expedition?
That's what I said. They're planning to dig in them engine ruins for old relics. The old man there and his daughter.
Don't remember seeing them around before.
And they just came in by stage a while ago. Name's Whitfield. Dr. Whitfield. They're from the east.
Well, what have they got to do with us?
Why, you thick-witted maverick. If they start digging in the buried city, they're liable to come across the gold.
Yeah.
We've got to get there first. With both pieces of the map. That puts it up to you two. You've got to stop that expedition from reaching them ruins. And find that masked man.
You got any ideas, boss?
If I didn't, where would they come from? I've already signed you on with the old man as a wagon guide, Sky.
Wagon guide? You mean...
I mean you're to see them wagons don't get to where they're aiming to go.
What about them Injuns they've hired as handlers? They all know the way to the buried city.
They'll be taken care of when the time comes.
What do you got lined up for me?
Plenty. You and me are trailing that masked man. First, I've got another job for you. Listen.
Across the street, Dr. Whitfield and his pretty daughter Mary watched while the last preparations were made for their trip to the buried city.
We're almost ready, Dad. Aren't you thrilled?
Yes, Mary, I can honestly say I am thrilled. I've been looking forward to this trip for a long time. If it's successful...
Oh, it will be. I know it will. It means too much to you to fail.
The expense of outfitting the expedition, these wagon teams, the equipment, the men... I had no idea it would cost the society so much.
Now, Dad, you promised me you wouldn't worry about that. Besides, you...
What is it, dear?
I thought I smelled smoke.
Smoke?
Look out! Blasting powder's on fire! Run for your lives! It's going to explode!
What's that?
Dad, look! A lighted fuse hanging from the back of one of our wagons.
That wagon is stored with explosives, Mary. Blasting powder.
Hurry, we've got to get out of here.
You run ahead. My leg, I'll come as fast as I can.
I'll help you, Dad. We'll make it.
No, for my sake, Mary, run. The fuse, it only has a few feet to burn.
Oh, Silver!
Someone coming.
Masked.
Master Silver!
Dad, he's aiming with a gun.
Oh, Silver, hold it, fellow. Oh!
Mary, we're safe. That masked man, his bullet snuffed out the fuse.
Him, Cass. The same masked hombre we saw riding us down on the trail.
I already told him.
Blast him. That's the second time he spoiled my hand.
Yeah, them wagons would have been blown to splinters if he hadn't nipped that fuse. Old Whitfield was standing close enough to get the blast, too.
His daughter with him. I saw them both when I planted the fuse in the cake of blasting powder.
We'd better put that hombre out of the way, pronto and permanent.
We will. Meanwhile, you'd better hightail it out there and introduce yourself to Whitfield, Scar. You're his wagon boss, you know.
Yeah. And I ain't liable to let him forget it. From now on, them wagons are going to be loaded with trouble.
The next day, the oxen-drawn wagons of the archaeological expedition lumbered heavily over the prairie toward the ancient buried city of the Indians. In the lead rode Dr. Whitfield and Mary, and with them, the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Dan Reed, the masked man's 14-year-old nephew, had momentarily dropped behind.
I'm so glad you decided to make the trip with us, stranger. My daughter and I owe you a great deal.
If it hadn't been for what you did yesterday, we wouldn't be making the trip at all.
My friends and I also have business in the buried city.
Business? I thought the city was deserted.
It is.
Your business wouldn't be dicking too, would it?
In a way. Have you any enemies in this part of the country, Doctor?
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Someone seems anxious that you shouldn't complete your expedition.
You mean the same someone who attached a lighted fuse to the blasting powder?
Yes.
I saw someone busy with something at the back of that wagon when I was talking with Dad, but I thought it was one of the regular men.
Would you recognize the man if you saw him again?
I'm afraid not. You see,
Hold up there, boy.
Now, what's your hurry, Dan?
I found him, I'm sure of it.
Who?
One of the outlaws who murdered the Indian. The one he called Scar.
Why do you think that?
Well, he carries an ugly scar on his right hand.
Who is it, Dan?
I don't know his name, but he's the wagon boss.
Oh?
Wagon boss? Well, his name is Scar.
Yes, a rancher named Cass recommended him to Dad as an experienced wagon guide.
I see. Now, where is he, Dan?
He's riding at the tail end of the train.
What's that?
Outlaws!
An attack wagon train.
We haven't anything they want. Why should they raid us?
For the same reason they tried to blow up your supplies, whatever it is. See them to a wagon where they'll be safer, Dan.
You bet.
Come on, Tonto. We'll form the train into a circle. Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Out, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to form the wagon train or defensive circle, the outlaws threw firebrands at the canvas hoods and drilled bullet holes into the water barrels. Quickly, the masked man and the Indian rallied the bullwhackers and the redmen who were responsible for the supplies to ward off the attack.
Take charge of the Indians, Tonto. Have them beat out the flame before the wagons catch fire.
Coupé, narrow!
Head those oxen inside the circle!
Racing their horses around the circular fort of wagons, the outlaws, led by Cass and Whitey, riddled the wagon train with a steady stream of lead. But now, marshaled by the Lone Ranger and Tonto, the defenders met them with a murderous fire that forced the renegades to give up the fight. A short time later, Whitey returned and slipped unnoticed into the camp, where he joined Scar in the back of one of the wagons. Neither outlaw was aware that his movements were watched by the sharp eyes of Dan, who went close to the wagon to learn more about their secret meeting.
Close that canvas flap, Whitey. We don't want anybody looking in.
Especially that masked hombre.
That coyote's been trumping our ace too long. It's time we took care of him permanent.
Can't be too soon to suit me.
That missing half of the map comes first. We've been letting that gold go begging so long, it's liable to fall in the wrong lap.
Suppose the masked man turned over his piece of the map to the engine of the kid?
Not a chance. That map's valuable property.
What's your plan?
The three of them bunked by a fire on the outskirts of camp when the wagons turn in for the night. We'll wait till they're asleep. That's them.
Yeah, can't hardly tell them apart. They're all wrapped up in blankets.
The tall one must be the masked hombre.
Yeah, I reckon they're asleep. Don't seem stirring.
Got your guns ready?
Yeah, and itching to use them.
Come on. Remember, no gunplay unless you have to. We don't want the whole camp on our necks. Just give them the butt end of your gun.
With pleasure. Keep your sights straight on them other two, the engine and the kid.
All right, Whitey. Let them have it.
Hey, what's
the matter?
I don't know
Stop
yet.
yammering and searching for the map.
Scar, look. Nothing but a roll of blankets made up to look human.
Is this what you're looking for?
The masked man.
He's got the map.
Grab it, quick! Get him, Whitey!
Drop that gun.
Why, you?
Oh, you'd better practice your firearm before you play with them. Here's something for you, Scar.
That take fight from outlaws.
Yeah, they won't get another chance to kill.
Hey, what's happened?
We heard a shot. Is anything wrong?
Who are these men?
They're leaders of the gang who've been making trouble for you.
That's a lie.
They're trying to frame us.
You framed yourselves when you came for this map. Framed yourselves for murder.
Murder?
What do you mean?
An old Indian was killed on the trail. In his hand he held this torn piece of a map. Only the men who murdered him would value it, because they hold the matching half.
You don't scare us, stranger.
We don't have no matching half of a map.
No, the man who gives you orders does.
We don't take orders from anybody, do we, White?
Nah.
Not even from Cass.
How'd you know that?
Rope them, Tonto.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean to do with us?
Turn you over to the sheriff for murder.
The next day, leaving Dan to ride ahead of the wagon train to the buried city, the Lone Ranger and Tonto escorted their prisoners to the jail in Sage City. Then the masked man conferred with the sheriff in the latter's office.
I don't doubt that Scar and Whitey murdered the Indian stranger. They're both bad medicine. But I can't hold them in jail unless I have proof.
You'll have proof, Sheriff.
And you'll get it plenty soon.
But I can't...
Murder isn't all these men are responsible for. They are leaders of a gang who have made 2 attempts to wreck Dr. Whitfield's wagon train.
You've no proof of that either.
You'll soon have all the evidence you need.
Just the same,
There's bigger game to be caught than Scar and Whitey. Both the ringleader and the gang are still free.
We make use of prisoners to catch big game.
Who is the leader?
Mark Cass.
Mark Cass? Are you loco? He's a mighty powerful and respected man in these parts.
There's one way to prove I'm right.
What's that?
The Indian was murdered for a map showing the location of buried gold.
Yeah?
The map tore in half and the killers made their escape. Now, this is the part the Indian held on to. Now, if Cass has a missing half, it will mean he either planned or helped in the murder.
That's right.
How do you aim to find out?
With this plan. Listen.
A few minutes later, the Lone Ranger was careful to attract the attention of the imprisoned outlaws as he rode from the jail to Mark Cass' office a short distance down the street. Then he reined in his powerful white stallion at the hitching rail and mounted the steps.
Who is it? I want to talk to you, Cass.
You?
You seem to know who I am.
Why, not exactly. Just seen you around, that's all.
I see.
What do you want with me?
Close the door.
Sure.
I'd better keep that gun in leather. I came for a friendly talk.
What's your game, mister?
The same as yours when you sent Scar and Whitey gunning for me.
What do you mean?
I want to match this half of the map to the other half.
What makes you think I got the other half?
You wouldn't be so anxious to get mine if you didn't have it. I'm not going to take it from you. I thought we might work together.
You mean...
My part of the map shows where the gold is located. Your half, if you have it, should show its direction from Thunder Mountain.
Partners, huh? What about Scar and Whitey?
They won't bother us.
I savvy. I should have pegged you for an outlaw the first time I saw you. Especially after the way you handled your guns. Splitting the gold 2 ways is better than 3 any old time.
I haven't seen your part of the map yet.
Got it right here.
It matches.
Yeah. We'll start digging for the gold tonight. Now, wait. What about Whitfield's wagon train?
It'll reach the buried city this afternoon.
Oh, blast the old coot. Just when we're all set to do some excavating ourselves. Well, we'll have to scare him out. If the Indians ever found out we lifted their yellow dust, our scalps wouldn't be worth a plug nickel.
Oh?
I know a way that'll frighten them clean out of the crater.
Yes?
Indians are full of superstition, see? They vamoosed the whole city because they thought some critter of their imaginations called a thunder god was angry with them. Well, I'll give them a thunder god who'll really get mad. Them redskins with Whitfield will hightail it clear back to town. And without them to excavate for him, the old coot'll have to come back, too.
I see. You're going to play Thunder God.
That's the ticket. And I'll blow chunks out of Thunder Mountain with blasting powder just to be sure I make myself heard.
As the Lone Ranger and Cass left the latter's office and headed their horses in the direction of Thunder Mountain, Scar saw them from the window of the jail cell where he was on watch.
Whitey. Yeah? They're leaving town together. Cass and the masked man.
Scar, they're heading for Thunder Mountain. So you don't suppose Cass means to skip out on us with that gold?
He ain't no fool. It's too easy for us to double-cross him if he crosses us while we're in the hoosgow. All we have to do is talk, and talk plenty.
Maybe so. But what's he doing with a masked man if it don't concern the gold?
I don't know. They do look kind of chummy all of a sudden.
I don't like it, Scar. I got a feeling Cass is selling us out.
If he is, it'll be his last sellout.
They're almost out of sight. Here's the masked Injun's friend.
Yeah, what's your pa doing with Cass, Redskin?
Yeah. They look like they're in business together.
Them go after gold.
What?
They're going after the gold.
That's right. Each hold half a map. Cass say them divide gold between them.
The low-down polecat? Double-crossing us after all.
Cheating us out of our share of the gold after we brought him the map.
Well, he ain't getting away with it. I don't aim to swing for murder while Cass goes free.
Double-crossing coyote. I'm talking now, before he makes a getaway.
Sheriff! We'll both talk, Whitey. I've got enough in that polecat to fill a book. Hey, Sheriff!
What's going on here?
Get paper and pencil. We're signing a confession.
High on Thunder Mountain, the Lone Ranger and Cass watched while the latter's gang planted blasting powder at strategic points among the cliffs. Then, standing in a cave so that his voice took on an aspect of the supernatural, Cass prepared to address the archaeological expedition. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting members excavated for ancient relics among the ruins of the Indian city below.
Golly, it's hot.
You're working too hard, Dan.
Well, yes, my boy. You haven't stopped digging since we started. Rest a while.
I would, but I keep wondering what the next spade full of dirt will bring. Gosh, it might be anything. Knives, arrows, pottery, and all of it more than 100 years old. It's too much fun to stop.
Just take it easy.
Dan,
What's that? Sounded like blasting powder, but...
The Thunder God.
It's coming from the mountain.
Thunder God not want white man in Indian City. You go. Thunder God speak truth.
Him not want white man here. We not want him either.
Oh, golly. The Indians are getting restless.
Dan, you don't think they'll turn on us?
I don't know.
White man intrude on sacred Indian soil. Make them Thunder God angry.
Dan, look. The mountain is exploding.
I don't understand.
The Indians, they're getting ready to attack us.
As the Indian helpers ran to attack the white employers in the ruined city, the Lone Ranger and the sheriff's posse surprised the fake Thunder God and his outlaw gang on the mountain.
I want you, Cass. You double-crossing coyote. You tricked me.
You tricked yourself.
You won't get out of this alive.
Drop that gun.
I'll drop you first. No!
What are your men to throw in, Cass? You're surrounded.
Sheriff.
Tell them.
Throw on your guns, boys. They've got us.
Sheriff, you'll find the matching half of the map on him.
Let me see. It's the map, all right. This fixes you for a hang loose, Cass.
You've got no murder proof against me.
Scar and Whitey both confessed, and they named you as their boss. Look, the Indians are attacking the Whitfield expedition.
You're coming with me, Cass. You heard me. Come on, Silver.
Dad, there are too many of them. If we don't hurry away from here, we might all be killed.
I'm afraid Mary's right, Dr. Whitfield.
My expedition. We've come all these miles to the ruined city, and now it's...
Someone's
Come
coming.
on, Silver.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Stop your fighting. Oh, Silver, hold it.
Indians! Dr. Whitfield is your friend.
You trespass on Indian City. Make Thunder God angry.
Oh, wait. You've been fooled. This is your Thunder God.
It's a lie.
It's the truth. Tell them, Cass. Tell them so they'll know.
No, I... Quick. All right. I'll tell him. I'm the Thunder God.
It's in your hands now, Sheriff.
Quiet. Go back to your work. There's nothing wrong. Our law will punish the man who tried to fool you. Come along, Cass. You're going back to town with me.
Mary, I guess we'll be able to continue with our expedition after all. Thanks to the Lone Ranger.
I'll Silver!
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Welcome to Texaco Town. The 45,000 dealers who serve you with Fire Chief gasoline and other Texaco products present His Honor the Mayor, Eddie Cantor.
Hello, everybody. I represent the Citizens Committee. You promised to help us out.
I've got to talk to you right away.
You can't keep us waiting.
Now, wait a minute. One at a time, please. Mayor, I run the dairy here, and I'm having trouble. I've got 9 cows, and they're afraid to let me milk them. They're afraid to let you milk them? What kind of cows are they? Jersey heifers. They're not Jersey heifers. They're New York Giants. How do you figure that out? Because they're afraid of the Yanks.
Well, never mind all that fooling, Mayor. Why don't you see that the man gets a milking machine?
Milking machine? Why, that would cost $3,000. Who's going to pay for it?
For the taxpayers. Let them kick in.
The taxpayers against they. All their lives, the taxpayers kicking for this and kicking for that. In fact, they kick in until they kick off, and after they kick off, they're still in the hole.
Well, maybe you're right, but after all, we're not as bad off as they are in Europe.
No?
No, I read in today's papers where Holland and Switzerland followed France off the gold standard.
Yes, they're starting their football season right with us.
Football season?
Sure. France kicked over the gold. That was 1 down and 2 to go. So Holland and Switzerland went into a huddle and decided to make it a triple threat. But they couldn't gain any ground because they had no reserves, and that's why they tried a collateral pass.
Well, what has that got to do with this country?
That's where all Americans fit in. France might try to make another touchdown here, and if we don't guard our end, we'll be thrown for a loss, and we'll never get a quarterback. I never expected that I'd be elected the mayor of Texaco Town. In think governmental, I'm not sentimental, but the news almost made me break down. So while I'm the one to rejoice, you'll all be repaid for your choice. For when your kids won't finish their whole plate of spinach, let them watch one man put it down. He's a spinach inhaler, looks like Popeye the Sailor. The mayor of Texaco Town. When some politicians compared their incisions, one man took off his dressing gown. They stared at this stripper, his scar had a zipper. The mayor of Texaco Town. Now there's a young blade, he's a hound with the ladies. Each girl on this program has found. His kissing and hugging will get him a slugging. Wallington of Texaco, that's the time I fooled ya. A young woman hater, to girls wouldn't cater. He swore he would not settle down. But he was hooked by a nighter, and 5 girls beside her. The mayor of Texaco Town. Well, goodbye, folks. Goodbye, folks. If you leave everything to me, you'll be perfectly satisfied.
I'm not leading. You're the worst mayor we ever had here. I investigated at the police station and found it run down.
Yeah.
I snooped into the Board of Education, and that's terrible.
Yeah.
I sneaked around the bus terminal and can't imagine why you permit such a horrible place. What are you going to do about it?
Madam, I'm going to give you this handkerchief.
Handkerchief? What for?
You've had your nose in everybody else's business. You might as well put it where it belongs.
If you had any sense, you'd take that children's playground and change it into a poodle promenade.
Poodle promenade? You sure you don't want a perambulator for Pekingese puppies?
Stop that nonsense. I'm having a lot of trouble with my dog.
Why bother me? Go out and buy a bigger pair of shoes.
Maybe you don't realize who you're talking to. My name is Elizabeth Anastasia Vandergraaf.
Okay, Liz.
Liz? I'll have you understand that I'm the toast of society.
Well, be careful somebody doesn't drop an egg on you.
Are you or are you not going to do something about the poodle promenade?
Impossible. Next thing you know, you want a concert hall for cats.
Cats? Cats? I hate those beastly animals.
You should with that puss.
I can't stand cats. They make such a terrible noise.
Oh, I think a cat makes a nice noise. Didn't you ever hear a lovesick cat sitting on a fence serenading his mate like this?
tonight. How can you compare that hideous sound to a Pekingese?
I'd rather hear... Hello, Mr. Allen. Oh, tally-ho.
This is much nicer.
No.
Yes.
No.
Jack Renard and the Technical Orchestra salute the Lucky Strike program with a special arrangement called Your Hit Parade.
Carcass just called up and wants the Texaco ad for his newspaper.
Well, Pete, put on your thinking cap. We've got the right one.
I've got it, Jimmy.
What's that?
Right across the top, we'll say, Texaco Fire Chief is the best gasoline in the world.
No, we can't do that, Pete. We know it is, and so do lots of other people. But you've got to tell people why it's the best gasoline and what it'll do for them.
I've got it.
What's that?
Why don't you read this Texaco ad from the Saturday Evening Post?
All right, give it to me. It's a good idea. Listen to this. Lightning action. Today, your gasoline must do its complete power job in 1/100th of a second, or you don't get full power and mileage as you drive. That calls for lightning action, the quick, complete firing that Texaco Fire Chief gives you. Still further improved, Texaco Fire Chief is free from lazy, slow-burning elements that slow up gasoline action. We take these sluggish elements out of Texaco Fire Chief by our carefully controlled modern refining processes. You feel the difference as you drive. Your engine steps up, your car steps out.
That's perfect. Let's step over and hand this ad to Park Your Carcass. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now broadcasting from our own station, TEX. Last week, little Deanna Durbin sang Il Bacio, and thousands who heard her refused to believe that this child with the operatic voice is only 13 years old. You can take my word for it, it's true. Deanna's barely 13 and pretty as a picture. Here she is. Come on, Deanna. Right up to the microphone. That's it, darling. Tonight, Deanna's going to sing A Heart That's Free from the photoplay San Francisco.
It's a song of a heart that free. Laughing all the day, chasing cares away, he might run today. Not a care with a heart, debonair, I'm free on the sea. Like the lark who at dawn bids the darkness be gone, do I sing merrily. With a laugh and a dance, mine's a life to enchant, but I know not to sleep. And the words that I bring, and the dream that I sing, is the song of a
Deanna, that's perfectly swell. I want to tell you, Deanna, it's grand. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, if you get the same kind of a thrill that I get hearing this little girl sing. Honestly, you know, I want to tell you something. I don't blame you. Every time I hear her sing, I want to go home and stab my 5 girls. I don't know what that is. Not that they haven't any talent. My girls are all right. Of course, they don't sing, they don't dance, they don't play musical instruments, but gosh, do they tear stockings. Oh! And my little girl, Janet, Deanna, you know her. Little Janet, I want to tell you something. She is getting to be awful. Last week I said, Janet, why don't you play with your doll? She said, oh, Daddy, those kiddish things. 8 years old, those kiddish things. I said, well, play with your other toys. She said, oh, I don't know. It's just such, you know, babyish stuff. I said, all right, take your bicycle, take your skate. She said, oh, Daddy, I don't get a thrill out of it. I said, Janet, for a girl 8 years old, you certainly act disgusted with life. She said, well, I'll tell you the truth, Daddy. If it wasn't for Gary Cooper and Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, we girls wouldn't have a thing to live for. Oh, yes. Hello, Jimmy. What's wrong?
Listen, you better not go out that way. Parker Carcass is waiting for you, and he's mad as a hornet. Here he is now.
Oh, Parker Carcass. Parker Carcass, what's the matter? What makes you so excited?
Why are you printing in the newspaper what you gonna beat me up?
I'm gonna beat you up? Where does it say that?
Right here. It says Mayor Scranton gonna clean up that creek Parker Carcass.
You dumbass, that says Mayor Cantor to clean out the creek in the park. What's the matter with you?
Mark, I thought you didn't have enough room to put your carcass on the paper.
Yep. Park your carcass, you know, I never saw you so mad.
Yeah, I'm so mad right now I could kill myself. Where could I find a lawyer?
Yep. A lawyer? You want to sue somebody?
You got the situation. Look what else is printed in that paper about me. If Parker Carcass is elected president, he will ruin the country.
Which newspaper was that in?
Mine.
Who printed it?
I did.
So you're going to sue yourself for printing those things?
Yeah, but I don't worry.
You're not worried?
No, I can't collect. I'm broke.
Yep. Parker Carcass, the next time you order a glass of beer, do me a favor.
Right.
Have the bartender put the head on you.
Hey, you know, yesterday my dog went into a saloon and he ordered a glass of beer.
Your dog ordered a glass of beer?
Certainly. He walked up to the bartender and he said, woof, woof.
Woof, woof. Why, that's a bark.
Don't you never hear of bark beer? You know, when I go out to speak on my campaign, I'm going to take that dog with me because he's got a very short tail.
Well, what good is a dog with a short tail on campaign?
He could make stump speeches.
Go away. He can make stump. Listen, Parker Carcass, now that you're running for president, you might as well know how to go about it. You should start in by going around and kissing all the babies.
No, that's no good. I kissed one last night.
What happened?
Now she's suing me. That baby was 27.
No. You don't understand. I mean, for instance, you've got to give all the men Coronas, you know.
No, that's for women, not for men.
What's for women? I said Coronas. Do you know what Coronas are?
Sure, Coronas is what the ladies wears in the morning.
No. You mean kimonos.
No, sir. A kimono is the paper you get when you graduate from school.
No, that's a diploma.
You crazy. That's who you call when the water pipe breaks, diploma.
No. You're thinking of a plumber.
Plumber, that's fruit. Oranges, peaches, plums, and plumbers.
No, that's plum.
Don't tell me a plum is a fella who won't work.
No, that's a bum. If I won't work, I'm a bum.
Well, don't holler and nobody will find out.
Quiet! What's for you? Look, Parker Carcass, in your campaign, you must have a platform that will benefit the people. Tell me about the platform. What's yours?
Bananas.
Yep. What do you mean, bananas?
Yes, sir. If everybody's going to eat bananas, then prosperity comes back in bunches.
Yep. All right, how? How do you figure that out?
Well, when you're eating a banana, what do you do with the peel?
I throw it away.
You see? From that's a miracle.
A miracle from throwing away a piece of banana peel?
I could prove you. So if somebody slips on that peel, he falls down and there is up his pants.
Yeah.
Right away, the cleaners get more business, right?
That's right.
Now, the cleaners has got to buy more gasoline.
Yep.
So Texaco makes more money.
That's right.
Texaco makes more money, they're going to give you a raise. You get more money, you give me a raise.
Yes, but I still don't see the miracle.
Boy, if you give me a raise, that's a miracle.
Jimmy, now I'm going to sing a little song from old Mexico.
Oh, no, not Mexico, Eddie. The Spanish pronunciation is Mexico.
Yeah?
You make the X sound like an H, you see? Mexico.
Mexico?
That's right.
All right, I'll sing a song from Mexico, and you go out and sell some Tejico.
Gosh, you must feel Spanish tonight.
What a coincidence, Jimmy Wallington, what a coincidence.
What?
Why, that's the title of the song that I'm about to sing. Oh, what a sweet melody. Spanish music to me is the thing with the swing that gets under my skin. Oh, there's a spell over me, and it's easy to see that a dance of romance is about to begin. Oh, give me a touch of Old Spain, a rollicky rumba refrain, 'cause I feel so Spanish tonight. Just give me a sweet senorita with a rose in her hair like Marquita, 'cause I feel so Spanish tonight. Give me lots of tambourines and a steel guitar, any old guitar, and you'll hear me sing. La cucaracha, you no quiere caminado. Just give me a block of tamales, the kind that they had in the follies, and I'll show you who's real dynamite. If I should start doing the rumba, I'd put Fred Astaire on the bumper, 'cause I feel so Spanish tonight. Oh, my father, he came from Alaska. My mother, she came from Nebraska. Still, I feel so Spanish tonight. I've never been east of Savannah. In fact, I was raised in Montana. Still, I feel so Spanish tonight. I once had to fight a bull in the kid from Spain. He got mad at me. Now I've got a pain in my cucaracha. You no quiere caminado. I'm known as a gay caballero whenever I wave my sombrero. For some girl, it means sweet delight. The sight of a balcony thrills me. I'll climb one tonight if it kills me, 'cause I feel so Spanish tonight.
Oh, Eddie, that was fine. Yep. That was really swell. How would you folks here in Texaco Park like to hear Mayor Cantor sing the hit tune from Sing Baby Sing? You like it?
When trouble troubles you, sing, baby, sing. Do what the birdies do. Sing, baby, sing. When the cold winter comes and they are all out of crumbs, why, the poor little birdies, they ain't eating, but they are tweet, tweet, tweeting. Oh, ho, ho, don't you know? A song a day keeps mean old Mr. Gloom away. Hard luck don't like music with that certain swing. So swing while you sing, baby, sing. When troubles trouble you, sing, baby, sing. Do what the birdies do. Sing, baby, sing. When the cold winter comes and they are all out of crumbs, why, the poor little birdies, they ain't eating, but they are tweet, tweet, tweeting. Oh, ho, ho, don't you know? A song a day keeps mean old Mr. Gloom away. Hard luck don't like music with that certain swing. So swing it, sing it, sing, baby, sing. Oh, Jack, tell me, Jack Renard, why do you look so sad?
Wallington keeps kidding me that I'm fat.
Yeah.
I only weigh 310 pounds.
Well, but your wife told me you weigh 380.
All right, 380. What's 70 pounds for a fellow like me?
Not much. Your left arm. It's nothing at all. You're all right. You're all right.
Oh, you're starting too. Now listen, Gracie.
Gracie, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. You must be looking at me from the wrong angle. Wait a minute.
No kidding, Eddie.
Yeah, wait a minute. Later, Jack. Look, I've got to find my son, Bobby.
Oh, he's over there, Eddie.
Oh, Bobby, come on in. Bobby, my boy, how are you?
Hello, Dad.
Well, how did you like your vacation on Mr. Jones's farm?
I had a swell time, Daddy. I got stung by a bumblebee.
You got stung by a bumblebee and you call that swell?
You should see it swell. I sat right down on that bumblebee, and I wouldn't get up while he was stinging me. Boy, did it hurt.
Well, why didn't you get up instead of sitting there in pain?
Well, I figured I was hurting him as much as he was hurting me.
Tell me, were there any children up there for you to play with?
No, but I had a good time with the animals.
Yeah?
I played follow the leader with them. Whatever the animals did, I did.
Follow the leader with animals? Gee, that must have been fun.
It was fun until some smart aleck chicken laid an egg.
Of course you couldn't. Tell me. Of course you couldn't. Did you have good weather all the time?
Well, it rained a couple of days and I had to stick in the house. I wouldn't have minded that, but there was nothing to read.
Well, didn't Mrs. Jones put any books in your room at all?
Only a Bible. But that's no good when a fellow feels like reading.
It isn't? What? Listen, Bobby. No matter what you've ever read, you'll find it written much better in the Bible.
How can you say that, Daddy? There's nothing in the Bible as exciting as 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Oh, no? Did you ever read the chapter about Jonah, who was swallowed by a whale and lived to tell the story? Is that exciting?
A man was swallowed by a whale and lived?
Yes, the Bible is full of all those stories. Drama, mystery, adventure, and tales about great men like Jonah and Daniel and Joseph.
Yes, but there's only one, Parthiacoccus.
Well, that's nothing. Noah had 2 of every animal. You know, Bobby, you should read the story of Noah and the flood. The Lord was angry with the people on earth, and he wiped them all out, except Noah and his family.
Well, I like books about invention. I once read how Edison invented the electric light and how Alexander Bell made the telephone.
They were marvelous creations, Bobby.
Sure, nobody in the Bible ever made such wonderful things.
Listen, son. Edison took 4 years to make his electric light, and Bell took 6 years to make the telephone. But remember this. The Lord created the world and everything in it in 6 days. And he had time to rest on the 7th.
I did start to read about that, Daddy. But those words are so old-fashioned. You know, like prayers.
Well, prayers aren't old-fashioned. After all, prayers are only little messages that we send to heaven.
Oh, now I know why we send them at night.
Why?
To get cheaper rates.
Oh. Bobby, look, you said you couldn't understand the Bible because the words were old-fashioned.
That's right, Daddy.
Well, let's see if I can make it clear to you. The first people on earth were Adam and Eve, and they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. One day, in a fit of anger, Cain killed Abel, and he had to run away.
Gee, then Cain was the first public enemy number 1.
That's right, Bobby. Anything that happens today has happened before, and you can read it in the Bible.
Anything?
Yes, anything, Bobby.
How about the Schmeling and Lewis fight?
Well, you think the Schmeling-Lewis fight was so great?
Well, Schmeling weighed less than Joe Louis, and still he went in there and beat him.
Yes, but they were both heavyweights. The Bible tells a story about a lightweight who beat a heavyweight for the championship of the world.
Really? Who was it?
The lightweight was David, and the heavyweight was Goliath. And David knocked out Goliath with 1 blow, and there were no motion picture rights then either.
It sounds wonderful. I'm going to quit the book I'm reading and start on the Bible.
Which book is that, Bobby?
It's called We and was written by Colonel Lindbergh.
That's a good book, son.
It tells how Colonel Lindbergh flew across the ocean all alone and battled the wind and storms for almost 34 hours. Is there anything like that in the Bible, Daddy?
Well, not exactly. But there's a story in it about a man called Moses who led his people across the desert for 40 years. Not 34 hours, Bobby. 40 years. And believe me, he had more than storms to battle.
I know about that. That's in the song they taught us. You know, the one I used to sing in the choir.
Go down, Moses? Do you still remember it?
Daddy, you can't forget those songs so quickly. When Israel was in Egypt's land. Let my people go. Oh, press so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Go tell, oh Pharaoh, to let my people go. Thus saith the Lord, but Moses said, let my people go. If not, I'll smite your firstborn dead. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Go tell, oh Pharaoh, to let my people go.
That good? Come on out, Bobby.
Thank you very much.
My friends, I hope you enjoyed being with us in Texaco Town. Come again next Sunday. And during the week, drive around and see the man who makes this program possible. Your neighborhood Texaco dealer. Say I sent you. It'll make it kind of nice for me. And remember, I love to spend each as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Let's make a date for next Sunday night. I'm here to state 'twill be my delight to sing again, bring again the things you want me to. I love to spend each Sunday with you. Good night.
Eddie Cantor in Texaco Town will be with you again next Sunday at the same hour. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
p.m. BULOVA Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York.